also it's really from a political and economical point of view, right? He's cleaning house, so he didn't just address the war. He addressed between the economic traits, the um, spies, which were unfortunately among them. Um, every other problem that was raised since he um, said, I need ammunition. He still needs ammunition, by the way. So maybe maybe we could push for that further as we push for planes. But I have a lot of hands. We have a lot of hands, Peter. I will go to Alan, and I will time Alan at 5 minutes. So then Alan, you really need to rest your voice. We need you tomorrow, also.
It is great to see you, Alan. Over to you, Alan.
Thank you. And, one thing I want to say, I think it was just yesterday, April 21st, that Zelensky won his election with 73% of the vote. That is a landslide. And the other thing I want to say, Peter, is that Zelensky and Franklin Delano Roosevelt have a lot in common in this way, that they both are civil leaders who have to uh, that they have to fight for their leadership of their country and their direction of the war. FDR, even though he had previously been an undersecretary of the Navy, uh, actually had to uh, enforce his position as commander in chief against the military, against the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Uh, and essentially, FDR ran America's war in World War II. He educated himself. He made great alliances with his Joint Chiefs of Staff, especially George Marshall. And I see Zelensky doing the same thing. And Anda, I would say the same thing that you just said. Zelensky's preparation as an actor, in a way, kind of like Ronald Reagan, prepared him to deliver that line we will never forget. I don't need a ride. I need ammunition. And this is equally true today. Ukraine needs ammunition. They need more than ammunition. But I just think that Zelensky and FDR, if they were to meet today, would have so much in common. Leaders of uh, a nation, Zelensky's nation at war when he was elected, FDR's nation who came to war in the midst of his let's see, 32, 36, in the midst of his third term, uh, they had to unite their country and lead their nation through war. And, and so they would have a lot to talk about. I think that FDR and Zelensky would have much more to talk about than Zelensky and Churchill. And I know a lot of people draw parallels between Churchill and Zelensky, but I actually think it's Zelensky and FDR. Uh, just my opinion. It's just history, but it's Ukraine who's making history. It's Zelensky who's going to be the hero of history that we are living through today.
Alan, for me, it is so fascinating how conversations in this community can unfold. And I'm not sure if you were here with us a couple of days ago, but we had a conversation about wartime leadership. And it was so fascinating to me to listen to various perspectives about what makes for a good wartime leader. We were obviously focusing on President Zelensky, and just as you have very rightly said, communication is a critical element, a critical skill set that is necessary for a wartime leader. It is not an easy thing to do, but I was asked the question, and I gave my answer, and others offered theirs. But one element of wartime leadership that often gets overlooked is a spouse. And it was pointed out, and I think this was a great insight, that Alina Zelensky is a tremendous spouse and supporter for her husband, the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, and I smiled when someone had suggested that because I thought of my wife and my time on the campaign trail and something that she said to me. She said, You have to learn how to communicate." I thought that was a strange concept. Communication is easy, right? You just talk, words come, and you communicate. Oh no, Alan. Oh no. You have to work on it. It is a practiced art, the ability to connect with someone, to speak clearly, to express your opinions, to use the right words. This is something that must be mastered. And regardless of what language you're speaking in, you have to always remember who your audience is. And I think for that reason, uh, Vladimir Zelensky is a tremendous leader, but we should not ever forget his wife.
Well, I was just going to say, Peter, there was a lot of criticism of Eleanor Roosevelt throughout FDR's term. Eleanor, FDR's wife, Eleanor became the first leader of the United Nations, which is interesting because the United Nations was FDR's idea. And Prime Minister Mackenzie of Canada, who was a dear friend of FDR, also endorsed the idea of the United Nations. But you know what else is important in wartime, Peter? It's dogs. You remember FDR's famous quote, "I hate Wawa. My little dog Fala hates Wawa." Well,
Personally, I hate war. My dog Fella hates war.
there you go.
Oh yes.
So there's
Oh,
there's
yes.
Fala and there's Patreon, and Fala and Patreon are as united as FDR and Zelensky is united. But we have a lot more dogs in the war today than during World War II. We have a lot more dogs than Fala and Patreon. We have NAFO, all those NAFO dogs. So dogs make a difference too.
Well said. Well said, Alan. Anda, do you want to run the hands? We've got this conversation has blossomed. Many people have ideas or thoughts they want to share. If you'd like to share, please raise your hand, join the conversation. This is one of those moments where we can just, as a community, come together and just talk. This evening, there's really no agenda. I've got a few news items I was going to reflect upon, but I'm more interested in hearing your thoughts. Anda, do you want to run through the hands?
Yes, let's wrap to the hands. Griffin has been really patient, and then we have Kure, Komi, and Will.
Well, thanks for this conversation. It's really good sharing ideas and history for that matter. I've always been interested in military history, so I enjoyed Alan's comments about FDR and some others. You wanted a different perspective other than the US. Well, I'm from Canada. And recently, an article came out as to what Canada has contributed to the fight for Ukraine and assisting Ukraine people. Last year, Canada extended $8 billion in aid, of which $1 billion was military in nature. This year, that's going to be raised to $10 billion. Included in that, by this summer, we'll be supplying 21,000, that's 21000, assault rifles, basically automatic carbines and rifles. machine guns, and 2.4 million rounds of ammunition. The purchasing of the weapons and ammunition is about $59 million. We've also supplied now and delivered 8 Leopard 2A4M tanks and 1 ACR armor recovery vehicle, ARV. Getting tired here. At any rate, Colt Canada will be involved in that, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the headquarters in the Czech Republic and also in the United States, Canada, and Sweden all work to produce the small arms munitions that are so necessary. So far, there hasn't been any comment as to the delivery time of the ammunition, other than it should probably come in at the same time as all the automatic rifles will. Let's see. And last year there had been $10 million shipment of small arms to Ukraine, and those included medium and heavy caliber sniper rifles and ammunition and pistols, light and medium machine guns. And we have arranged for Ukraine to obtain, if I'm not mistaken, 39 light armored vehicles, the LAV-6, which is the successor to the LAV-3s that we fought with in Afghanistan. So that's just a little bit of information about Canada's involvement to this stage.
And it is an essential contribution. Griffin.
All right. Thank you very much for coming up and bringing that. I think I lost someone. Kure dropped. I will go to Tommy. Hello.
Hi, and
Hi.
first time meeting you. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Komi. I just wanted to introduce myself, and I wanted to address Peter's point, actually. So regarding the spouse part, I just wanted to tell you that your Secretary of State could probably do the same thing, you know, in terms of communication. But sorry, I was eating. I have one question for, well, this is for everyone, but yeah, you can take it, Peter. Where do you draw the line? Oh, well, yeah, that's just. I don't know if anyone heard it.
No,
It's not. I'm sorry. Really
we
quick.
heard
I don't.
We
Yeah,
heard
I don't want. We don't want to. I don't want to offend you. It's just. I want to understand where your morality lies. So in the next session that Peter is speaking of, I want to understand how well everyone will act.
Yeah, I must confess I'm a little befuddled by the question about line drawing. Not really sure where you're coming from, but I'm open to understanding.
The line of morality. So as you understand, war is very, well, as you said, befuddled. So what did you find in both FDR and President Zelensky's action in both wars that were similar in good or evil? No,
Sure. No, it's fine. Yeah, I understand the question.
Why don't you draw Putin
What?
in there? Let's just make it all three.
Okay. So this is a very straightforward answer for me. Both World War II for the United States and for all of those who were attacked by the Axis and Ukraine. There is a very clear line of moral distinction because these were wars that no one asked for. These were wars that came to them. In World War II. This was a war that came to the United States. So I would say, first and foremost, these were defensive wars. These were not wars of aggression. These were not wars of America was not fighting a war of national extermination in World War II. We were fighting to defend ourselves. We were fighting to defend our friends. We were fighting to liberate Europe from just some pretty despicable ideas. And I think that that stands on its own there. So yeah, and when it comes to communication and wartime leadership, that's where we start to see the emergence of um, perhaps unexplored talents that some of these leaders had. Certainly, I can look at President Zelensky. Anda did a great job of showing how his early first, we'll call it year in office, yeah, there were some missteps. Yeah, there were lots of people who didn't vote for him. And yet, when Russia escalated its war of aggression against Ukraine, Zelensky stood up. And I think many Ukrainians, even now, will say, and they've said it on this space, I didn't vote for the guy, but I will vote for him now. I'm tremendously impressed by his leadership. I think that's a common reaction to President Zelensky in Ukraine, and certainly a far more common reaction beyond Ukraine's borders, such as my own.
And I think there is one more thing that needs to be um, pointed out, right? Where you draw the line, where when you're attacked, right? When U.S. was attacked, um, when someone comes into your house, you might be a pacifist, right? But when someone comes into your house and tries to kill your children and rape your wife or some of your children, um, that's when your pacifism kind of fades. You cannot. Uh, I don't know how to put this. I am now, and Ferlane is connecting. It's the first week after Easter. It's a holy week for us. We should contemplate on forgiving and on helping and on doing good stuff, right? That being said, um, being, um, how should I put this? Defending your own is a duty. Defending yourself, it's a right. And no one can blame you for defending yourself, especially when the one who is attacking you is larger than you, wealthier than you, with more arms than you, with more equipment than you. No one could blame you for asking for help to your neighbors. Yes, you will ask for help because you need help. And yes, your neighbors should help you. They should not just wait and see. Ferlane, if you can hear me, I cannot bring you up. I cannot bring you up. If you can, please, I don't know, drop and restart. Thank you. So I'm trying. So this is where you draw the line, right? When someone is um, when someone is attacking your country, when someone is attacking you, this is where you draw the line. We have had here in the space actually a lady which is um, performing. She, she's a woman of God. Let's put it this way. I won't mention her faith. She um, she said, I hated guns. I hated war in general and disagreement in general. And what I found was that it is, they are protecting us. Our army is protecting us. So these are her words. She is now helping the Ukrainian soldiers. And I think it's a duty in our tradition, in Romanian tradition, the soldiers who fought to defend our land are both heroes and um, um, it's a lot. So sainthood is it's a very high bar, but they are remembered on Resurrection Day. That is for us um, the day of remembrance for all the soldiers who were um, fighting to defend the country, and it is believed that their faults were absolved by their sacrifice for the country, if that makes sense. And I hope I answered your question, Komi. I have a lot of hands still, and I will try to bring up Fairlane in the meantime. Um, we had Kure, I think, William, and Alan as an
That's
order.
right. That was the order that I had. So let's do Kure, Alan, and then Will.
Hello, I'm here. I'm just always so educated by each and every one of your comments. I've spoken here before, and I'm an American. I'm a Finnish American background, and I've articulated some of my background about the Finns fighting against the Russians and so on. You're talking about Zelensky as maybe earlier on, contrasting Roosevelt. My parents were young people, young adults when Roosevelt became president, and grew up through the Depression and the Second World War and so on. And they told me their stories, and I have, I had Finnish relatives, first and second cousins who fought against the Russians in Finland during the Winter Wars and so on. So I know all these stories. And some of the contrasts Alan was making, excuse me if I'm wrong, Alan, but there was talk about Zelensky in his role that he has today as president and standing up. And then there was some talk about, how Finland did too. But at the end, regardless, some of my family was pretty far left, but when push came to shove, and we talked about, you were talking about Roosevelt and so on. My parents were Roosevelt Democrats. They lived through the Depression and the Second World War and so on. And the challenge that was presented to them and this country when we fought against fascism in late beginning in the late 1930s and through the Second World War. And frankly speaking, and I've said this before, I'm pretty much of a pacifist. I could not, I don't think I could ever hold a weapon, but I could hold a medical bag. And when I look upon Mr. Zelensky, I thought, oh my God, this guy is I'm also, he's Roosevelt-esque in a way. He has stood up to the moment. When he had the opportunity to leave, he didn't. And I respect that. I truly do. I said, oh my God, Zelensky and his team are not going to leave. When they had the opportunity, he said, don't give me a plane, give me guns. And I say this as pacifist, give him guns. Give him everything he and his team needs to defeat this invasion. And that's all I have to say, my friends. Let's be in it to win it. Give them everything they need. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Great. This, you have articulated one of the core pillars of our community. One of the reasons why we exist as an organization. Certainly we exist to push back against Russian disinformation. We exist to help our friends in Ukraine, but we exist to let the world know about what's happening. And the very fact that you would watch these events unfold and have the same experience and reaction that I had and many others had. And then we have come together through this incredible technology to share our views and to learn from each other. That's why we exist. It was great to have your contribution. Thank you, Curry. I see your hands up. Would you like to respond?
Oh, that was a little bit of a mistake. But since my hand was up and you responded, and I did, listen, each of us who are on this platform, and I think, I don't know if many of my American compatriots are listening, perhaps on, maybe not so much in the central time district, but perhaps farther west and maybe Hawaii. Just give a few bucks to MriyaReport. You spend I've said this before, I'm retired. Some of my retired communities, we're spending, 10, 20 bucks a month on coffee. Come on. Match, just listen, just open up your ears, listen to what's happening, and give a few bucks from your coffee budget to MriyaReport. That really helps people in the Ukraine. And I've said before, I'm from Minnesota. We have big Ukrainian communities, both Orthodox and Catholic. Not so much in my area, but further south. But we have sympathetic people. You can afford a couple cups of coffee to give them a MriyaReport that makes a real difference. Or if you want, donate to Chef Zenga, who's doing a great job. All I want to do is that you be aware and know what's happening instead of living in a cloud and being distracted by so on. Because, as I said before, I agree with Alan and Axel, who have said that this is the most important event of our lifetimes for this era. It echoes 1939, 1940. This is important. You can make a difference. You can feed the troops in the Ukraine. You can provide relief in one form or another through various service organizations and charities. Just do it. Be aware. Inform yourself. Listen to MriyaReport and others who are giving you the true information. That's it. I'm done, my friends. Thank you for listening to me. I really appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Of course. Thank you. And you, you did it better than I could ever. You said it better than I could ever have expressed it. If folks are wondering, okay, how do I support the MriyaReport? Right now, at the top of the Twitter nest, the very first tweet there, we have our current effort, the Toys for the Boys fundraising effort to support frontline soldiers in Ukraine. Take a look at what we're doing. Ask yourself this question. What does this community mean to me? How can I help those who are right now fighting to defend Ukraine? That's why we exist as an organization. And we would ask you to support the MriyaReport so that we can continue to fulfill our mission of helping our friends in Ukraine. You can click on the link. It'll take you to the page you need to make a donation. And just as you said, Curry, sometimes people, they offer what they can. But every bit counts. When we act together in unison as a community, we can do amazing, amazing things. Anda, I'll let you take the hands.
Thank you. So the next one is Will, who's been really patient. Then Alan, Gunny, and Helsinki fella. Will.
Thanks. Yeah, I've of course want to speak at length to keep Alan from using his voice, because this is what we have to do to Alan, right? You have to do things that are good for Alan, even though Alan actively works against you. And so that's the way we take care of each other around here. I find this conversation fascinating. What Zelensky and what he was before, and the comparisons to FDR and Churchill. And I think, Alan, I might actually be on with you on the comparison to FDR a bit, in that he had no military and wartime experience, whereas Churchill had served an extensive career in the military and in the
Secretary or Minister of Defense role, where he actively participated in killing off a whole bunch of Australians. So, but I'm not bitter. We won't get into that. So, but the key is, I think, really comparisons to other great leaders is a little bit unnecessary, because every man is his own man, really, right? And what you're trying to do is compare those guys, because you compare the adversarial situation they rose to, and how they addressed it. And whether you're talking about a person's wife or the people they surround them with, quality recognizes quality and tends to get through adversarial situations by building on a team of what they recognize as quality. And if they're quality, and I think this is the reason it is quality, it means you wouldn't wish coming into office with two provinces of your country having separatist movements fomented by a neighbor. COVID, pile that on COVID. Then you get on your phone with your closest one of your closest allies, and the guy tries to coerce you into giving him some weird investigation for his own political corrupt purposes at home. This is the guy you're meant to bank on as your stalwart against the invaders, essentially the bad people who are coming to get you. And this guy, you get on the phone with him, oh, fine, this is great, and then he's trying to coerce you to do something unethical so that he can give you the aid that essentially we owe Ukraine for giving up all of its nuclear weapons and signing the treaty it did with Russia. So that anyway, I mean, so the comparison, you wouldn't wish that situation on anybody. That situation right there, and then a pile on top of that, then the actual invasion starts, and the comparison you have to draw is where they drew their strength, and who they drew around them, and how they picked people. And whether you're talking about the cabinet that Churchill built around him, or the cabinet that Lincoln built around himself during wartime, right? You get a collection of people you find that are brilliant, that are either adversarial, as Lincoln did, or like Kennedy or FDR did, that they were continually complaining about how close they were. And and Kennedy said, "Why, you expect me to appoint my enemies?" So quality tends to recognize quality, and that's the thing I think we see here with Zelensky that makes him such a great wartime leader and leader in general. It doesn't matter what your background's from. If you're smart and you're caring and you're a bit of ambitious, but have a level of altruism and goodness in you about your fellow countrymen, that's what we're looking for in a leader. And then that leader being smart enough to know his limitations, gather those around him who have the expertise, and be willing to fail and try again, so to an ultimate end. And that, so I don't know who the greatest wartime leader is of all time. I mean, I'd have to chip in and make a case for Ben Chifley here down in Australia, when he was facing the might of the Japanese empire coming in on us as World War II really got cooking. But you see the quality, it rings true. It shows itself, and the best thing about quality is quality tends to recognize other quality and gather that around them to be successful.
I think that was very well said, Will. Very well said. Yes.
Let's go to so Alan, you're in line. Your time this time around is 3 minutes, so just 3 minutes until top of the hour, and at the top of the hour I will mute you and go to Gunny. So be quick and rest your voice.
Oh, Anda, you are so kind. Alan, we love having you. Talk for 4 minutes.
Give me till 12:02. So Comey, if you're still here, I have a question for you and then a follow-up. So Anda, Peter, keep me in line. Comey, what moral lines are you drawing?
Well, we will bring her up if she comes back. Then
Okay, so she's dropped. I still have 4 minutes, Anda. Don't cut me off.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to cut you off all. I'm not going to cut you off myself. Helen, that was a weird question. This is the end of my first week co-hosting the overnight North American segment, and I've had an opportunity to speak with many different kinds of people. Well, we haven't actually had any sort of old school trolls the way we used to do, the way we used to have back in the day on the report. But we have gotten a few people who very clearly are just trying to figure things out, and they're trying to understand what's going on. They have a sense of right and wrong. They're not quite sure. That question, where do you draw a moral line and throw Vladimir Putin into the mix? Alan, that struck me as weird. I'm not sure how you perceive it.
Peter, isn't that the exact question she asked you?
It was. Yes, it was.
And that's why I re-asked it. I mean, if she's asking you what your moral lines are, I wonder what her moral lines are. A very simple question.
I'd agree. And, it's for me, this is a war of defense that Ukraine is fighting. Ukrainians didn't ask for this war. They were living their lives. They were trying to go about their business. And Vladimir Putin unleashed his army on Ukraine for a purpose, and that was to eradicate the state of Ukraine. And the Ukrainians have said no. For me, that is inspiring. For me, that hits all of my moral circuit breakers. That's where I draw my line. And that's why our support as united Western civilization is so important.
Okay, let's hear from Comey and then Anda. Peter, please keep me up.
Hi, Alan. It's actually Comey, but I wanted to answer your question first, Alan, which is where I draw the moral line of what's good and what's not. So I like to follow the rule of if it exceeds your expectations, if your result exceeds your expectations or your intention, I'm sorry. So if your result exceeds your intention, maybe consider if it's worth it, that the result is hurting more people, allowing for more collateral damage than what you expected to pass down with your war, whether it's freedom, whether it's communism, whatever it is that you believe in. If it is that you believe in, was it worth it of the result? So I return the question back to you, Alan. What did both or
Well,
three,
thank
all
you.
three, I've been
Thank you.
Alan, excuse me. Thank you. So what?
Yeah, thank you very much, Comey. I'd return the question back to you. If we had not defeated Nazi Germany in World War II, if we had not defeated Japan in World War II, would the results have exceeded the effects? I think that is the word you used. I think you simply have to consider that Ukraine is fighting for survival and freedom. And I also, I think that your question is so incorrect. And if you want to talk to Ukrainians, as we talk to Nuclei tonight, you will hear from them. You hear from any Ukrainian we've talked to tonight, or in the 460 days MriyaReport has been on air. You will hear exactly why Ukrainians are fighting for freedom, for survival, and against an imperial nation waging a war of genocide. It really is very, very simple. There are just wars and there are unjust wars, but this is the most just war I have ever seen in my lifetime. There is right and there is wrong, and Ukraine is fighting for right.
And
I regret
wow.
you cannot see that, Comey.
Well, since he spoke to me, do you mind if I answer, Peter?
Yes, and then I'll respond, and we will go on to some more hands. Comey, over to you.
Perfect. So, Alan, you said the question is pretty simple, right? Or the answer you said was actually very simple, which is fighting for righteous and courage, right? Something like that, as I paraphrase. However, you didn't answer the question that I returned to you. What do you find that draws the line between morality and immoral? That, well, whatever you believe, everyday life or the wars that any of the countries might have faced. So, prior to me answering your question of where I draw the line of, the countries that faced war have committed, I'd like to hear your understanding of morality. And
Okay.
are you
All right.
also?
No, all right. Thank you, Comey. All right. So we could chase our tails all night long, asking each other questions, but I think you've had your point. I am
Peter, do you
confident.
mind if I finish really quick? It's not
No,
very
Comey, you're not
gentlemanly.
talking about
You
Comey.
interrupted a lady.
Okay, there we go. We are going to maintain the rules of decorum in this community. Alan, I will allow you to respond, and then we're going to go to some more hands, because that's how it works when I am co-host. That's how it works in this community. But Alan, something that Comey said really struck me as interesting, and it was this. We can have peace tomorrow, Alan. Ukrainians can have peace tomorrow. Is the juice worth the squeeze? What are the consequences of us resisting? The Ukrainians can have peace tomorrow. And that's just by laying down their arms. That's by giving Russia everything that Putin has demanded of them. It is giving up their country. Alan, this is a war of national extermination being waged upon Ukrainians, and everyone can have peace if we only give Vladimir Putin what he wants. That strikes me as not a good deal.
Peter, as you know, I'm a pacifist, but even pacifists face situations in which they pick up arms. And if they don't pick up arms, they step up and they perform. And in this case, as in the case of World War II, even as a pacifist, as I was taught by my parents, both of whom fought in World War II, I would pick up arms and I would go to war, because there are just wars and there are just things you must do in your life. And this is how I was brought up.
Well, I will have to say two things because I'm really pissed at this point. One, first and foremost, how about Russia turns back and goes home? Like, how about this war ends up tomorrow when Russia turns back and goes home where they came from, right? And Komi, if you like Russia so much, you can go there also. So if you like Putin so much, go there also. There's no one keeping you, actually. So good luck with
I'm
that.
sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I wasn't
Yes.
speaking up
So
for Russia.
now I'm talking. You're not
I
talking
wanted
over
to
me.
apologize, Anda.
So this really, really pissed me off. And you know, um, I will say something. I mentioned this twice in my life, here in the space. Um, I know what rape means. So when I see women raped by soldiers in Ukraine, that really, really pissed me off, right? A part of invading a foreign country, which did nothing to
Okay, and I'm
you.
gonna have to cut you off right there because I did
So
not speak of Russia.
no, you said where you did draw the line. Where this is where I draw the line. When someone comes into my house and does something bad to me, I will not
This is a
stand.
public
I will not stand there and look at them how they are doing that. And yes, I blame the people who don't help. Yes, I do blame the people who hear you screaming and they do nothing. I do blame them. And so do Ukrainians. So when I say this, I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm talking about. This is not something to say, well, I will think about it if I help you tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is now. You are either here helping me now, or you're better not facing me tomorrow, because there is no other way. There is no other way. So this is something that this is
Maria, I'm sorry for getting you frustrated. I didn't mean to do that. So I remove myself now. And thank you for your time and thank you for my attention here.
Thank you, Kami. Anda, I think you said it perfectly. I see we've got a couple hands. Let's do this. Gunny, I see you've had your hand up for a bit. Let's go to Helsinki and then Gunny and then Dryfly. And this has been a fascinating conversation. Let's keep it going. Helsinki.
Mic check.
5 by 5, loud and clear.
Okay, Roger. Yeah, no, actually, Anda, yeah, I hear you. We have a distance of thousands of kilometers to Romania, but I hear you. And yeah, this was just unnecessary, kind of like a person who was just completely clueless. And yeah, this kind of person is kind of dangerous because, this is problem with the discussion evolving. When you get the mic, the discussion has already kind of escalated. So on Peter's point, what I wanted to say initially is like, you have to remember also Roosevelt was a great guy. He was fighting also the isolationists. So imagine like, this is like counterfactual history is very dangerous, but I'll venture there anyway because I ventured there anyway. If Pearl Harbor didn't happen, what would have been with the isolationists won? And UK forces, also Churchill and a lot of smart British people were lobbying and actively fighting the very, very strong isolationist tendencies in the US, because what brought US in the Second World War is really Pearl Harbor. So imagine if it didn't happen. So kudos to Roosevelt. But yeah, it was like, I see in contemporary US also forces that are kind of influential, and I'm listening carefully to the discussion with the North American friends of Ukraine, and there is significant political forces, dangerous forces. Like number one is of course what Angry Ant said. It's Tucker Carlson, this kind of, and then these kind of new media people who are kind of like anti-blob, anti-DC blob, and they are kind of like default setting in their mind is anti-blob. So when they see blob rightly, 100%, 1000% rightly supporting Ukraine, they are kind of trying to find some, facts to counter it. So you get what I'm going. But I'll stop here and we'll just. Komi has to go to the corner and reflect and come back with her, frankly, stupid statements. Let me be clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helsinki. And I am going to tip the hat and bow out. You are going to be in great hands with Prince and Anda. Prince is going to come up and continue this conversation. And I look forward to seeing all of you in 10 hours' time for Stories of Freedom as we explore the secret of Lend-Lease. Okay, guys, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Peter, for being up here with us, and looking forward for listening to you in 10 hours, I think. 10 hours
10
from
hours.
now.
Exactly. Thank you, Anda. Thank you, everyone.
Sleep well. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Gunny, you're really, really patient this morning. Good morning. It's very early morning, actually. It's 5 o'clock there. What are you doing? Pressing?
Pressing. No. No, I'm at work, mate. So, yeah, I just thought I'd listen in. Greatest wartime leader, Churchill, obviously, had Britain folded in 1940. The Dominions would have stopped fighting. There would have been no Mediterranean campaign. There would have been no jumping off stage
for the liberation of Europe. Barbarossa would have kicked off early, no Lend-Lease, and a German army safely encamped in Moscow on probably peace terms. And all of human history would have been entirely different. So that's simple enough. Morality is in the eye of the army that's doing the fighting. German infantry were lining up Jews in a ditch and shooting them, and they had belt buckles with "God is with us." Right? So, you know, you can argue back and forth about, well, what is a moral war, but morality is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? All war is immoral. War is a result of failure of statecraft, either to deter or to reach reasonable accommodations with each other. And then people like us get to go and fight because our politicians can't do their jobs. So the morality of it is really immaterial. You know, I can say Desert Storm was a moral war, but there are still people out there who will say it's completely immoral. And well, man, it was just West trying to exert influence all over the Middle East because you just want the oil, man. And yeah, fine, whatever. So yeah, not really interesting. Anyway, change subject a little bit. The mystery of the Baltic. Something very odd happened in the Baltic past 36 hours, and I'm just going to run it by people and see what they think. Disclaimer, this is not panic mongering, right? If you come away from what I tell you panicking, you're a bit of a wet wipe. Get a grip of yourself. This is nothing to actually be massively concerned about, but it is rather interesting. And if Hopsy is listening, I wouldn't mind his opinion on it because he was a P3 driver. So, a American nuclear sniffer appeared over the Baltic. This is rather unusual. We don't really see them. They're the sort of aircraft that fly to very odd parts of the world where a foreign power might be conducting a nuclear test. And it's essentially designed to look for those kind of indicators through air sampling and also movement of nuclear material. Why was one over the Baltic? Well, he did a funny patrol plan. It's up on my Twitter account, and he seemed to box in an area of the Baltic. And it was reasonably close to Kaliningrad. And at the time he was doing it, there was an RC-135 up as well, a rivet joint. Rivet joint, for those who don't know, it's an intelligence aircraft, soaks up radar and radio signals. It's also got something called a synthetic aperture radar. And this gives it the ability to map very large areas of ground using a radar and provide photographic level pictures. What were they doing up there? Well, there's a couple of options. First of all, the Russians, having had a core's worth of pretty much for them top line equipment in Kaliningrad, sent a lot of people down south to die. And maybe they have reconstituted this core with Mobics, and shortly they will commence a glorious march into the center of Warsaw for the glory of Mother Russia. Hands up if you can see that happening. No, me either. I'd be quite surprised. What else is in there in Kaliningrad? Short-range ballistic missile systems, systems like Iskander. These were the reason why the treaty on nuclear weapons in Europe kind of fell apart. They can fire conventional versions as well, but these are nuclear weapons primarily, or maybe biological, chemical. I'd have to have a look back. We have seen up to 7 signals intelligence aircraft around Kaliningrad at one stage, up to 7. Now, one RC-135 can map that area. 7 is, you might call it overkill, let's say. But the arrival of this Constant Phoenix was very different because, as I say, we've not really, I think off the top of my head, I've seen it in Europe once, maybe twice. And its concentration over this little pocket, it did fly up and down the Baltic a little bit, but it really seemed to box this area in. Now, what happened after that was a P-8 Poseidon turned up. Now, that's a maritime patrol aircraft. It's got a very good radar on it. It does reportedly have some level of ground mapping capability, but it flew a profile that was one of two things. He'd either found and he was localizing and prosecuting a subsurface contact, a submarine, or he was doing what we used to call ASUW, anti-surface warfare. So he was looking for and monitoring a surface contact. What was coming down from Russia? A Russian oceanographic survey vessel. And off to the east, there is still a Russian trawler. Now, it got a little bit weirder after that because a second P-8 Poseidon, bear in mind, these usually fly for this kind of thing, maybe from the UK because we do have a fleet, or the ones that do the Black Sea normally fly in from the Mediterranean. This one flew in from the States. Flew across the Atlantic, tanked, so he took on fuel, flew kind of the same kind of profile, which was circles, maybe a little drift up to the northeast, then some more circles. And now it looks like he's RTB back to the States in one hop, unless he stops somewhere like Keflavik, maybe, or up in Greenland. That is a huge, huge mission for one maritime patrol aircraft when there are lots and lots of maritime patrol aircraft in Europe belonging to NATO. Why was that P-8 special? Was it a P-8? Says it was a P-8. It's got the tail number of a P-8. Was it a P-8 or was it something else? So some very odd things. Now, this Russian oceanographic survey vessel, it is carrying on a speed of about 9 knots. It looks like it's passed over the area of interest, but the final little nugget of information is all of this was going on very close to Norbout, which is the Scandinavia to Lithuania electrical power undersea cable. Now, isn't that funny? So, nuclear sniffer aircraft, 2 maritime patrol aircraft, 1 probably special purpose, if it was that at all, could have been something else. A Russian oceanographic survey vessel, and a Russian trawler. You tell me.
I don't know if I tell you if we are going to get anywhere close to the to the truth. So it's I kind of listen to you on this one.
You have 1 minute, and I want an explanation because I can't work it out myself. Well, there's a couple of possibilities, but you have 60 seconds.
So, do you want the short version of those 60 seconds? I have 45 seconds left. All right. So maybe they have some intel and they want to check. I don't know. Russians are trying to do something sneaky. I don't know. Probably it is their style, but do they have something really to back that up? I don't know. Probably not. I have a lot of I don't know, Kenny, actually.
I think Bearded and David would agree with me. You'd make an excellent intelligence officer. What's happening? Well, the Russians are bad, and we might know something, and they are very sneaky. But the data doesn't really support any firm conclusions either way. But what we do know, they're up to something.
Well, they are. And we do have Bearded here. So, do you agree with Gunny here? Am I a good intelligence officer?
The art of a good intelligence officer is to appear to say something when in fact you say nothing.
That I can do. Like
there's one thing missing from this, and the one thing that is missing from this is you saying, I have a question. You must have a question about this.
I have a lot of questions about this, but apparently Gani wants answers from me. So uh, I had to um, provide um, my non-answers because I have none. I just have some questions. So yeah, it's funny. Thank you. um, yeah. Maybe Dryfly and Linda and Alan, I'm avoiding you, and next time you have 2 minutes. So just make it really really short until I get to you. Dryfly.
Yeah, I was just going to add to the Comey decision earlier to make it easy for people to kind of claw their way through it. Gunny nailed it pretty much. It isn't an absolute. There are no absolutes. When people ask for absolutes, it's kind of a false question. I would just recommend, if you want to get a grip on it, read up on uh, the writings of a number of people who've written on civil disobedience and nonviolent resistance. The idea is that, yeah, you don't want to have wars, you don't want to have violence, but there are times where it happens. And what are the drivers? Well, it can be a lot of different things. But there's one consistent point, and it's that other means no longer work. And one of the antagonists has determined to use violence and use it as a primary method and use it in ways that are ruthless. And you can see it in history. Uh, Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen. I mean, if you were waiting to decide whether you were going to fight by the time they're marching you to the showers, it's too late. If you were going to wait in Bucha, okay, before they were shooting you, it's too late. So the whole premise on the writings, and you can go back to a number of people that'll make it kind of clear. It starts with the guy Henry David Thoreau on his duty of civil disobedience. You can follow it to Gandhi and Martin Luther King, and to Malcolm X and to Mandela. All of those guys wrote on it. They would all tell you it's better to solve things through peaceful means. But when you don't, then you have to go and use violent methods. That was even proposed by people like Gandhi. Everyone looks at Gandhi and say, oh, he was a pacifist. He had made it clear that if, in the end, nonviolence wasn't going to free India, they would resort to violence. They were not going to stay subjected forever. It was a decision they made. Martin Luther King made the same decision. In fact, his friend Malcolm X argued about where that cutoff should be. Malcolm X was much quicker to go to violent methods than Martin Luther King, but they both shared the same basic philosophy. You use nonviolence, diplomacy, conversation first. Well, in the case of Ukraine, it's pretty obvious. 2014, the Russians were already using violence. It didn't start in February. It had been going on for years. It had been going on in the Donbass. There had already been atrocities. So they crossed that bridge long before. So the idea that somehow that we just all of a sudden woke up in February last year and we're faced with a decision: do we go to war or not go to war? No, that decision was made, 6, 7, 8 years earlier. So I think people need to go and kind of review it. There's a lot of people who claim to be pacifists and they don't even understand what it really means, what the moral and philosophical basis for it. It is the better method when it can be used, but when it can't be used, then you go to the military option and or other violent means. And I will listen.
So how should I put this? We have had here in the space many months prior someone who was, in his former life, he was a fighter, an MMA fighter, if I remember correctly. And he put it really blunt at some point. It's them or me, right? So it's not about something I woke up this morning thinking, how am I going to kill my neighbor? Right? They are in your house. They are attacking you. It is them or yourself. There is no question. And actually, for people who are in US, we have a law of self-defense. So it is a right to defend yourself, right? It's something that is there. So yeah, I totally agree. Linda, you came. Drivefly, you want to add something to this, or I will
No,
go
I was
to.
going to say that's exactly right. And I was going to say, add to it about the story about getting into the house. The thing that the people who come up here and argue that point against it, okay, or always say, well, you should have negotiated with them earlier. You should have negotiated with the person before they came into the house. It was a failure on your part to not have made peace with that other person. No, sometimes you can't make peace with it. And that is what people like Gandhi, I mean, we're talking like the guy that everyone looks at and says the most pacifist person, in the last century. He said there are points and times when violence is the moral imperative. It is not just something you do because you have to, it is the moral choice, because the alternative will result in more deaths, more pain, more suffering. And we saw that in Bucha. We're seeing it in the like Mariupol. And I'm just terrified of what we're going to find after the offensive rolls through the South. We're going to see, I think, just monstrous atrocities by the Russians have committed in the southern part of Ukraine and in the Donbass. It's not something you do because you're being immoral. There comes a point where it absolutely is the moral imperative. You don't go there first. It's not the first choice. You try to find other options, but there are times when other options no longer work. And way before February 2022, it was clear that there were no other options. There was an almost a half a decade of atrocities in the Donbass and in Crimea prior to. So that's the answer I have to people like Homie when they come up and say, where do you draw the line? Well, the line is a bit fuzzy, but in this case, the line was clearly drawn. They were in the house. They were mangling and attacking the recipients, and the time for fighting back had easily come, if not had come sooner. And I will listen so you can get to other people.
The line is at the border, right? The line is at the border.
Well,
So
it's even
yeah.
before that, because they can. I mean, the violence can be economic violence. I mean, there can be a lot of things that can trigger this. The point is that you don't go there first, and Ukraine didn't go there first. They had Maidan where they fought for their own freedom. Then Crimea was invaded, and then the Donbass was invaded, and then finally the whole country was invaded. I mean, at what point do you fight back and fight back really, really hard? Well, they were justified, and the West is justified in supporting them for all of those reasons. And it's really kind of a no-brainer. But if you're looking for justification and you want to sort of find a framework or a roadmap, I would recommend reading Thoreau, reading Gandhi, reading Martin Luther King, reading Malcolm X, reading Mandela, because they all discuss it. Yeah, you try to be passive. If it doesn't work, you have to use violence. And again, I'll listen.
Well, I will go to Linda and then to Alan, who has 2 minutes on the clock, and I'm timing. So, Linda, and then Alan.
Hi, I agree so much with you guys, and yeah, I share your pissed offness. um, and so yes, with your an invader to the house, a great analogy. But also, even if you're walking along the street and some kid is attacked, do you just turn your back, or do you scream for help? Do you intervene any way that you can? Not for the purpose of committing violence against the aggressor, but for the purpose of stopping the aggressor. And if you can stop the aggressor by nonviolent means, then that's what you would do. But if it takes violence in order to suppress violence, then that's your only option, because the other option is just turn your back and ignore it. That I totally agree. Totally immoral. And I've been in this situation multiple times because I was one of 5 women who were protesting in front of the White House for a couple of years and blah, 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 blah. And we got a lot of aggressors against us. And one of the women that came, that kind of tagged along, she showed up maybe, close to half the time. She was in her mid 80s and with a walking stick, and was wearing, she never said anything. She just stood there with a huge cardboard sign around her neck that said, "Nobody is above the law." That's all she did for the time that we were there. We were there every night for about an hour and a half. And she was there about half the time. And there were a couple of times where, since she was old and quiet, she was the target for some aggressors. And we women would be behind her. We would get really, really loud, and we would start trying to crowd out the person that was intimidating her. And I had I'm old. So one of the things that I had is this huge Meinel cowbell with a legitimate cowbell beater. And when you point that at someone from at close range, when you point the open end of that, it's really loud. So I would approach and I would point that and beat it as hard as I could at this guy. I mean, we're in a place where the Secret Service came and intervened and, got the guy away, shoot him off, right? But so I was using the noise of my cowbell as a weapon, right? And quite frankly, if we were in a different spot, if Secret Service had not intervened, I would not have stopped using my cowbell as a physical weapon. Not because I would have done that, but because they could have, if they had pushed this woman down or struck her, she could have died. And that's not okay. So yeah, I agree with you guys. And so I'm a pacifist, but you have to stop the aggression. When there's aggression, when it because for the reason of they're trying to dominate somebody or own somebody, accost somebody for whatever reason, the typical alpha male chimp behavior, then they need to be stopped. And if you can do that by putting up some barrier, then that's what you do. But if you have to use violent methods in order to stop them, then unfortunately, that's what you have to do. Otherwise, everybody dies. Anyway, that's it. I'll shut up now. So I agree with you guys. Bye.
Thank you, Linda. Alan, you're on your 2 minutes now.
Thank you. And I was just going to say, I hope everyone listens to Peter Duran tomorrow morning. And he's not listening, but I hope when he talks about Franklin Roosevelt's fireside chats, he begins in 1932, when Franklin Roosevelt addressed the nation about the Depression and about the banks, because Franklin Roosevelt used radio for years to come close with American people. Radio was a powerful communication device in the 1930s. Churchill used it, and Hitler used it. And also, reactionary Americans used it, like someone named Father Coughlin, who was an isolationist and who favored Nazi Germany. I do wish Twitter was more like radio. I do wish Twitter had the power of radio in the 1930s, but it doesn't. We have limited power, but we have the power of each and every one of you who retweet this space and who make a contribution to support Ukraine by going up into the nest and finding a tweet about the Rubige Rapid Response Unit. I wish you could all do that tonight. And I do hope all of you have an opportunity to listen to MriyaReport every day and on Spotify find the interviews you need to listen to. Thank you, Anda. Thank you for bringing me up, even though I shouldn't be here. And I'll see you tomorrow. Slava Ukraini.
Heroям слава.
Heroям slava.
And actually, I have to say, I did timed you. You had 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You're really good. So, all right. So you can be short. I have proof of that. Thank you very much, Ellen, for everything you did, and for your support for the um, for the Ukrainian people, and for Ukraine, and for the soldiers, and for Fairlane, and for everyone. Um, it really matters, and thank you for putting up time and energy and voice, and protect that voice. We will need it tomorrow. So thank you very much, Ellen. Nick, we have you up again. Welcome up again.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to scold Alan because he, one of the important things we all have to do, and I have a lot of, conversations with fellows about this. We all have to take care of ourselves, because if we don't take care of ourselves, we can't take care of Ukraine, and we can't do whatever it is we need to do. So anyway, that being said, actually, I kind of wanted to go back to some of the previous conversation I was listening to. Yeah, 'cause I had to get some other stuff done. But if you look at, well, and kind of when you look at great leaders, whether they're for good or bad, it boils down to motivation and what do they get out of it, and how do they achieve it. It's, and I'm not Catholic, but it's kind of the 7 deadly sins. But in today's terms, you can pretty much equate it to money, power, and control. I mean, those are sort of the basics. And you can choose to use your money, power, and control for good stuff, or you can choose it to do it for bad. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of younger people who may not, they might have to look up, I think it was Jim Jones, and that was the whole cult thing. I can't remember, it was whatever year it was. But he basically convinced, like, I think 97 people to commit suicide because he was so charismatic and whatever else. And, evil people can do that. But then let's flip it over. Here's President Zelensky. He's charismatic, but he is choosing to use that charisma, that confidence, that whatever for good. He wants to save his country. He's not just going to, get paid off, take a bunch of money and run. Because you know what? That's what a lot of people thought he was going to do. They thought, oh, he's just, and I remember seeing this on Twitter in the earlier days. Oh, he's just going to, do like all the rest of them. He's just lining his pockets and then he'll be out in there. No, he is different. And I think that's one of the reasons why not only Ukrainians, but the rest of the world, because they see that Ukraine wants to be free. They're not going to allow Russia to do the awful things to the country. Well, they've already done so many, but they're not going to be under that rule again. And the biggest thing I see over and over again, when you ask Ukrainians, why are you fighting? It's because they don't want their children to be under Russian rule. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
Thank you.
No, that's
I will let Prince answer in a second, but you're 100% correct, and I will put it this way: there are some countries which, by this is how history went. They can kind of expanded, and there are some countries which kind of defended. One of the things that we discussed, I think, the other day here in the space was about language and the diversity of language in Ukraine. And Nick was here, Nick Brown, and he mentioned the fact that there are 18 languages recognized in Ukraine. And after that, he had to recognize the fact that Romania has 20. But the thing is, the reason our countries have so many recognized languages is because we were attacked a lot. We were under attack a lot. We had a lot of other countries and nations and populations coming and going from our territories. And some of the people remained and took hold of, how should I put this? Made this land their own, not in a bad way, but in a good way, like seeing the countries as their own. We have Ukrainians in Romania who are working here. There is a community of about 50,000 Ukrainians who live in 2 regions in Romania. And we also have a community of Romanians who live in Ukraine, because our countries border each other, and the border shifted back and forth during the years. We have Hungarian people a lot. We have Greeks, we have Jews, we have Tatars. So a lot of other nationalities, a lot of other languages which are spoken on our lands. So we know this is not the first time when Ukraine was invaded, when Ukraine was attacked. And the languages which are spoken on the land actually bear testimony to this in both of our countries. So this is why it's easier for me to relate and understand, because we have had the same thing, right? So you have to fight for your independence, fight for your land, fight for your family. It's when people say, and when I say it's now or never, it's now or never. Like it's of course it's gonna be peace after that, and of course 100 years, 200 years from now, there is a possibility to have another war with someone else. It doesn't matter. To get 200 years from now, you have to win this one, right? To get to live to tomorrow, you have to live today. There is no skipping. You cannot skip days. You cannot skip a war because you don't like it, and you don't like fighting, and you don't like this and that. We were lucky. Actually, I don't think we realize how lucky we were, because Europe and United States and Australia and other parts of world were at peace for many years. So you will have a generation who didn't fought, right? My parents were born after the war, and they are now both at an age in which they won't fight unless unless necessary, right? They are over 70. So you have had an entire generation of people who didn't have to fight. We had a booming economy, peaceful environment, and some of our countries kind of forgot that you have to prepare, right? So um, in order to be free, freedom is paid in blood. It has always been paid in blood, and we should never forget that it was paid in blood. Even if even my without an if, even my freedom of speech was paid in blood, because we had a revolution. People actually died in that revolution in order for me to be able to be here in the space, to listen to whatever I want, to be able to speak my mind. So in order to, whenever you're getting a coffee, like Kure said, think of your freedom of going out on the street, of doing whatever you want today, and maybe spare a moment in helping others, and in a moment of gratitude of what you really have, and how your nation, your region, your parents got there, right? It wasn't always easy for everyone. We are the lucky ones, but we must not forget to be grateful for what we have, and to also be to offer a helping hand. To offer a helping hand. I see Word Doggo is trying to Word Doggo is trying to come up and speak with us. Word Doggo is Ukrainian. So I will send him an invite in order to see if I can bring him up. I see him connecting and spinning. So success, he is up. So Nick, I will give you the opportunity to respond, and then I will go to Word Doggo.
No, please let him go ahead.
All right. Welcome up, Word Doggo, and good morning.
Morning. Mordogo has his coffee and now can communicate as human, but not as Chewie from the Star Wars. On freedom, human life, and the red lines, that's been a little bit of a discussion here. You know, my parents from my early childhood always told me, in constitutions of many countries is officially stated that human life is the biggest value, and they always told me tell this to the guys whom you're giving a case and sending to Afghanistan. That was the time when I was the kid, and that was the challenge that they seen in front of them, many wars that Soviet Union have started. And today with the war in Ukraine, I have the same question, but if Afghanistan was occupational attempt of Soviet Union, by the way, very similar to what they were trying to do in Kiev in the early days of February 2022, same as in Afghanistan. They have planned the paratroopers operation, and I have a couple of friends who are actually they were this crazy Spetsnaz, as it's called, who were like uh, assaulting the palace of the president of Amin. At those times, they were thinking they were bullshitted that they're doing something right, as the state propaganda was part of the army political uh, political positions, political items who were like in the army, and they were responsible for all the bullshit they were really spreading in the army as well. Same, like if you try to put this on current things going in Ukraine, tell those guys whom the country is giving weapons and sends to defend their own land, that people life is the biggest value comparing to freedom. Comparing to freedom is the word missing in all of this formula, and exactly this is the when you put freedom in this formula, that's exactly how all the meaning starts, because people freedom, people lives is the biggest values for um, for every country, of course. And about the red lines that here previously have been mentioned, drawing the red lines with Russia, first you need to accept that Russia takes your kids. That's exactly what's happening in Ukraine, because I recently I was mentioning the thing related to demographics and overall the impact of the forced replaced people that Russia have caused on the demographics, and this is the thing that in the future will definitely be studied and will have proper how to call it, properly evaluated as the part of the genocidal war that Russia conducts against Ukraine. And if you fit kidnapping kids and this kind of middle age instrument to gain population to your country, that fits the genocidal mechanism of the war that Russia has started. So drawing the lines with Russia, first accept that your kids go to Russia. That's the problem, and that's the craziness of the situation. I hope I get myself clear.
I think you did. And I think everyone understands. In as in my previous analogy with someone coming into your house unannounced, and besides tossing and beating everyone up and doing bad things to everyone, is taking your kids and moving them into their home and telling them, you know, this is your home right now. You had bad parents. We're gonna raise you as good people. Yeah, no. I will not. I will not stand for that. Like really, I will not stand for that. I will fight against any of that, and I fight with what I have, right? No one. When I say fight here, the space, I'm not talking about fighting per se. Ukraine never said, no one said actually, come in and fight instead of us. They said, give us what we need to win this. So it's actually that easy, right? What I can bring is support, because I look at myself in the mirror and I ask, what can I do? Just like Kure, right? We each, this is why I understand him very well, because it's something that you can do at any age. What can I do? How can I help? One of the things that I'm good at is talking. No, you didn't see that coming, I'm sure. So I will talk. I will tweet and retweet. I will donate part of my money. It's the easiest and simplest things that I can do to support Ukraine. My country is already supporting Ukraine, and my political system is not easy to bend, but actually I'm pleased they are going in the right direction, at least. So I don't have to go out in the streets and protest. We are kind of, there is kind of an, I want to say this, actually. I want to say this. So there was, at some point, there was an action, a movement around mid last year, I don't know, when there was a campaign to go and plant seeds of sunflowers in front of the Russian embassy, right? So no one show up in Romania, like. This is because people didn't actually see the point of this, not because they don't support Ukraine. So sometimes some people's actions cannot be according to the flow, according to the things that you expect, and we are maybe less inclined of clapping everyone and patting our backs. This is not our style. So look, we did great, this is what was awesome, let's do this again. No, really, no. But when push comes to shove and you need food for the people coming in from Ukraine, people actually chipped in, and money were delivered to the centers which were providing food for the people who came from Ukraine, who went further. There are still centers here in Romania which host Ukrainians. There were Russian speaking people who went there and helped them adjust, because Romanian language is different, very different from Ukrainian and from Russian, actually. So people did what they saw as being practical, physical help for Ukraine. So sometimes you can see, you can interpret that as apathy, but actually people are more practical, right? Does it help anyone? No, it's a gesture, yes. It's it's a nice to have, but we don't have time for that. I'm talking about the flowers in front of Russian embassy. What can we do actually to make a difference, and be practical about them? And this actually lies also in the fact that we were really poor at some point in life, and we do understand that the people who are fleeing Ukraine are not, some of them are rich, I will not refute that. But most of them are not. Most of them need clothes for their children and money to pay for rent and for food and for other stuff. So they need very basic practical stuff to help here. So it was not high on our list to go in front of the um, Russian embassy. What was here, and I have to say this word, Dogo, I will share that picture with you. It was priceless. In the first days of war, after the first days of war, some artists came together and they made a very big banner, um, which was a copy of another one. Um, it was red. It was with Putin's face. Half of the face was a skeleton. I think you're familiar with that. And they raised that banner up on the street, um, in front of the Russian embassy, like right in front of it. If you would drive past the Russian embassy, you will see right in front of it this big red banner with his face, with his hideous face. Um, and it stood there for months. It was paid, so you have to pay the municipality in order to be allowed to expose something, and you have to get a permit. But it was actually on municipality land, so on in the city, outside the gates um, of the embassy, and it was like a badge. Who is living there? Well, uh, yeah, this is the picture that you should remember. Who is living there? Who is ruling Russia?
Yeah, and what's with the face? Any troubles with the face idea? Russians having Kiev in 2 days? Yeah, banners is our crush. I think I saw somewhere in the open media there was uh, there was mentioned that the first days of war, why Russia thought that they have destroyed all the air fleet of Ukraine equipment because Ukraine was using banners of the destroyed air fleet bunkers that Ukraine was putting above the air fleet bunker. So like putting the banners like yes, you hit, you destroyed, and they were thinking that they have destroyed. That was somewhere in the open media telling something. Yes, banners matters.
Yeah, they do. They actually do. Um, Kure, I saw you come. You came back up, and then we have Nick with her hand up.
Well, thank you. You know what's difficult. You have so many very interesting people who come to comment, and when I want to begin with a certain theme, and in between while I'm listening, you have so many very uh, influential and informative people who come on board that I get a bit distracted. And I don't know if so. My theme was tonight. I spoke a little bit earlier with Alex about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours earlier, and so on. But one thing that came up in my thoughts were, what about Belarus? Belarus, a country about of 11 million people, who had a you know well a an election not too long ago, and uh, they were expropriated, or they lost it. Well, I wouldn't say they didn't lose it. They were rejected by Timoshenko. And the winner's wife had when the winner's husband was I think he's probably still in prison, but the winner's wife became a refugee and a government in exile, and we haven't heard too much about them. And one thing I think some of you know, I'm an American. I'm Minnesotan. I know a couple languages, but I was a railroad employee. And a few years ago, well, I'm not sure of the timeline exactly. I'd have to look back to give you an exact amount. And there was a bit of protest in Belarus, a country of 11 million people, who were resisting the influence of Russia, sabotaging railroad lines. And I know something about that because I worked in the railroad industry for about 25 to 30 years. So my thought is, that being said, what is going on? I mean, Timoshenko, I mean, early, let's be
May I
clear.
may I interject a bit?
Yes, of course.
So, what we should not forget is that what's happening right now in Belarus, what you see as their leaders, is not necessarily their people's option, right?
Genau.
They they really fought back. They didn't succeed. So their Maidan basically didn't succeed. So they that was one part, and the second one was that during the first days of invasion, you have seen three things in Belarus that you have to recognize, and I'm not talking about Lukashenko. So one, some of their generals resigned, saying that they are not gonna support this. They are not gonna stand. They are not gonna stay in the army. Seeing that, for example, one example that I have in mind is a guy who said, I always looked up at um, um, I'm sorry, I muted you because it's distracting. Um, he said, I always looked up at what's the name of the two brothers who are fighters, who are one of them is the mayor of Kiev with a K. Klitschko. So this is what he said. He said he followed them. He looked up to them, and he said, I cannot fight against them. So he resigned, and he was not the only one. So this was the first or second day after the invasion in Ukraine. After the invasion started in 24th of February. Another thing that happened was to see some of the railways which were sabotaged, and that also was a help, and that was from the resistance. And we have to recognize that there are people who help there. So we should not put all of them in one pot. I do blame the ones who are helping Russians. They should not. They do have an option. So what I learned in those first days when I read about that general was that they not being at war and not being in a state of war, they have this option of resigning. So they can actually resign from their army because they are employees. So it's not about conscripting, it's about being paid by the state in order to do something. And you can actually say, no, I will not. So I do blame them for that, but not all of them. So this is the fine line I wanted to kind of mention, if that makes sense. I will give an opportunity to speak to War Dogo, actually, Kure, because he is from Ukraine, and I think he has a view on what's happening in Belarus,
Well,
closer than us
Is not
both.
is not in
me.
particular about
I'm,
my.
I'm not. I'm not Belarusian. So
I know you're not Belarusian. I said you have a view on that. So I said you have a view on that, as they are your neighbors, and you
It
maybe
was not
know.
me talking. Apologize. It was not me.
Ah, okay, sorry.
thank you. I do have a view because I have people who I know who are from Belarus. I mean, they are like Finns. They have the banya, the sauna, and 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 it- and which is kind of pitiful. I'm an American from north Minnesota, and nobody knows about these people. I mean, they are a good country, and somehow I became entwined with people who are from that area. This is what I want to say: they are good people. They
Some of
um,
them.
they tried to if you look at their history through after the split up of the Soviet Union at 90s and so on, um, they made an effort, and even Tomashenko made a little bit of a sort of a sort of a move toward the West. Some during the 90s and 2000s.
But Lukashenko, so the current leaders are not. So the current leaders, we have to say this, right?
Genau.
The current leaders are standing by Russia.
Genau. Exactly. And this grieves me because, I mean, we have many people who have at one point in early on in Tomashenko's regime sort of made a move to the West to economically and so on, and then when things got tough, he went to the East, and it truly grieves me because
So I will
well,
tell you something. I will tell you something. And then I will go to work, Dogo and Nick, Chris, and Helsinki fella, just to because they have their hands up. So what I want to say is that Belarusian um, Belarusian history is similar to other countries, right? Similar to Ukraine, similar to Moldova, similar to Georgia. So what you have seen is that those people have had rulers who supported Russia, who were friends with Russia, and rulers who didn't. And what we have right now as a ruler of Belarus is a person who is supporting Russia. So this is why we push back on them, right? Because when the ruler is supporting Russia, and when you don't see people coming up in the streets, fighting back, pushing back on that, you kind of ask yourself, okay, what are you doing? Why are you not pushing back? So this is one of the things. It's a big discussion. Why not? Um, let's do it this way, Kure. Let's let other people discuss this, because I'm sure they want, and I will get back to you. Would that be okay? All right. So, War Doggo, you're up next, and then Nick, Chris, and Helsinki.
Look, on Belarus, uh, they're very good people, but Russia did a very good job to vanish their identity through the Soviet Union. That's why you don't know them. That's why you didn't know Ukraine. That's why you didn't know Ukrainians. We were actually one country in the earliest ages, which was the Great Lithuanian Duchy, where actually current lands of Belarus, Baltics, Ukraine, Poland were actually one big state. And if in those times you like ask people if they are happy living that land, I'm pretty sure, at least from what I've been reading, people were happy living that land. That's why uh, we have our similarities, but unfortunately, with the Soviet Union being a horrible social experiment, uh, vanishing the identities and creating the average Soviet person who does not remember its history, and it reads falsified history of Soviet Union with the books that are written in the Soviet Union, glorifying the Soviet Union. That's actually the way how you lose your identity. That's why many people don't know Belarus. Since 1999, when Belarus have signed with Russia the unity agreement. Unity means unity agreement that they were like creating their own like uh, over the state organization that works for the unity of two countries. Ukraine escaped doing that, found different ways how to avoid doing that, but Belarus did. And for me, it was already a signal that hey, if you read that document, you don't need a lot. Just go and read Unity Agreement 1999 between Belarus and Russia. Russia already since 1999 could use Belarus as the uh, land where Russia can move their army freely. And that was already, like, not a signal, but already as a fact that Belarus is done. Let's call it that way. Is only a matter of time if it's going to happen fast or is going to happen pretty slowly, and like boiling the frog would take just longer. When I saw recently the protests against the election, so-called election in Belarus, against so-called president of Belarus, Lukashenko, when I saw that people are taking off their shoes, going to standing on the benches protesting, saying, hey, you see how civilized and polite we are, fighting against the regime, I said to myself, no, you don't fight the regime like that. Unfortunately, you cannot avoid uh, the the losses if you fight the regime like that. And that was, for instance, uh, what we were discussing recently from time, like once, I will not say from time to time, once discussing with guys from Kalinovsky battalion who are fighting on the territory of Ukraine. And they were always that they were telling that you cannot imagine how strong the regime in Belarus and is not that easy to fight. They said, like, for instance, Ukraine was fighting the regime in 2004, in 2013. And my argument was that unfortunately, the society didn't get yet to the state to understand that you need to take everything to fight the regime back. Otherwise, the regime just simply gets stronger. And in the future, you will just, unfortunately, have to fight harder that regime that becomes stronger. So, is a good question how long you have to wait. and how much more, then you will have to pay. That's unfortunately the reality, and that's the thing we were discussing with the guys from Belarusian Kalinovsky battalion who are fighting in Ukraine. That's actually a thing. And one story about Klitschko. Once being in Kiev, in the restaurant eating food, Klitschko came to that restaurant. The older guy, Vitaly Klitschko, who is the mayor of Kiev, came to the restaurant. And when you're looking the sportsman during the TV show, when he's like in the sport event, I mean, you see the guy, but you don't imagine how big the guy is. Actually, he came to the restaurant with two bodyguards, but I had a feeling like he left his bodyguards in front of the entrance of the restaurant, but I had a feeling that he took his bodyguards from the pocket, and he put them on the ground. That was looking like the bodyguards versus Klitschko. And my personal, how to call it, measurement was like, I was like looking at him like from 5 meters. His fists are like my head, really. Hammerman, or no, Dr. Hammer is his brother, is a nickname. That's the story about Klitschko. Thanks. Hug and love from Ukraine.
Thanks for Dogo. Mockers, good morning. Welcome up.
Good morning, my lovely.
Good morning. We have had a very interesting discussion this morning. I lost Kure, and right now it was about Belarus. I have some hands, so we have Nick, Helsinki, and Chris. Nick?
Hi, sorry. I was distracted for a minute. One thing, and it is like way past my bedtime. I know everybody else in the world's getting up, but just so you know. One thing to point out, I mean, a lot of Europeans have gone through a lot of crossover stuff, with wars, and because, it's so old and cross border and different fighting. Well, one thing here in the United States, and this is, I think a lot of Americans have a hard time because, for the size of the United States, we have states bigger than countries. And so that's why it's sometimes, I think, difficult for Americans to understand. Although I have to point out the fact that, I mean, my grandparents, who I've never known, and I didn't even know my father spoke Italian until I was 14, because we had so many immigrants over so many decades and centuries at different times that we have everybody here. But yet sometimes they hide their heritage, to get a job or do whatever, or learn not to have an accent. And that's one thing about Europe that it's like, well, and it's become more prevalent here in the United States, is the fact, be proud of your heritage, be proud of who you are, and fight for your country. And, don't, just so you were occupied by that country before doesn't mean you need to be again. Let the true culture and the true people be the loudest voice, and don't let anybody stomp on you. But I mean, I can go to how many cities in this country, in the United States, and there are neighborhoods where, okay, you better be this if you're going to go into this neighborhood, or you better be that, or this, or whatever. Because that's where it's the same. I mean, the language, whatever. But and I'm just trying to explain that I think that's why a lot of Americans can't do that association to Europe, because we have a lot more space, and so we're a lot more spread out, and so we're not as close. And it's like, I mean, we were in Germany, and my husband made a wrong turn, and we ended up in Austria. And I said, honey, see that sign? I think we better turn back. It doesn't work that way here. So just trying to explain some of the differences. But anyway, I'm off to bed. Thank you very much for listening. And I appreciate all of you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. I will also hop down from the co-host seat. I will let Will come up and co-host with Mockers. It was a really, really awesome discussion. I enjoyed this morning a lot. So thank you everyone for coming up, for interacting with us, for contributing. It was really awesome. Thank you very much. And thank you for everything you're doing for Ukraine. I really care about it. I really want it to be free and independent and prosperous. So yeah, I'm pushing to support it. Thank you. I will drop now, and will come up. Chris, I think you can safely start talking in the meantime, and welcome up. Glad to see you.
Good morning, Anda. Well, I was hoping that you wouldn't disappear before I could say hello to you. I hope you're well. It's great to hear you. And obviously, good morning to Mockers and War Doggo and everybody else that's around as well. And I think I'm going to sort of like leave the Belarusian comments to those that know better than me, like you and War Doggo. But actually, I just wanted to, if I may, pick up on a bit of a theme, and I shall call it the Ukrainian sun rising. I shall call it, and obviously, as the Ukrainian sun rises, the Russians are falling. So I just wanted to actually just catch our American friends before they all disappear off. And just let you know a couple of things that are happening with the Ukraine pavilion, which I don't know how much you know about that, and the Ukraine pavilion that we're planning at the security and cybersecurity show in September. And the reason I wanted to just mention it before our American friends all go to bed is that that things shift to America this weekend, actually, interestingly. So I discovered that there are, in fact, 2 Ukrainian delegations in America at the minute. There's one in San Francisco and there's one in Maryland. The Maryland one is like basically Ukrainian startups, and the San Francisco one, not totally sure actually of the purpose of it, but I know there's one there, and I know that they will be going to a conference in San Francisco called the RSA conference. So we have people going from the UK, from the organisers, to the RSA conference, and they're meeting with some of the Ukrainian cybersecurity companies and that we've been talking to about the September Ukraine pavilion. So yeah, so that was the main thing I wanted to say. And just to comment on what Nick is saying, you know, one of the things that I feel is that sort of one of the mistakes, if you like, that Putin and Russia has made is that he's forgotten that all around the world there are people that had to flee from Russia, and particularly in America. And Nick is sort of saying, well, okay, yeah, America is huge and it's spread out, but there are these enclaves of people that have had to flee Russia and are now in America. And they're not forgetting, I don't think, what the Russians have done to them and their families and that. And I believe that that's one of the reasons why we have great support from our friends in America. And then just quickly back to the Ukraine pavilion, just to say we had a fabulous week of meeting very high up people in Ukraine and that. So we've got a lot of support from some great people. And I'm glad to have caught you even briefly. Thank you.
I came back for you. So I'm here, I'm listening.
Thank you very much. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, we dragged her back from beyond. She was off to have a breakfast or a nap or something, but we do that to people all the time, don't we, Andy?
Yes, you do sometimes. So I have my milk and cookies. Actually, this is what I'm having today. I'm out of Lent period, and I'm how do you say, I'm splurging. So one of the things that I enjoy eating in the morning are milk and cookies. So life is much brighter. I can attest to that. Life is much brighter if you have some milk and cookies. It gives you some. Actually, you want to, if you don't have the numbers, I can actually.
You do have the numbers.
You do have the numbers. Let's hear the numbers.
Excellent stuff. Right. So yeah, they like to get up early to give us the numbers these days. I can only imagine that they've got something on. So let me see. Scores on the doors are the 22nd of April. We have 680 liquidated personnel, so still keeping on with that average. 4 tanks, 4 armoured personnel vehicles, 5 artillery systems. Now this one's interesting. 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems. I wonder where they found those. 5 vehicles and fuel tanks. Oh, I missed out 4 UAVs, but most exciting and making up for the fact that there wasn't any the other day, we have 3. Yes, 3 special equipment. So I'm happy. Even though I'm half asleep. Sorry, yawning on you. It's difficult to be excited in the middle of a yawn, but I'm still very happy about that situation.
And if you're happy, I'm happy, mockers. You know that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say anything to cheer you up, but I just realized I forgot to send some pictures with some taps. I have a small problem here. I will be right back.
No worries, Anda. You do whatever you need to do. Oh gosh, I tell you what, I've attracted all the soldiers. When I say soldiers, we put it in inverted commas. You know, when people send you messages and they go, "Oh, thank you so much for helping Ukraine. Now please give us your bank account details." Yeah, got about 6 of them this morning. Good fun, good fun. So yeah, strange but true.
Actually, so I'm sorry, I have to say this, but
You go.
since I changed my avatar, and it's not very clear for people. So in Romania, the name is unmistakable, a girl's name, but in other countries, just a name. And the avatar is not very clear what it is behind the name. So I got a lot since I changed it. I got a lot of girls from various parts of the world messaging me about if I can help them in some capacity or another. So I don't know to say which was better, the prior the yellow dress or this one, but it's fun. It's actually really, really fun.
Well, it's amazing how many of them have time to, chat on the internet. That's all I can say. Yeah. We have some stuff going on, which I can talk to you about, believe it or not. Would you believe I actually had it right in front of me and then it disappeared? Thank you, there it is. Now, this is due to the lovely Iwana. She's passed me this information this morning. So, this is something which we have talked about before, but only really in passing, that some of this ammunition that appears to be being brought from Russia to the battlefield, little bit of it appears to be disappearing along the way. And I have a feeling there's some sticky fingers, because a senior Russian police officer from Smolensk has been charged with trying to smuggle a weapon and grenades from the battlefield back into Russia. This was detected at a border checkpoint, and he now faces a lengthy jail sentence. So I do remember this fellow being arrested on the border with a handful of grenades, or a bag full of grenades. Normal stuff. So the What About Rostov Telegram channel reports that a criminal case has been opened against Police Major Alexander Yefimov. He is the head of Department Number 5 of the State Traffic Inspectorate, take a breath, of the Ministry of Internal Affairs for the Smolensk region. He is reported to have returned from a military trip to the Luhansk People's Republic with, and I don't know which souvenir shop he got them in, but an AK-74 assault rifle, 28 cartridges of 5.45mm caliber, and 4 RGD-5 fragmentation grenades. They were concealed in a bag in his luggage compartment of his Kamaz truck. According to What About Rostov, the cache was discovered by border guards in February when the truck was leaving the Special Military Operation Zone for the Rostov region and was stopped for checks at the Donetsk checkpoint. However, it was not known until very recently who the bag belonged to. Yefimov was identified and charged on the 19th of April with 2 offences of illegal acquisition, transfer, storage and transportation of weapons and explosive devices. He now faces up to 8 years imprisonment. Well, at least he didn't, talk badly about the war, otherwise he would have ended up with what, 10, 25? Anyway, it's not clear who supplied the weapons or why Yefimov sought to smuggle them into Russia, where firearms and explosives are strictly controlled. And they would likely have been very valuable on the black market. No joke. So this case is just one of an apparent surge in weapons smuggling along the Russian-Ukrainian border. It was also reported on the 19th of April, that border guards near the Kubyshevo Avtorodozny. Oh, right. There's too many consonants in that word, so you're just going to have to pretend you know it. Anyway, at this checkpoint, they found a cache of 12 F1 and 5 RGD-5 grenades, which are the fragmentation ones, and 15 fuses. So plans with them. The following day, it was then reported that a 30-year-old mobilized soldier named Islam M, just M, from that Kabardino-Balkaria, from there, had been arrested on the Rostov-Taganrog highway with 10 TNT bombs and 2 fuses in his car. So you can see this isn't just an isolated incident. There was 3 that we mentioned just there. So these incidents come against the background of a sharp rise in violent crime in Russia, involving firearms and explosives, even though they're strictly controlled in Russia. Wow, I wonder how that's happened. And especially in the border regions such as Rostov. Well, it's a funny thing, isn't it? That they're... oh, hello, I've generated some hands. Yeah, that they're getting caught out smuggling this stuff back over the border into Russia. I think we should help them with that. We should do some more. Here, have plenty of, things that you can cause chaos with at home. Feel free. I think that works for me. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Marcus. Yeah. Do you think revolution might be coming? Is that what you're thinking about? Is it? Yeah.
Not really. No, not revolution. Just chaos. I think.
Okay.
It starts
Okay.
that way.
Chaos. Right. Good. It's sort of like makes me very curious. This, I mean, obviously, somebody from Ukraine will explain to me better, but it's a very long border, isn't it? That border with Ukraine and Russia, and like I don't know. Perhaps somebody can tell me in that. Like, does it have a fence or something like all the way along it? I'm just curious. I'm trying to mentally walk along the border in my mind and try and get a bit of a view of what it's like. Is it a big high fence or a wall all the way along, or is it actually should we say easier to cross? Perhaps War Doggo will tell us. Yeah, but it's very curious, isn't it? You can go one way with arms and ammunition and in army trucks, but you can't go the other way. I don't know. I'm just struggling with the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens. They have tight gun controls at home, and that does mean that only the people who are authorized carry guns, and everybody else is subjugated by them. So I think that's part of the process. Andrew, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go to War Doggo because I think he might have an answer for Chris.
Yeah. If you ask, for instance, Russian volunteer battalion who is fighting for Ukraine against Russian, yeah, there are Russians who are fighting against Russians. They would probably tell you that is possible to go back and to make some stuff in Russia. And to mockers, I've sent a video. Exactly the project that is called Ukrainian Witness have recorded a video with Russian volunteers who are in Ukraine fighting against Russia, and it's like 15 minutes video, I think, and it's like he's exactly answering your question, guys, about like how it could happen and from where it is there, because there are some guys who are, yes, in Russia who don't like things going, and They even join Ukrainian forces to fight their former co-citizens because they don't support the things going. If you want to know a good Russian, yes, that's exactly an example of a good Russian. A part of those where grenades are coming from the drones, they're also good. That's my point.
Can I just ask you about the border there? I'm going to assume that the entire border is not fenced. Is that correct?
Before the war in 2014, practically in many places there was no border at all. There was just the field, and here is the mark that is Ukraine, and here is the mark that is Russia. I mean, only after 2014, Ukraine understanding that Russia is advancing in proxy warfare against Ukraine. They start the process of the process is called, if my memory doesn't fail me, border demarcation or something like with Russia. And actually today, two armies are standing in front of each other, and like that is defense, if we may say so. But if you are military, like for instance, these Russians, many of them are ex-militaries. They know the way. That's how it works, probably. And if you see, they had many videos in the past. They were recording in Belgorod, in Bryansk, I think, in Krasnodar. They were recording the videos saying they're the Russians who came to fight Russians. It's a good informational warfare content, and it makes Russians bottom hurt, and what hurts Russian, good for Ukraine.
Absolutely. Anda, go ahead.
So, on the lines of what hurts Russia, it's good for Ukraine. Uh, one fun fact. So, Russia had this Project K, right? Which meant bringing people from jail, um, bringing them to the front lines, have them fight for 6 months, and then be free. This looks like, first and foremost, this is something like in ancient times when you have to fight for your freedom as a gladiator or something. Like I don't know, look at you how you die, and yeah. But apart from that, the 6 months are up, right? They are long up. So a lot of the guys who were joining the army or the Wagner groups as soldiers and survived, they went back. And they weren't good people before the war, and I very much doubt they are after the war. So, what were they good before the war? Well, something that put them into jail. Some of them were trained to steal. Let's put it this way, right? So now you have some people who were trained to steal, which are now trained in guns and know the inner workings of the Russian army and the Wagner groups and who to pay and how to do it. So if you put everything together, you have more corruption, more stealing, more um, yeah, they just uh, they just fixed themselves uh, up for more trouble, and that actually is very very good for Ukraine, because first and foremost those people have no interest in going back on the front lines. Second of all, they are depleting the Russian army and the Wagner groups, and whatever they steal and smuggle back in Russia, um, it's one less weapon, one less bullet um, in Russian hands to kill Ukrainians. So that's actually excellent for Ukraine, and I'm really really happy they had this brilliant idea. Um, like everything's going according to plan. I don't know why. So everything is going according to plan. Everything it's just as it should be, right? So they are doing everything just the way it should be. It's really funny. It's really really funny. If you look up at the implications of what they did and what they do have right now in their own country. Great job. Great job. Keep it up. Keep it up. Yeah. I'm
Thank you very much, Anda. Well, we had a race there. Who am I going to go to for, Chris or Prince? I better go with Prince. She feeds me good information. Prince, and then Chris.
Yeah, interestingly, it's a slightly different, but sort of the same. Um, Speaking of prisoners being taken out of prison. Oh, good God, am I getting tired? Anyway, prisoners being taken out of prison to fight in Ukraine. You guys can laugh at me; it's okay. Um, I found an article today. I read an article today about the prisoners that they have been taking with HIV. Um, and it's very interesting. This guy that they interviewed, who is in a under Ukrainian care as a prisoner now, um, he said that once he got put into a Russian prison, they changed his medication to something that didn't seem like it was as effective. And he was afraid that he wasn't getting the treatment that could help him. And so Wagner came to recruit him, and part of the promise was that he would get better HIV treatment and pardoned in 6 months. So he thought, he'll go and get better antivirals and fight for the mercenary group for 6 months and then be freed. Well, now he's in a Ukrainian prison, but we know that they treat their prisoners pretty well. So he chose to do that. Of course, he's now been taken captive by the Ukrainians, and he's afraid of being returned in a prisoner swap. But in some ways, he thought, I could spend 10 years in prison here and have a very slow death, or I could have a quick death, even though Wagner promised him better antiviral meds, which, by the way, he never got. And his thought was that he chose a quick death. Regardless, he is now being well taken care of in a Ukrainian prison for prisoners of war, and afraid that he will be returned to Russia and what might happen to him if he does. but I just think it's interesting also that they are promising things that they're not keeping, which of course we know. It's not a surprise, but it's one story that I don't know, maybe it's because I have had a lot of friends with HIV and AIDS. It's one story that really caught my attention, and I thought that bringing a little light to it wouldn't hurt. And since Anda brought up taking prisoners out to fight in Ukraine, I would dig this out from a couple of days ago and share that with you also. It's all an interesting game they play to try to get people to fight, and I agree. In the long run, what they're doing is they're damaging their own community if any of these people make it back. We've heard stories already of people who have done their time with the Wagner Group and survived, which is quite the accomplishment in and of itself. But having gone back to Russia, and to begin with, they were murderers and in prison for murder, and then you've put them in a war zone for a while, and then you send them back into society, and lo and behold, they murder somebody else. It's just not a good plan. So I just thought I would share that and add to another crazy thing.
Thanks, Prince. I mean, the other thing you've got to notice too is that Wagner will tell people anything, right? That primarily, if they had their druthers, they'd basically just take anybody with HIV out and probably shoot them in the head and just leave them behind. But clearly, they want the bodies, so they'll lie and tell them essentially anything, knowing that their life expectancy is basically nothing. And yeah, I mean, it just shows the continued disdain for people and humanity that that they have. But thanks, Prince. And you probably are fading, young lady. So you might want to go get a bit of a nap time. Otherwise, those birds are going to wake you up very earlier. Chris, and then we'll go back to War Doggo. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Will, how are you? Yeah, it sounded a bit like a rock and a hard place decision, all of that, isn't it, for them? But yeah, I just wanted to thank War Doggo actually, but because for the border thing, I remember once in a sort of an idle moment, if you like, I followed the border all the way round, and I counted that there were approximately 10 like road crossing entrances on the border, and 2 or 3 maybe train and entries, if you like, which I thought was quite interesting because actually it wasn't that many to block. But as I thought as well, there's probably a lot of open land in between these points and that, which is I don't know. To me, it's just all rather curious anyway.
War Doggo, you had your hand up, but you took it down. You're the only person that I'll let get away with that. But if you want to go ahead, please do.
Thanks. Thanks, dear. No, the point that Prince was mentioning on HIV and AIDS and hepatitis, that's really a true thing because a part of seeing it and just in the open media, many friends were also saying that they, how to call it, these guys, prisoners from Russia, they have kind of, let's call it marking, okay? They have this different color rubber belts on their hands that mean like one color is if the prisoner has got the HIV or the prisoner has got the hepatitis, for instance, they have like a different color, and yeah, that's the true thing. And you can imagine how desperate one has to be in order like going for such measures as like uh, recruiting the prisoners and then promising them free life independently from what kind of different crimes they were doing in their previous life. What could go wrong, right? You put the guy who was sentenced for some horrible things. You put him on the battlefield for half a year, and then you bring him back to the society, right? Sounds like fantastic plan. What could screw up, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, it does. It sounds lovely, and well, it's just one of those things. It's a bit of a yeah. They've done it to themselves. That's the unfortunate thing. They've allowed it to go on and to get to this point. And well, society, it's a very strange situation there. Coming up later today, I believe we may have, what day is it today? It's Saturday. Don't mind me. I'm a little bit behind with my life. So today, coming up later, we have Stories of Freedom from Peter Doran. Now, this particular one will be about the secret of Lend-Lease. I think we all know that Peter knows his history very well. And so he's going to be giving us a little chat about that. And then a bit later on, we have track ruts. And I believe we have Bearded Brit here, who's maybe going to be joining in with the track rut section. Is that correct, Bearded?
Hello, everybody. Yes, just
Hello,
wanted to make everybody aware that we have the track ruts segment tomorrow, or today in your case. So that's 1800 Kiev, 2000 Kiev, 1800 UK, 1300 in East Coast, and 0700 for myself. So if I'm bothering to get up to listen to Peter and then participate in track ruts at such an ungodly hour on a Saturday, I look forward to seeing everybody there. Myself and Angry Ants, we've had a bit of a chat. Some interesting information regarding the 9 manoeuvre brigades, and we've got a few ideas about that and what the task composition and organisation could mean for what's about to happen in the coming weeks. That's it.
Oh, that sounds quite interesting and exciting. So thank you very much for that, Bearded. And also thank you for the frogs, because do love listening to your frogs in the morning. It really cheers me up to know that you're sat there in some tropical paradise, and here I am in good old Blighty. It's not rude at all.
So, Mockers, you sound all woke up and attentive. And have you had a chance to troll through some of the other information beyond the numbers today? And have you found a favorite thing yet?
Well, I did notice that we had 4 anti-air defence, anti-air systems, those ones. We had 4 of them taken out today. Now, that's not usual, I'll be honest. That is not something that we see on there all that often. And when we do, it's usually 1 at a time. So where they found a batch of 4 and removed them from the battlefield, yeah, that must be a really good thing.
Yeah, they don't normally get for in a day. That is true, and it is the sort of thing you might do with your air assets with harm missiles in preparation for a coming offensive too. So it is good to see the the Russian army is heavily focused on artillery, and then probably secondarily heavily out goes heavy in weight in numbers on artillery and air defenses particularly. So it is good to see them chipping away at that. Now I posted my favorite thing in the nest just now because I figured out how to do that in the last couple of weeks. So don't tell me primate learning isn't a thing. My favorite thing, if anybody wants to look in the nest and look at a little video of a fantastic piece of Ukrainian innovation, you should really check that out because it's as I say, it's a thing of beauty. In that a Russian farmer being very practical. I mean, if you've ever met farmers, they tend to be pretty no nonsense, practical. Don't wait around for a lot of people to help them. I've got to get on with it, kind of folks. And this bloke has obviously used his capability of salvaging Russian equipment off the battlefield for no tax, I might add. I love the Ukrainian government when they put out that mandate in the first couple of weeks of war that there would be no value-added tax on any recovered military hardware. So this bloke's recovered a piece and decided not to turn it into scrap metal or anything. What he's decided to do with a piece of BWP and is turn it into with a tractor, a bit of a Frankenstein, with a minesweeper on the front of it, so he can clear mines from his field, right? Because he's not going to wait around till it all happens. So he's built himself up a big bulldozer sort of front end using this BWP and the mine laying front end on it, and he's not only got that on there. You think, wow, that's does look a bit mine resistant, but I'm not sure I'd drive around in the cab. Oh, but wait, don't worry about that. There's more. He's actually hooked it all up to servos and a remote control, and he even built himself. Well, didn't build himself, but farmers also tend to have great uses for front end loaders and things. So he's taking his front end loader out there, put his little drone monitoring equipment with his drone tractor that he elevates himself up into the air. Probably has the wife come out and lift him up in the bucket. So he's about 3 meters in the air. So he has great view of where his tractor's at, and he's driving his remote control tractor around the fields, clearing mines from his field, so he can get on with it this summer. Because apparently the potatoes need to go in. Anybody who's raised potatoes knows that if you want a whole big crop of those, you got to get them in early, right? Can't wait till the soil's warm and everything to start growing potatoes. Got to get going. So he's done this. This is my favorite thing of today. Clearly, wins the internets this morning, or at 2:11 p.m. We've already won the internets for today by this bloke, Pablo. Oh, I didn't catch Paulo's name. Paulo. Oh, they took his name off, of course, sir. But Paulo, love your work, love your ingenuity, and I put it up there without my comments because my foul mouth comments that I tend to post on the internet. But I'll tell you, I believe that it is going to be extremely hard to conquer a people who are this innovative and practical and intelligently put things to use like this. It's just a fantastic piece of work, and clearly my favorite thing of today, Walkers.
I am absolutely impressed as with that, by the way. That is incredible. He's not only has he got, like, the big piece of equipment, but he's also managed to put AI in it. and drive it around with a games controller, basically, or like a drone controller. So he's made his vehicle into a demining drone, and that's just incredible stuff. And he just stands there safely at the side of the field and runs it around the field with his remote control. Blooming incredible, if you ask me. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I'm impressed as yeah, I can't tell you how impressed I am, because I was going to swear. But yeah, awesome.
Yeah, very often, as you recall, my favorite thing of the day is often splody things. But today, yeah, it's this innovation that you see come up that's even better than splody things. But I might add that there are two very, very good splody things on the internet today too. If you look around, a couple of tanks get absolutely just skewered by anti-tank guided missiles, and the Javelin one in top-down mode on I think they said a T-90, obviously got straight into the extra ammunition, because it goes up in a fireball that is impressive if you follow Rob Lee's tweets. So not a splody thing today. It's a innovation and building thing today.
Well, I will let you off, because yeah, it's absolutely incredible. I'm just having a wee look around to see if there's been any major fires in Russia. And
there have.
Yeah, do you want to
Krasnodar.
Yes, that's what I was thinking, that I have seen something going on. Also, in the Belgorod region over the past day, there's been 6 fires. Some of them are residential, but more than 5,000 square meters. There was a landscape fire, which I can only imagine is these dry grass fires that they've been, having issues with, shall we say. Plenty of issues with grass fires at the moment in Russia. And they seem to just be being allowed to burn out. Am I right on that? I think they only seem to be tackling them if they're near anything important.
Yeah, it does look like that. They are letting them burn out, and in sometimes we would expect to probably see things like this, because in cold climates that the grass grows quickly, and you're at risk of bushfire. They often do controlled burns, but yeah, controlled burns don't seem to go very well in Russia.
Controlled burns, that's a oxymoron right there in Russia. Daniel, good morning.
Good morning. Mockers, can you imagine something more evil than Vladimir Putin?
Not right now.
Sorry, what was that? More what?
More evil, more disrespectful, more, how we can say, shit face, put it on the wall.
All right, I caught you now.
Okay. I have a name for you. It's called Xi Jinping.
Not a fan of Xi Jinping, are you? What's he done?
The ambassador of People's Republic of China in Paris was on television, and he declared the dissolution of Soviet Union, the countries will become independent, don't qualify to be independent states. You know, what does it mean?
Well, it means the old playbook, doesn't it? We're going to declare you invalid so that we can come establish our own takeover.
Yeah, you think about Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan. Okay, let me tell you, 3 countries which was former Soviet Union, and they are in European Union. Forget about Ukraine. The Chinese said they don't acquire the necessary preconditions to become independent countries. So Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, in the eyes of People's Republic of China, they are not independent countries, and Russia can invade anytime.
Well, that's nice.
Well, right. Basically, that's the invalidation of them.
You imagine something like this. 2014 was a problem, right? Because what Miss Merkel and what Obama did just washed away a treaty which is called Helsinki Accord. Most of the people doesn't understand what does it mean, Helsinki Accord. All the countries in the world at that moment signed that treaty, in which none ever said will go to other country borders. They will not redesign borders, will not invade. For example, Desert Storm resolution in Security Council, the motivation of large coalition to liberate Kuwait from Iraqi invasion was Helsinki Accord. You know? So you cannot go to invade the country and say, now is mine, because you signed that treaty. And what Putin did in Crimea was this. So for Kuwait, people reacted. For Crimea, we were surprised, let's say. And now Chinese say, we don't care. Even if we sign, we don't care. We will invade Kyrgyzstan.
It appears I'm lost, Will, for the moment. Thank you, Daniel. I've lost Daniel as well. What's going on? Oh no, there he is. He's just moved. I was wondering if I'd lost my mind. Jamie, go ahead.
I don't know if this was shared. I just woke up in the middle of the night. It's like 2 something here. That Kazakhstan has now surpassed the Russian Federation in production of oil and exports. And there was a big boom somewhere in Moscow Oblast. And wow, so that's my happy news of the morning.
Well, thank you for the happy news. If you want to send me details of any booms that you've seen, please do.
Okay, I think it's on my timeline, first one, but I will send it to you right now.
No, thank you, chicken.
All right, I'm going to possibly go to sleep, so I will see y'all for the wonderful stories from Peter in the morning.
You go get some sleep, sweetheart. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I do. I just can't sleep. One of those nights. All right. All right. Have a good night, y'all, and I'll probably be listening.
Good night, Jamie. Have a good one. I'm getting Will back, and in the meantime, I will go through a few things that happened yesterday, or at least a roundup of the news. So obviously, we had the friendly fire incident in Belgorod. Bit awkward for them, but they did indeed admit eventually that 2 people were injured, and the car blown onto the roof of the supermarket was my moment of that. I particularly enjoyed seeing them have to take a car off the roof of the building. Apparently, it was here we go, this is their excuse, abnormal derailment of aviation ammunition. So that's a way of saying we messed up. Yeah. So would you believe that the Wagner Group or the Wanga Group are secretly supplying RSF rebels with arms in Africa, in Sudan? Yeah, unfortunately, that continues. So overnight, we had numerous drone attacks, and that keeps happening quite regularly. We know the ground is still pretty soft. Mud and mines are going to be an issue, shall we say. So for the time being, don't expect a massive move of heavy armor, because we have to be a little bit more patient. I know, it's hard. So yesterday we noted there was a feature on the 75-year-old Japanese man who opened a free cafe in Kyiv, I believe, to help locals in the district. Oh no, it might not be in Kyiv, it's Kharkiv, sorry. And I just think he's a bit of a dude. So I'm glad that he was sort of highlighted yesterday. You never know, we could maybe even get our Ryan to go and meet him, say hi. So we'll figure that out at some point, perhaps. So Russia has started sending military summonses to students at universities in Moscow, which, well, I can only say sounds a bit dicey. So a number of institutions report that this is happening, and the students are demanded to attend a registration office for matters relating to the call of military service. And of course, they're testing these e-summonses out as well. I believe St. Petersburg is the main place where that's happening. So Ramstein. So the Ramstein meeting took place, and we had some things out of it, but no jets. Let's just say that. And the consensus of opinion out of Ramstein is that ground-based air defense. I knew I was going to say that wrong. Ground-based air defense is something that's going to be much quicker and much easier to push into Ukraine. Let's face it, they've taken on loads of different types of logistics trains with the stuff that they have got. They've got a right mismatch of equipment because everybody's been drawing from stock. And so right now, it probably is almost impossible to provide them with the jets. It will come, but not right now. So what they are talking about, though, is pushing more air defense systems into Ukraine, things that are more mobile, I would suggest at this point, because with Patriots now in country, perhaps the more mobile systems will be able to go with the battalions that they're setting up, and work as a sort of ground-based air cover rather than the having the jets available. I think that's just what we're going to have to expect. And well, I would say it's certainly better than nothing. Let's face it, they're doing a lot, an awful lot. I'm talking about the Ukrainians here, with, well, they were working with very substandard equipment to begin with, and yet they still managed to do extremely well. So the fact that they're now getting more protection, more capabilities with the systems that they've got, personally, I cannot wait to see tow missiles. When I start seeing those leaping off Bradleys and smashing tanks, then I will probably be quite happy. Don't know about the rest of you. What say you, Will? Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah, sorry. I got dumped out, came back. I'll just hang as a speaker. But yeah, and I'll tell you, have you ever seen a tow missile function, Mockers? Because if you think the Javelin makes a nice big splody, I think you'll be very, very impressed with the size of the warhead on a tow.
I have only seen archive footage, so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing actual, real, live type footage. I'm sure it'll be, not exactly live, but I want to see what the Ukrainians do with it. I just want to see them taking back their country, to be honest. That's what means the most to me. And this is the way they're going to have to do it, unfortunately. So hopefully very soon they're going to have everything that they need. Now we do have the morning's defence intelligence update, and despite our friend yesterday morning being rude about it, I'm still going to read it out. So here is the latest defence intelligence update on the situation of Ukraine from the British MOD, 22nd of April 23. The Russian state is struggling to maintain consistency in a core narrative that it uses to justify the war in Ukraine, and that is that the invasion is analogous to the Soviet experience in the Second World War. We have seen quite a bit of that sort of imagery and narrative, definitely. So they go on. On the 18th of April 23, Russian state media announced the cancellation of this year's Immortal Regiment Great Patriotic War Remembrance Marches, using safety grounds. In reality, the authorities were likely concerned that the participants would highlight the scope of recent Russian losses, which I'm sure is something that they don't want. So anyway, this follows the Wagner Group or Wanga Group owner, Prigozhin, Potato Head, publicly questioning whether there are actually any Nazis in Ukraine at all, going against Russia's justification for the war in the first place. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing slightly. The authorities have continued to attempt to unify the Russian public around polarizing myths about the 1940s. It does seem they're living in the 1940s, doesn't it? On the 12th of April 23, state news agency RIA Novosti reported unique documents from the FSB archives implicating the Nazis in the murder of 22,000 Polish nationals at the Katyn massacre of 1940. However, in reality, the FSB's predecessor agency, the NKVD, was actually responsible. Russia's State Duma officially condemned Joseph Stalin for ordering those killings in 2010. So that's the thing with lies. If you tell lies, you've got to remember what you've said. The thing is, though, I'm sure all of this is written down for them somewhere. They just haven't checked. What do you think, Will?
I think you're right. And the other thing I noted in reading that for myself this morning was the discussion about the Russians admitting that there are no Nazis in Ukraine. Did you notice at the end of that they also used they said their real reason was to creates living room for Russians. Where have we heard that term living room before, Mockers?
You're going to have to tell me it's too early.
Well, the word is in German it's Lebensraum, and Lebensraum was the term that the Nazi Party used to describe the areas that they felt they should rightfully occupy in Czechoslovakia, Poland, and the countries that neighbored them. Lebens. I mean, it's when somebody starts using words that come back from times of previous genocide and horror, like living space for our population or filtration camps, and just some of the language that get used, it really makes radar go off in your head if you've done any reading from the 1940s or around about the 1940s.
Yes, it does seem that they've been reading a certain book, doesn't it? Yeah, it concerns me that they haven't learnt anything from history. Now, we did mention that the Wagner PMC have been causing problems not only in Ukraine. And our friend Tatarigami has done a little piece on them here. So we're going to go through that because it's right in front of me. So why not? Despite their reputation for extremely heinous crimes and brutal tactics, certain aspects of their actual activities haven't really received much coverage. So let's have a little look at the far-reaching influence of the Wagner PMC and the significant security risks that it actually poses to the global community. So the occupation of Soledar in Donetsk by the Wagner mercenaries provided the Russian media with a significant success story, enabling them to shift the focus away from the army's major operational failures and loss of control over Kherson and Kharkiv. And I think this is part of why they're after Bakhmut. They're thinking, oh, we've got a bit of it, we just need the rest. And then they'll have some sort of, I don't know, celebration over the dust, maybe. Anyway, as the reputational bubble of I'm sorry, I find it very difficult to say Wagner now, continued to inflate, the PMC was granted exceptional rights to recruit criminals. Its head Prigozhin accused Defense Minister Shoigu and the General Staff Gerasimov of treason due to lack of support and ammunition. To consolidate his power, Putin relies more on conventional forces, which is why he recently took measures to curb Wagner's internal influence. The New York Times reported that Putin attempted to resolve the conflict by calling for a meeting between Prigozhin and Shoigu on the 22nd of February, apparently. So Wagner's loss of ability to recruit from prisons led to a growing dependence on the MOD, as they now rely on conscripted soldiers who are forced to sign contracts with them amidst a high mortality rate amongst convicted mercenaries. So while we're obviously quite familiar with their involvement in Ukraine, they also operate beyond, and Syria is one of those places. Wagner's activities have also been observed in Mali, Sudan, Libya, the Central African Republic, and Burkina Faso. So tentacles everywhere. The PMC Wagner's flexibility surpasses that of the Russian army thanks to a separate budget and unconventional methods. For instance, the US Assistant Secretary of State for EAP, Daniel Crittenbrink, what a top name, Crittenbrink, okay, reported that Wagner obtained satellite images from Chinese company Spacity. Over the past decade, PMC Wagner has expanded its influence in the Middle East and African countries by filling up power vacuums left by European nations again, it's our own fault. And of course, exploiting natural resources such as gold and precious stones. As a result, the PMC's annual income can be several billion US dollars. So they've been generating revenue from illegal mining and selling gold and precious stones. And it's bringing an estimated annual income of around $1 billion just on its own. That's according to Politico. So the company began exploiting gold in 2018 with around 2,000 mercenaries involved in doing so. In 2023, the departure of French troops from Burkina Faso paved the way for the Wagner Group to gain access to that country's raw resources, including precious materials. They have also attempted to establish a foothold in Mozambique and Madagascar. Given the evolving situation in Sudan, it is crucial to keep in mind that PMC Wagner has a vested interest in securing gold mines there and maintains connections with the RSF. They're the bad guys, by the way. Although there is currently no evidence of Wagner's direct involvement, they're obviously propping them up in some way. And of course, that situation could change. So since 2021, UN experts in Mali received reports of executions, tortures, rape, pillaging, detentions, and enforced disappearances. These were reportedly committed by the Malian armed forces and their allies, which are, guess who? Wagner. Collaboration with Wagner should be strongly discouraged, no joke. While some countries have already imposed sanctions on the company's mercenaries, such as freezing their assets and banning travel, much more stringent and consolidated efforts are necessary to mitigate security risks from Wagner. So they have been designated as a transnational criminal organization by the US and Lithuania. So this could lead to international recognition as a criminal organization. Cooperation with Wagner results in political and economic costs for any participants now. So, yeah, they are, well, let's just say that they are working partially for themselves and partially for Russia. And they appear to be anywhere where there is something that can be taken, such as gold or precious stones. They gravitate to these areas, obviously, so they can keep their tasty budget and be able to supply themselves with all the things that they need and bribe the right people. I can see why it's useful for them. But yeah, they are indeed a very awful criminal organization. And as far as I'm concerned, they deserve everything that they get. Unfortunately, some of that is gold. I've run out of words for a moment. I think I need another brew. Will, give me a minute.
Off you go. Yeah, get another brew. Look, I fail to see how it is that Wagner is able to continually, well, the Prigozhin's able to continually worm his way in and get some influence in the defense structure of Russia, given the way he talks. But I mean, obviously, he's got to be seen as a useful idiot. They talk about his potential use as a communications tool. So I mean, he's a tool, all right, but not a communication tool. And yeah, I mean, just goes from failure to failure. But I guess that just goes to the depth of capability they have there, and also the Russian Putin's desire to make sure he's got fall guys around until he needs to make them fall out of a window. But the thing that amazes me is how did they get into Sudan already? I mean, I didn't know that Wagner was supporting the rapid response forces, or what do they call them? Net rapid. The nomenclature changes, but this rapid response force, how they got into fund or helping them, I don't know, because it seemed to have happened very quickly. I'd never heard that they were involved in Sudan before for either of the sides, but as they are, I'll probably find out from some listener that they've been involved there for years too, which I guess won't surprise me. But it just points to how important it is that Russia be smashed in this war, humiliated, and shrink away and withdraw within itself. Because I don't think any continent I guess Ukraine itself, but after Ukraine, I can't think of any country that would top the list of 10 most positively influenced countries after Ukraine that wouldn't be in Africa, because getting all of them out of all the influence out of Africa that magnifies itself, frankly, right? They sell arms to groups. They get involved as the security forces and paramilitary forces in countries, and to protect assets like gold and diamonds and other things. And then they immediately wheedle themselves into that protection supply racket, so that they're directly benefiting off the resources of that country, and the country isn't using them for protection anymore. They're part of the criminal element that's also plagues many of the countries in Africa. The corruption and criminality in Russia is only worsened drastically by the involvement of Wagner Group and Russia secondarily. And I think, I hope, it's my hope that as Russia gets contained, driven out of Ukraine, contained within its borders, and continued to sanctioned till it changes its ways, that you'll see a withdrawal of Russian influence from Africa, and hopefully the governments there can reinvigorate themselves, and we see a resurgence of democratic influence in all of Africa, to the benefit of the people. I mean, living there, not for some, we're playing some big international game of chess between European powers, or America and China and Russia in those places. That's the thing. That's the sort of thing that turns people off. I hope to see the people in Ukraine, or sorry, in all of Africa, that have these bad actors removed from the space, not be replaced by another bad actor from another entity. I am against mercenary forces everywhere. I've never seen mercenary forces end up working for anything other than a small group of people at the top of those folks, and they, by their nature, have a level of moral hazard that nation states soldiers do not have, and that puts any place that a mercenary force is involved, the opportunity and motive for them to create situations like war crimes and genocide is only heightened, and I can't wait to see Wanker disappear from the face of the earth, frankly. So, Mockers, I don't know if you've got another subject you want to move on to yet. If you do, please let me know.
Yeah, I've just got an interesting little excerpt from the General Staff Report. Sorry, frog. So it must have been one of Bearded's frogs. So on on the 17th of April, the enemy attempted to carry out a medical evacuation from the temporarily occupied Luhansk Oblast towards the village of Urizovo in Belgorod Oblast. 14 trucks were used to transport wounded occupiers. However, while attempting to cross the state border of Ukraine, the Russian side would not allow the military to pass and turned them back. It is known that during this movement, some of the enemy soldiers did not survive due to the lack of proper medical care. Now, that's a bit. Why would they not let their own soldiers into their own country? I'm only assuming that these were not allowed in because they just don't want them. They are already having problems way behind the lines, such as on the outskirts of Moscow. There are hospitals which are full to bursting. Coffee. And there's real problems with medicines and staff as well, apparently. So I can only imagine that they evaluated the situation and went 14 trucks of people to look after. No, thank you. And well, that in itself is an extremely mercenary situation, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. I agree.
Just going back to Wagner for a second, the situation with them is they have been allowed to move into anywhere where there has been a vacuum in power, and they've been doing it for an awfully long time, unchecked. And it's getting to the point where maybe they should have been checked some time ago. However, I have hope that with them being declared, international terrorist organization, that their situation will change, and they'll maybe not find it so easy in the future to be such a bunch of horrible people. I'm having terrible trouble bringing people up this morning, so I can only say I apologise. And I'm sure in 10 minutes we'll have a Doman. So when Doman turns up, you can probably not have to listen to me all the morning.
Oh, don't be like that. We love listening to you.
I'm sure some people enjoy my voice, but maybe not continuously.
Well, clearly more than mine, Marcus, because you and Anda, we're talking about all these people who write you in the background, but there's a cure for that, and it's not being pleasant like I go through life, and you'll find your annoying DMs will go down, your promises of romance and riches will drop, but you can take care of yourself.
I'm so sorry for you. Not. Did I tell you about the new rules coming in Russia, Will, that are particularly Orwellian? This is, you can now be sent to jail for insulting anyone who is, now this is a bit tricky, friends with the military, the police, or any other public safety or security agency. Oh, yes. To meet the criteria of friends, you should be anyone dear to the Russian security forces through established personal relationships. So, or a bribe, maybe. To meet the criteria of security forces, you must be endowed with the authority to protect public order and ensure public safety. So, whatever you do, don't say boo to a policeman or a policeman's wife or son or best mate, because you will find yourself in all the trouble.
And don't forget, not only can you not disparage them, but you cannot, under any circumstances, praise President Zelensky or say anything good about the Ukrainian military, or you will be considered aiding and working against the interests of the Russian military as well. There was a grandmother fined $490 US dollar equivalent, 40,000 rubles, I think it was, for saying Zelensky was attractive.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you heard a granny say, "Oh, he's a lovely young man," and apparently, yeah, that's not allowed. ridiculous. I mean, more than ridiculous, terrifying. But yeah, there you go. So real Orwellian state going on there.
Did you read into that detail? Do they plan on publishing a list of current friends so that we can all keep up on who we can and can't disparage? It's a bit harder than even following of Twitter followers, it seems.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, can you imagine anyone in the security forces now? They're suddenly going to find themselves with an awful lot of friends. Hey, you're my mate, aren't you? Remember that woman that I was trying to pick up and she turned me down and called me a pig face? Yeah, well, yeah, this is going to be, gosh, awkward.
Yeah, or Shogu, or oh, you're gonna be in big trouble. You disparaged Shogu. You said he was a loser. But it's okay today because he's on the outs, right? And today's a and you can call him that. But tomorrow he'll be back in favor.
And then you'll be stuffed. Yeah, exactly. It's gosh, yeah. I don't know. I think one of the best things is that I don't understand, because if I was to understand, I would have to completely rewire my brain. It just doesn't work like that.
But the beauty of it is you need not fully understand it, mockers. And you can look at it and just prima facie tell that they're absolutely engaged in a complete waste of time, and you go, good on you. Keep that up, because whatever you're doing there is distracting you from what you could otherwise doing that's bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's hell on earth at home, at least it will maybe encourage them to do things about it. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be any major uprising. That was the word. Upheaval, yes, but possibly not an uprising. However, did you hear about? I mean, we know that there's problems in Russia, but did you hear about the lady in the circus tickets, Will?
No, please continue.
Oh my goodness, this is awesome. Okay, so the wife of a mobilized Russian soldier who is caring in his absence for 2 disabled adults, which I'm assuming are parents probably, and a 10-year-old child, has complained that instead of being provided with the firewood she was promised, she received something other than firewood. So the independent Russian media outlet SOTA, S-O-T-A, reports that a lady named Irina Nifiorak, I'm guessing, was assured that she would be provided with firewood for heating when her husband was mobilized in January, because in his absence, there is no one who can chop the wood for her. So she was pretty satisfied with this situation. However, Sergei Kornev, the chairman of the village council in her district, told her that actually there might not really be any firewood, and instead gave her 2 tickets to the circus. Yes, that's right, 2 tickets to the circus. At the same time, the head of another region repeatedly noted that the assistance to families of the mobilized is a priority for actions of all the regional authorities. So yeah, in that prioritization, obviously, she managed to qualify for circus tickets.
Yeah, take your mind off it, Yeah,
Yeah,
a little.
exactly.
Take your mind off your troubles.
So
can we just can we just point out too that if she's caring for 2 adults or 2 people plus the child and her, that's 4 people. Why can't they all go to the circus?
Yeah, good point. But I'll tell you, this is typical of support payments throughout Russia. Even way back when I was living in Russia, the pensioners, you know, it'd be better if they were just silent, didn't give you anything. But sometimes the support that the government gives you in Russia is just so farcical and inadequate that it would be really insulting to get the support that they offer you, because they also ballyhoo it. You know, they'll put a TV spot out in the regional channels and show that, oh, you know, that like this thing happened down in Boulevard. Well, sure, they burned down the whole town, but they gave everybody a $40 gift certificate for the local hardware store and 16 pieces of lumber. You know, I mean, that's what they did. Honestly, I'm not kidding you. And the pension
I
support
actually
would be.
thought that was a joke. Sorry.
It was the total exact true thing that they did. The village that you saw that they were trying to do a controlled burn to there's that word again, controlled burn. They were trying to do a controlled burn to take out all the cover for any advancing forces of the Ukrainians around their positions, but they burned the entire village in which they lived. And those people came along and they basically got $100 gift certificate for a hardware store. I don't know, the local Lowe's or Bunnings or whatever they call it there, and like 16 planks of lumber to rebuild their house to get them started. You know, because you couldn't actually build a house with 16 planks of lumber, but that was it. Can you imagine having your entire house burned down, all your possessions burned up, and then getting that sort of offer? Honestly, you'd break one of the planks in half over the guy's head.
Oh, yeah, you might be feeling that way, definitely. But think about it, 16 planks, you could build yourself an outhouse at least. So at least you'd have somewhere to go.
Yeah, there's that.
Maybe they should all club together. So all of them put their planks of wood together, build one big hall, and then, I don't know, they'd have to get along.
So that, yeah, maybe that's it. They're trying to get these people to voluntarily return to collectives. Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Well, I think that's probably the best idea. Now, gosh, I've been cheered up this morning. I'm just looking at the Lubertsy, maybe? There's Bert in the middle, put it that way, which is in the Moscow Oblast, where a plastics and rubber plant is burning. Now, toxic much for a start, but also, don't these kind of fires, aren't they really hard to put out?
Exceptionally hard to put out. Yes. All those the fires in rubber plants particularly are hard to take out. And you might remember also from yesterday when Meng the Merciless was speaking that some of the components that they need to replace from overseas are things like specialty rubbers, butadiene, things for seals in equipment and engines and gas turbines and things, along with all of the special metallurgy equipment. And I'll remind you that a metallurgical foundry in St. Petersburg also burned yesterday. So the mysterious fires continue.
Yes, I did spot that one in St. Petersburg, and I'm convinced that not all of these are suspicious. You know, places have fires, especially obviously the residential fires. They're all, you know, wiring or misadventure. And some of these like big market fires, I'm tending to side with insurance jobs, and construction fires. Again, I siding with either bad construction or insurance jobs, because let's face it, they can't pay their staff now, can they? A lot of them. But interspersed amongst all this other fire are these ones which seem to be a bit more important, that
Right.
seem to be related to war production.
Right, and there is also another truthful reason for the prevalence of some of these as well, because if you had a special metallurgic a mill, you had a butadiene or a specialty plastics or rubber factory, and you had a lot of pressure put on you to make sure you met your production targets, what often goes out the door during those sorts of pressures, Mockers?
I'm going to suggest those, long-winded and tedious safety checks.
Yeah, the pesky workplace health and safety controls often go out the door. How you store hazardous materials, whether or not you let combustibles build up in and around the manufacturing equipment, how often you clean or you shut down equipment for cleaning. The housekeeping usually just goes to absolute shite. And relatively shortly after the housekeeping goes to shite, you start having incidents of a major or minor severity, and yeah, it all cascades from there. And in peacetime, often economic pressures force people to try to increase production or overlook controls. But during wartime, a nationalistic fervor can really cause health and safety and environmental controls to go out the door, and you get these sorts of problems popping up. In addition to what we're skirting around the edges at, which is local sabotage. But yeah, it doesn't have to be local sabotage. Although we hope it is. I would certainly hope that any of my Russian friends listening in from Russia would take an opportunity to undermine the war state that they're living in as a means to help get them to a brighter future. But even if that's not occurring, I definitely think the increase in industrial accidents is a likely result of the pressure to ramp up production. And I noticed that even though I'm not holding the co-host seat, I noticed that Doman is about to be in the house. So I'm going to step aside speaking very often and let Doman take over because he's ever so much more pleasant. I'll bet he gets lots of DMs of financial riches promised to him and dates and stuff. I bet he gets all that stuff. He's very popular.
Yeah, he's got no time for any of that though because he's here. Laughing
Well,
Tommy.
he doesn't watch movies, right?
Oh,
if you don't
God,
immerse yourself in a lot of wasteful popular culture, you have all kinds of extra time for hobbies like this.
That must be it. Laughing Tommy, I finally got you up on the panel. Go ahead.
No problem, Marcus. Hello to everybody. Will, I was listening to you and I was trying to get up to answer your question regarding how Wagner has been spreading and so on. So basically, if you look at Russia's current Africa strategy, they have tried to install themselves along the southeastern coast of Africa and the western bank of the Red Sea. And so if you look at the distribution of their foreign bases, that's the Russian military, and I'll get to Wagner in a second. Basically, most of them are in former Soviet states, and Syria on the Mediterranean is a big exception where they have one port, a naval base, and 3 air bases with an estimated total personnel of about 7,000. And then when you go to Africa, they are supposedly have had agreements to build bases in Egypt, Madagascar, Mozambique, Sudan, and Eritrea. Now, and also the Central African Republic, which is on the more to the west coast. But there was an agreement to build a base in Port Sudan, and all of this is enabled by the Russian policy of basically exporting the violence and the savageness of the Wagner group as a force that is willing to torture and brutalize the opposition to whatever regime is trying to maintain control. And this happened in Mali, in Burkina Faso, where they helped the coups. It happened in Sudan. It's happening in Sudan currently, but with far less success, because I have been tracking Sudan in detail, and basically I think that they no longer have viable positions outside of Khartoum, maybe one or two, but the major points throughout Sudan have come under the control of the armed forces, and the Rapid Support Force has not been able to withstand the onslaught. In Khartoum, they had the ability, because they basically had enough urban cover to take cover in civilian buildings and so on, so that they wouldn't be decimated by the Air Force. But in the rest of the places, it's been going hard for them. It seems that also the internal security force was corrupted by Wagner, and were acting in concert with the Rapid Security Force, because yesterday the armed forces were attacking them as well in the south of Khartoum. But that's the situation on the ground. Currently, they have been trying to have a humanitarian truce for today and the next 2 days in connection to a holiday, but we'll see how that goes, because it gives me hope that it's declared by the armed forces, not by the Rapid Support Forces, because the Rapid Support Forces tried to have one so that they could regroup a couple of days ago, but it was violated almost immediately. We'll see how things go today and in the next 2 days. As far as the motivation behind the Wagner tactic, it's just they have deployed for the last couple of years, they have been deploying people wherever they can go and steal gold for in order to support the regime in Moscow. And you can see this, they have basically, there's a mine in Sudan that they're guarding and operating. Local labor, but it's oversold and managed by them in not the best condition. And even on top of the mine, they have an old Soviet Red Army flag. So there's not much of an attempt at hiding it, and we'll see how things shake out. But at least I'm happy that it seems that now that they have openly supported one part of the military government of Sudan, I think that the other part will have no qualms of eradicating them to the degree that they can, but we'll see how it goes. From the force distribution in Sudan, it seems that they were hoping to have a quick decapitation strike, but didn't pan out for them, and now there's wide support for them being destroyed. So I don't know when's the last time we can think of a decapitation strike by the Russians failing and the wider military resisting it, but you know, let's see. I hope that answered your questions on strategy.
It did. Do you know how long they've had a presence in there in Sudan, so that they've been able to, affect this involvement so quickly? They must have been involved there for years.
I don't think it was as much. So Russia has always been trying to destabilize different regions of Africa, but specifically in Sudan, it was there was already one coup against the former dictator by the military, and basically now it's the two heads of the coup that were fighting. Basically, the Rapid Support Force is the one that was, how should I say? They were a paramilitary that was aiding the military in keeping control in of the Darfur region. That's what they were the ones behind the all the Darfur war crimes, if we can call it that, but basically the violence against the civilians there, the atrocities. And they were acting in concert with the army as a military government, but there were protests in Sudan. There was a concerted international effort to push for a civilian government to take over. And now that the violence broke out, it seems that the army, basically there were different international interests. The RSF has been found to be in possession of United Arab Emirates thermobaric ammo. And the United Arab Emirates, along with the United Kingdom and the US, and I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have been the main exerters of pressure for civilian government. So now it becomes unclear what the position of the UAE is, but we'll see. So I can't tell you precisely because most of this stuff has been done covertly, but there's been confirmation of their involvement for at least a year and a half, as far as I can tell. And that's visually confirmed. We'll see how long it's been in reality. But basically, Russia is trying to destabilize each one of these regions as much as it can because it serves a dual purpose. It gives them gold for their reserve, and it also basically creates another fire that the West has to put out, and it creates a fluid situation in which they can, to their mind, gain position. Because, as I've said, they don't really care about the consequences for the local population.
Thanks very much for that, Laughing Tommy. Excellent input. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm glad I finally got you out of the listening. Daniel, good morning, and go ahead.
I want to help a bit my Bulgarian fellow about Sudan. Sudan is not something I can say discovered now. They separated like country. So the northern Sudan, which is Muslim majority, in South Sudan, a Christian majority, just because atrocities, classic genocide. And don't overprice Wagner. In fact, Wagner gets fertile land in Africa just because what happened in Africa is evil. It's not something, 100 mercenaries will add. Take the example of Mali and Côte d'Ivoire. So Côte d'Ivoire and Mali have power struggle between militias, so-called military. Sorry, I cannot take most of the African countries' military seriously because it's structured usually on tribal and business, meaning slaves, gold, oil, things like that. And Wagner just acts like, crisis agents, agents of anarchy. And these groups, especially in Mali and Côte d'Ivoire, and probably now in Sudan, they have a problem with no international recognition. Look at Uganda, for example, right? Uganda is part of African countries alliance. I don't know how it's called, the organization. Something similar with European Union, but less efficient and with the office built by Chinese.
African Union.
Yeah, African Union. African Union was, if I remember, a very Soviet Chinese project 50 years ago. But the idea is these organizations, and I don't mean African Union, these countries like Mali, for example. Mali was a place where Tuaregs kidnap people just for money, right? A place where you can take a bumper stick of a Toyota and make a sword. And I'm not patronizing. It's a reality. Sudan had hunger, had wars, and was principal ally of Egypt against Ethiopia. Wagner acts just like chaos agents. And you cannot say if Wagner wasn't there, okay, was not Wagner, was someone else, you know? I'm sad to say, but the lack of institutions, lack of security, no perspective for economic development, slave trade. Don't forget about slave trade. You know, human trafficking in that part of the world is something stunning. And you understand better. Yes, I will blame Russians for what's happened now in Sudan because they instigated. But let's not forget, is a splinter faction from other faction who made a coup d'etat and put the Sudanese government outside. And Sudanese government was not even close to something, you know, democratic, elective. No, there are Sharia laws there. So that is just adding words to what Laughing Tommy explained.
Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Well, to push back just a bit, so basically you can go country by country and for example, the situation with Mali and Burkina Faso was that the civilian government that existed there was undermined in its legitimacy by being unable to deal with the insurgency of the Islamic State in the Sahel. And they, since they were unable to deal with it, multiple military, basically juntas were vying for control in order to promise that they will restore better order. And Wagner was supporting the latest one in Mali, for example. But yes, what Daniel says is true that it's not that Wagner is starting this political process, which is what I said. They are taking advantage of existing political turmoil in order to sometimes accelerate it, sometimes renew it, and in this way gain some kind of gain from the fluid situation that results. But yes, it's a lot of different political processes. It's not it's not the same situation is in Sudan as it is in Somalia, as it is in Burkina Faso, as it is in Mali. It's all different, but the common element and the part that relates to Russian strategy is this, that they take something that's an existing friction point and they stoke the fire as much as they can so that they can take advantage in the ensuing chaos. That's the basic strategy.
Thank you very much, Laughing Tommy, and welcome and good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. I heard Will. I heard what you had to say, and I won't comment on whether I appreciate it or not. And thank you, Tommy and Daniel, on this dive into these other activities elsewhere. What I think really goes underappreciated is the wide span of it. In terms of all of these dirty operations that Russians don't want to be directly associated with, and then use others to kind of do things for them, right? And in this case specifically, to destabilize countries not just very close to them, but even far away. I wonder if they'll end up getting deployed to, say, Kazakhstan, maybe, right? With the recent events. Daniel, that didn't mention Wangers at all, did it? Tommy?
Well, as far as Kazakhstan, I kind of think that since Tokayev is very careful about his authority and control of the country being subverted by the pro-Russian elements in his country, I think that he's going to be very careful. And in my opinion, he's going to have to be mad to be willing to allow them to insert Wagner forces, but Wagner sometimes does this covertly, so it's difficult. They tried to do it in Moldova. The Moldovans managed to catch them out, but we'll see. The interesting thing about Kazakhstan specifically is that there was a former Soviet radar station that was, how should I say, used by the Russians. It's the Balkhash radar station, and it was removed from service. But there's still so what the Russians have left in Kazakhstan is the. Sorry, Daniel, I think your mic is hot. There's the Sari-Shagan anti-ballistic missile testing range, and there's the Baikonur Cosmodrome. And as we know, there's been problems for the Russians with the Baikonur Cosmodrome since one of the launch pads and its infrastructure was seized by the Kazakhstan government since the Russians weren't paying their rent, basically, the money that they owned in operational expenses and taxes to the government of Kazakhstan. So that's the Kazakhstan angle currently. And also there's the thing that all of these countries that we see, which were part of the so-called Russian sphere of influence, have been moving pretty rapidly to, now that there's an opportunity for them to do so, they should be moving pretty rapidly to loosen Russian control of their infrastructure and so on. And they've been doing everything possible. It's not a coincidence that there have been all these campaigns for the de-Russification of names of the governments, etc. Kazakhstan is changing its alphabet to the Latin alphabet, which is more appropriate for Turkic languages. Kyrgyzstan is changing street names, and Uzbekistan is actually having a vote on the, I think, the 30th of April. Let me check quickly, but they're having a vote to have a more civil constitution. Yeah, so the 30th of April, it's a constitutional referendum of a new constitution that seems to be more civilian in nature. I'll look into it, but that's the report that I read. So there's a wider movement in that part of, because the countries of Central Asia have been pursuing a sort of multi-vector strategy because they're dependent on Russia a lot economically. So they've been trying to diversify towards both the West and China. And given what kind of problems Tokayev had at the beginning of, I think it was 2022. Yeah, January 2022. I think he's going to be very careful about not letting Russians gain further foothold, because we saw a lot of movement of military equipment and so on in Kazakhstan. And initially people thought it was part of a CSTO thing to support the Russian invasion, but later on it quickly became apparent that what Tokayev was doing was basically reinforcing his northern border so that Russians couldn't attempt anything funny. And that's when we got all the talk about, well, maybe Kazakhstan should be the next place to denazify. And the Kazakh people didn't, and Tokayev didn't respond very positively towards those calls. And that's why we saw the invincibility yurts in Ukraine.
Thank you, laughing Tom. The reason why I was asking is because Daniel found yesterday an article in Le Figaro, I think, that was touching upon some was it arrests? Was it in Kazakhstan? See, I forgot already.
I'll check it out. I haven't seen this yet.
I'm more like waiting for Daniel to stop washing dishes and have dry hands. And this takes a little while sometimes. There are two things that dry out at unpredictable rates. One is the mud in Ukraine, and the other one is well.
Dom and I have numbers. Would you like them?
Let's do numbers in the meantime. I hear they're very interesting, and there's something else that's very, very curious going on as well. Go ahead, Marcus.
Excellent stuff. I shall. I have them here somewhere. Oh, there they are. So, scores on the doors for today. We have 680 liquidated personnel, 4 tanks, 4 armoured personnel vehicles, 5 artillery systems. This one caught my eye. 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems, 4 UAVs, 5 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 3 special equipment, which is always nice.
3 is pretty good. Could be worse, right? But seriously, on a very serious note here, Ukraine has been very consistent of late on exactly how it does things and what it does. In a way, that's really, really impressive, because it's difficult to, keep activity up at more or less the same level all the time, regardless of kind of day-to-day conditions. And, very, very stable in a sense. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? There's going to be articles written because it was the counteroffensive decided on taking out radars, huh? And for Americans, that's like the first strike, the first 48 hours of operation. But here, it's coming a year and 2 months in.
Indeed. Sorry, I was just looking at some pictures that somebody had sent me of. Have you seen the absolutely huge fire in?
There's a fire.
There is a fire. Yes, believe it or not, it's in Russia.
No, not again.
Is that a shock and a surprise to you? Yeah. This one is in Lyubertsy, perhaps, Moscow Oblast, where, well, it's a plastic and rubber plant. And by the looks
those
of
are hard to put out.
by the looks of it, it's pretty big.
The roost, the roost, the roost is on fire. The roost, the roost,
The
the roost is
copycat
on
anyway.
fire. We don't need no water, let the dirty Moscows burn. Burn, dirty Moscows, burn.
I hear you're in fine spirits this morning, Ryan. How are
So
you?
why is it hard to put out? Can you explain that? Tell us, Ryan, of the
Because
formerly of the oil
plastic
and
and
gas
tires
industry.
love to burn. It's a good fuel. And if there's any hydrocarbons there that are being used to turn those plastic resin beads into something else, those burn really well as also, and you can't really put water on them. You need foam for a fire that's made out of oil. And polyresin beads are a derivative of a hydrocarbon. So it's just going to turn into this liquid goop that burns, and spraying water on it might just spread it around. It's a shit show. Puts off a lot of smoke. Like, there's a reason they burn tires to create smoke screens.
I'm just looking at it, and yeah,
Okay,
smoke
great.
screen. Well done. Maybe this is what powers Admiral Kuznetsov.
Yeah, I just sent Doman the video, and there's just in one part of it, there is just a big pile of tires completely flaming and giving off the most horrific looking black smoke.
Yeah, and you don't want to breathe that stuff either.
I noted in the video that I didn't see a single fireman.
They're busy.
I imagine they're very busy at the moment, to be fair.
Yeah, what do you think?
An
Do you
awful
think this
lot
is the
going on.
only fire? No.
I get the feeling they're a bit thin on the ground these days.
Why would that be? Are they busy somewhere else?
Well, you know how it is. That they've been going after most able-bodied men of a certain age, and they've been now starting to get into students, which I think is concerning. That they are. We've heard the term brain drain, haven't we? But I didn't actually realise that they were going to do it on purpose, that they were going to actually just start picking up their brightest and best and mobilising them. It's a clown show.
Wait, so you're saying that they're not only allowing a brain drain, but they're causing a sort of a brain spillover at the same time?
I'm sure there will be plenty of that, yes. But they probably won't come through it on the other side. Can you imagine as a student, just a student, general bookworm, looking at architecture and that sort of thing, thinking that you're going to have a career in building bridges, and then suddenly you're mobilised from your home, snatched and taken to the local recruitment office. I don't know about you, but I think my motivation would be a little low at that point.
I mean, that sounds just awful. I mean, how are they even going to perform with such low motivation?
Exactly. And we've seen what happens when they refuse. I was sent a picture last night of approximately 40 men stuffed in a 40-man-sized basement, I would say, You weren't getting many more folks in there without them standing on one another. And yeah, apparently that's what happens when you refuse to fight. You get stuffed in a basement until your attitude changes.
It's sort of a re-education camp, so to speak.
Motivational, something like that, yeah. I can personally think of different ways that are probably gentler to motivate people, but apparently they don't have the time or the inclination. That was my stomach rumbling, by the way, in case you wondered.
And it was your cat purring.
No, just a lack of breakfast. I've got to send you something, Doman, because, well, it's the funniest thing I've seen today. And Bujanov, my favourite man in the whole wide world at the moment.
We failed to touch this on this yesterday, didn't we?
That he received a portrait, yes. He received a portrait of him and his cat, painted by a lovely lady on Instagram. And I have retweeted it because he looks thrilled. I'm sure he is thrilled, but that deadpan face just cracks me up every time.
But there was something else, some other reason why he was in the news yesterday.
Oh yes, yeah, and he was more thrilled about that actually. That he's apparently now being convicted of the Kerch Bridge destruction or bomb, and so yeah, the Russians are after him, and they've apparently issued an international warrant for him. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work, but I'm certain he's quaking in his boots.
So the Russians have issued an international warrant for Kirill Budanov. Valid in what? What countries? What countries is that international warrant in? Russia, Belarus, Syria? Is that the list?
Maybe
North
Iran.
Korea.
Yeah, and possibly Iran. And that's about it, yeah. So all those favourite holiday destinations of his, he's going to have to give up. So yeah,
Damn it!
I know, and I'm sure it sparked some emotion from him.
Has he given a response to it, or is he so devastated he can't even speak?
No, he has given a response, something along the lines of he's happy because now he's been singled out, basically. I think this is what he said. Here we go. You know how long I've been working, and it felt somewhat uncomfortable that they had no judgments for me there. So I'm pleased. I promise to work even harder. So yeah, cheered him right up, apparently.
Oh, did it now? Okay, so you're saying finally I got on the map. This is where I wanted to be all this time.
Yes, he kind of sees it as a badge of honour, and I think I would too. So while we're here, would you like to hear the MOD report for today?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, so it's quite long. Bear with me. I also, I believe I have a few comments. So, Defence Intelligence Update, 22nd of April. The Russian state is struggling to maintain consistency in a core narrative that it uses to justify the war in Ukraine. That the invasion is analogous to the Soviet experience in the Second World War. We have seen that, haven't we? So, on the 18th of April 23, Russian state media announced the cancellation of this year's Immortal Regiment Great Patriotic War Remembrance Marches on safety grounds. In reality, the authorities are highly likely concerned that the participants would begin to highlight the scope of recent Russian losses. This follows the Wagner Group owner, Potato Head Prigozhin, publicly questioning, they didn't write that bit, publicly questioning whether there are actually any Nazis in Ukraine after all, going against Russia's justification for the war. The authorities have continued attempts to unify the Russian public around polarizing myths about the 1940s. Yes, they have indeed gone back to the 1940s. So on the 12th of April 23, state news agency RIA Novosti reported unique documents from the FSB archives implicating the Nazis in the murder of 22,000 Polish nationals in the Katyn massacre of 1940. However, in reality, the FSB's predecessor agency, the NKVD, was responsible. Russia's State Duma officially condemned Joseph Stalin for ordering the killings in 2010. So that's the thing about lies, Doman. You have to remember what you've said.
Well, I mean, you can't expect them to do that, can you? That's way too difficult. It's way too involved to try to do all of that. Remember things? Nah, nonsense. Be consistent. No point in that. No, but seriously, I think this is a part of the strategy. Actually, I think the UK MOD misread this. No, they're not struggling to maintain consistency. They don't care to maintain consistency. What does Tom call it? Tom has a great name for it. Firehouse of bullshit, something like that. But it is, right, and it's to make people apathetic fundamentally, and keep concepts soft. Never allow people to be too sure in what it is that they're thinking. Never be too sure in what it is that is around them. And they're doing a great job at all of that. Now, of course, it's the first time that the Immortal Regiment, and they're not immortal. They were very mortal, and now they're not mortal anymore. But that doesn't make them immortal. That makes them, still mortal, just in a different state from the living. The safety grounds that they reference really is that they can't possibly have people showing up with so many new pictures. It's fine when all the pictures are in black and white of people who died, so long, so very long ago. Yeah, it's interesting, really, isn't it? Very interesting. The Katyn massacre. I trust that those lies on the 12th of April would have been big news in Poland, because it was basically an execution of much of Polish officers, intelligentsia, political class. The real enemies of the Kremlin establishment. Many of those who will have fought in the Battle of Warsaw 20 years prior, right? That's who that was. But we should have that. Did we do this properly? Yeah, Battle of Warsaw with Peter. We kind of touched upon it, but I don't think we did it comprehensively. Comprehensive frame by frame of the Battle of Warsaw. We did do an episode on it, but I think it really deserves another look at it some week. Of course, Mockers, this. Do we have a card out? Because I know I saw a card yesterday, but I don't know if I saw it in the deck or if we published. We did publish it. So today we have Peter speaking about the Lend-Lease, the secret of Lend-Lease, the little known secret of America's greatest policy. Let's see where we're going with that. I'm very curious. How much of it will be historical contextualization, and how much of it is going to be what we can learn from the Second World War and what got to be applied this time around for Ukraine because of it. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that Peter Doran has a fabulous story for us. And also, I'm told that Track Ruts will also be on today. So look out for that one a couple of hours later.
Very good. Looking forward to that, of course. Looking forward to that.
I see that Ukrainian counteroffensive is currently trending. Probably not happening today, but we're all just waiting, I think.
It's all about the mud at the end of the day, isn't it? It's all about the mud. We touched on it with Mikhail a bit yesterday. How the mud is looking and how the mud will be looking, but it's all about that mud. Something for the track ruts to delve into and dive into. Not literally, that'd be a bit of a mess. But it's all about the mud. Yeah, last night there was a video that came out somewhere about with just vast quantities of mud somewhere in the west of Ukraine. But it does show also just how good leopards are at moving through mud. So maybe it's not an end all be all. It really depends on how the mud is distributed. If it's a nice even mud, if it's a little bit more varied, softer, harder, alternating. It's a very interesting, basically studying soil science, isn't it? How physical, let's say, effects on mud, what they cause, and the mixing up, the stirring up, the pushing water into the soil. It's very curious. Anyway, casting all of that aside, Klaus, morning.
Good morning. I'm driving in the car, so bear with me. Is the sound okay?
All good.
Okay, thank you. I have found a way how we can send fixed wing aircraft to Ukraine through Germany, actually.
Is it fly them?
We have to do this in German, and bear with me, my German is very rusty. Aber ich frage, können wir Flugzeug zu Ukraine geschicken? Das fliegt sehr schnell. And then the German defense minister will say, nein. And that's a
nine of them. I see.
That's
Yes.
a coded word, and they have to do this 4 times, and then I think we have a squadron. Isn't that 36 planes?
I think that's a great idea. I think that's a terrific idea. I think you've discovered something there, Klaus.
Thank you. But we have to keep this a secret so the Russians won't notice. Thank you.
Tremendous. Laughing Tommy, you've seen something about the German defense minister in planes, no?
Oh, well, yes, let me bring it up. It's on Radio Free Europe, on the Radio Free Europe website from this morning. Basically, Pistorius made a statement where he said that he wouldn't agree to where was it? He wouldn't agree to sending the German planes to Ukraine, saying that German Tornadoes and Eurofighters have different capabilities than those needed in Ukraine. However, he said that Germany can provide Ukrainian pilots with aircraft that they could fly promptly and service locally, Pistorius said. So he said that basically his statement addresses those who have the right aircraft. So I think that this is Germany basically giving the go-ahead to whoever can actually provide the appropriate aircraft to do so. I think that they're saying that they will no longer stand in the way in the talks and making that position official to put political pressure on the rest who can.
And this is, I think, quite interesting because it goes. It's a different way to phrase a statement. And I think Pistorius has been markedly better at this than his predecessor. Not that was difficult. He's also better at this than Scholz is. Right? No, that's kind of secondary. But the official German position seems to be, no, we're for sending fighter jets to Ukraine. There are capabilities that are needed in Ukraine. Now, not German fighter jets, but fighter jets nevertheless, and that's I think that's a good thing. If Germany's at least kind of even if mildly but openly supporting say the Danish position, right? And what is the Danish position? We saw that yesterday, following and this wasn't exactly widely reported in Anglophone media, but following the Ramstein meeting, the Danish acting Minister of Defense came out and said the following. Give me a second to get the complete quote. Said the following: Denmark is pushing for a decision to be made before the summer. That allied countries should be training Ukrainians on F-16s. And the quote is, I put in some effort today, that was yesterday during the meeting, talking with counterparts about the possibility of working together in training Ukrainian pilots, converting from flying MiGs to F-16s, and saying that we need to decide this in the coming months before the summer holidays. And his expectation is the conversion schedule would be 6 to 8 months. That's a big deal, right? That's a good move, I think, by the Danish Ministry of Defense, Poulsen, and it's not a trivial question. He keeps saying working with partners, of course, but I would surmise that these partners probably are the Netherlands, Norway. No, kind of saying, come on, let's do it, let's get this done. And it is the most appropriate jet, that's for sure. Even though I personally would prefer the F-18s from Australia, just because they're bigger, extra missile capacity. Nafo Deva, morning.
Hello. I think Chris was before me though, but I just had a brief question about the announcement of NATO wanting Ukraine to join and saying that's a good thing. And then have you seen Viktor Orban's reply to that?
Yes, I've seen the dictator saying what?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Erdogan and Orban are both going to really come up the works on this.
So I don't think that that Erdogan would be particularly in the way, especially at this point, because at this point, it's unclear exactly how the Turkish action is going to get. I'll touch upon that later. But funny thing is, Stoltenberg was restating what has been the NATO position since 2008 Bucharest summit, so 15 years now. That at some point they will be, and if anything, he's trying to put Stoltenberg on a lie. But as long as Stoltenberg checked with the members that became members since then, which isn't that many, Montenegro, North Macedonia, were Albania and Croatia members by 2008. Either they were just about to be, or they just became members, and of course Finland of this year, right? As long as you check with those, don't think Finland would be a problem. It's still very much policy. But yeah, let's turn to Hungary and Turkey in a bit, because there's more to say there. And in the meantime, and quickly go to Chris, who I think has something on the planes. Chris, good morning. How are the Malamutes doing?
Good morning, Doman. Yeah, we're post Malamute, and it's a lovely day, so they're basking in the sun. Yeah, so they're it's all good. We're all quiet, and I'm making the sausage sandwiches, so they are, watching the progress of that with interest. I was just going to actually, on the planes and that. I mean, I wasn't going to speak about the planes, but as you mentioned that, right, it does seem, doesn't it, that the emphasis has turned to missile defenses and that, so that's what I keep hearing people say and that. But nevertheless, I have been thinking about what we can do to rejuvenate the Free the Falcons and Free the F-16s campaign. So I don't have any conclusions on it, other than that I've done a few tweets recently with that hashtag. But anyway, I was just going to tell you something which may be of interest. I thought it was interesting. Discussion I had yesterday about how Ukraine is keeping its electrical power systems going, and therefore communication systems and all the rest of it. So I'd like to look into where Ukraine is pioneering. So can I just tell you a little bit about that? Maybe
please do. This is very interesting.
Well, yeah. So can't reveal my sources, but I understand that just before, in fact, the invasion, a massive test was done in Ukraine, and that test basically, put simply, and there may be people that know more about this than I do, but basically, and put simply, it was disconnect from any Russian or Belarusian sources of power, and then divide the country up into cells or zones. So, in other words, make sure that the infrastructure worked without the Russian and Belarusian power, and then also make sure that it was resilient as well, so that if one zone was affected, it didn't have a knock-on effect to other parts of the network, right? So that's about as much as I know about that, right? But it's very interesting, and there are people in the UK. I mean, obviously, you have heard, obviously, that Russia is planning to attack the UK, right? You heard that rumor, yeah. So
with the special tsunami-inducing torpedo, yes.
Yeah. So it's fair.
Did you see the picture of Medvedev after the test of said torpedo?
No, I didn't actually. In all honesty, if it's there somewhere for me to look at, do bring it to my attention. No, I didn't. But what I would say to you actually, and again, which might be of interest to is that there's a generally a lot of activity in the UK at the minute about what should we say, hardening our infrastructure. A lot of activity. I have mentioned to you before that there is a plan to basically make managed service providers critical national infrastructure. That's going through Parliament at the minute. But from what I hear, there's also a lot of thought being given to things like the electrical power systems and that. And I have no idea, how resilient our electrical power systems are in the UK. Somebody I'm sure will be here that does. Anyway, before I go way off track, right? So then this test, if you like, extended to so from the power systems, if you like, including making sure that there was backup generators in key locations and stuff like that, right? Extended from that to the communications. And I think you've probably heard me say before, Doman, that I speak to Euclid Telecom quite a bit. And so I know that that one of the things that they put the resilience down to is, again, they have a very distributed infrastructure in Ukraine of communication systems. And like sort of unusually, I mean, it's not totally unusual because we have a bit similar in the UK, but they have something like, I mean, they've got something like 3 main telcos, but they've got something like 60 odd internet service providers. And a lot of those internet service providers are sort of like regional or town-based internet service providers. Yeah. So obviously, first of all, you've got like a resilient setup at the electrical power level, and then on top of that, you've got a resilient setup for the internet communications as well. And then we go on to the next bit, which is sort of quite interesting, which is basically ensuring that actually you can communicate without any direct, if you like, electrical power at all, right? So it's all basically battery backups, battery systems, generators, and all the rest of it, right? Which of course is working, or has worked really, really well. So I don't know where exactly where Ukraine is, if you like, in this area, but what do we call it? Uninterruptible communication systems. There's maybe a proper name for this, but that's what I've been using: uninterruptible communication systems, not reliant on any mains power whatsoever. So I say I don't know where Ukraine is in the world on this, but I suspect that they may be pioneering in this area. What do you think, Damon?
I think it's very important, and I think they've been, this is part of the reason why they've managed to get the electrical grid to run. Is it suboptimal? Yeah, of course. The whole point of a grid system is that you aren't split up into these individual cells, but getting the thing to work is more important than having it set up optimally but not functioning, right? That's kind of obvious, and it's kind of a big part of it. Not to mention, same goes for communications. Both of those things are very important to be running consistently, constantly, as much as that can be done, as much as that can be assured. Now, one thing I want to note here, Chris, is Russia didn't intend to use cruise missiles to destroy the Ukrainian electrical grid. That wasn't Plan A. Plan A was to do that through cyber warfare, but they failed. They failed not because it was impossible for them to do it, but because it was fought back, prevented by Ukrainian cyber defenses. Expending something like 1,000 missiles, give or take, and I don't know what the number is, that actually targeted the electrical infrastructure, and then what number hit and what number was intercepted, whatever it is. Let's about 1,000. That's probably reasonable, and then if it's 800 or if it's 3,000, whatever. They used something like quadruple digits of cruise missiles to hit Ukrainian electrical infrastructure because Plan A failed. And this Plan B failed as well, but it led to them using up so many of these standoff weapons. So many of these standoff weapons. It's not even funny. And I think that has to not be forgotten either. Chris?
Sorry, Domin, I just finger trouble. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, actually. You know, that does just like bring me slightly on to discussions with the cybersecurity company. So I'm probably talking now to about, I don't know, 4 or 5 but cybersecurity companies in Ukraine to get them to come to the Ukraine pavilion. And I'm pleased to say that actually during this week we confirmed a speaker from a Ukrainian cybersecurity company called Under Defense, and they will be speaking on both stages actually in the exhibition. So they'll be in the physical security and military area, and they'll also be in the cybersecurity area. The exhibition organisers, you know, are actually getting like super excited. I mean, actually, they were in the conversation yesterday where that discussion about the electrical power grid was happening, right? But they. And I, you know, obviously, I hope that this would be the case, but I couldn't guarantee that it would be. But the exhibition organisers are adamant that we should be hearing, you know, how Ukraine has combated the Russian cyber attacks. Obviously, not just in the last year, Doman, but basically since 2014. Right, so they definitely want that knowledge imparted to the audience, which is great, right? So I say we've got the first speakers already booked in for September, so that's brilliant. And you're right, and it's very interesting actually, Doman. I mean, you know, what happened in the cyber world, you know, the same sorts of thing are said about what's happening in the physical or kinetic world as well, right? You know, like just, I mean, I'm not saying that this is the best example, but just to say that they say, yeah, the Russians like were pretty crap, but they do learn fast. Right, and you do have to, you know, constantly keep upgrading what you do, right? And it's also been very interesting for me, Doman, because my specialist cybersecurity area is basically SME, home and remote worker cybersecurity. And one of the things that's come out from a number of the cybersecurity firms and organizations in Ukraine, you know, is that the Russians use very simple techniques that, you know, we bang on about here in the UK, and generally people sort of poo-poo, you know, but it's just like, you know, because they basically went for in order to get into the infrastructure, you know, they went for the employees of the infrastructure, right? So, you know, so all you need is, you know, an employee of Telecom or the power systems and that to open a phishing mail, you know, and then that gets the virus in, and away it goes. You know, basically from there, you know, eventually they manage to worm their way into the central networks, if they're lucky and they're doing their job right. So it's really good actually, because, you know, and it's one of the reasons now why, since I've like listened to them, and I've published some of their presentations and their views and that, it's really useful for other countries to understand that, you know, in an actual war situation, these things are important. You know, I mean, GCHQ and NCSC in the UK will be absolutely delighted, I think, you know, in many ways, that the guidance that they have been giving people the simple. They've tried to make it simple. Strong passwords. Basically go through in the UK what we call the Cyber Essentials standard, right, which is a very simple cybersecurity audit and upgrade, if you like. That all of that is really important, right? Because that's what the Russians and of course the Chinese and those from Iran and all the rest of it will do. They will actually try and get in some fairly simple ways. And like with Cyber Essentials certification that we have in the UK, they basically say properly implemented, it won't stop 100%, but it'll stop 80% of the sort of like common attacks and that. So you're absolutely right, Doman, right? We've got to get this information out because hopefully people will listen to the lessons, if you like, that are being learnt on the front line of the cyber war.
100%, Chris. Ivana, good morning.
Good morning, Doman, Walkers, and Chris. Very interesting discussion, and I wanted to comment on this issue of electricity grid and distribution in Ukraine, because what they did was amazing, adapting to a situation in which a lot of their power stations and transformers and whatever infrastructure was affected by the Russian missiles, and they managed to do this amazingly well. And for the last few months, we didn't heard about problems with the electricity grid. And I remembered something because today is the Earth Day, and I remember something that happened a month ago when it was the Earth Hour, when we are supposed to switch off the electric devices and lights in order to save some electricity. And there was something very interesting that happened in Ukraine at that time. The Ukreenergo called Ukrainians not to do this, not to turn off all the power devices, because this can lead to problems in the electricity in the power system and overloads and so on. And I'm wondering why, because in a country normally this doesn't cause really much problems, but Ukraine, I think, was forced to rethink the grid, to rethink the network, to do some cells, and to rethink the transportation of the energy from the west when it was less affected to the east of Ukraine, from the north to the south. And I think they did something, it's a pure speculation, kind of like Bernoulli principle, they managed to drive electricity to some place, even if they do not produce it in that place, and they managed to maintain a balance that is very interesting. So I just wanted to have your opinion on this, Chris, because this decision to advise people not to turn off power seemed very, very interesting to me. So I would like to hear your comment on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's exactly as you said, right? And this is what Chris touched upon similarly earlier, the cellularization. Yeah, I think the way you can think of it is the following. There was a really good explanation I read at some point about how the UK national grid functions, and how they know about, I forget what time it is. They know what time commercials are on BBC and Channel 4. And they kind of prepare to have the surge of everybody turning on their kettle at the same time. Tea kettles, they consume a lot of instantaneous current, right, on a startup, and but by being able to predict, they can balance out the electrical flows. The thing is, with Ukraine, I think the problem that they were having is sometimes you were having a grid, but a microgrid that might have only had one or two sources of supply, and it just couldn't be. It didn't have the mass to absorb it, right? So I think an interesting way to always think of electricity is to think of it as water. voltage is like potential energy of a container of water, etc. And now imagine that you're you're doing something to a vessel of water. But let's imagine it's a really big vessel or a really small vessel. Imagine like a giant, swimming pool type thing, and then imagine a little cup of water, right? Anything you do, say you heat it up, the water in the cup, if you add a bit of energy, is going to heat up by quite a lot. The water in the swimming pool isn't, because there's this big thermal mass, for example. And the same kind of goes here with electricity, because electricity basically has to be created and consumed in the same moment. In general, because of that, having a bigger system kind of allows you to fudge things a little bit more. At the end of the day, it all comes down to matching frequencies, right? So you're 50 hertz, or if you're in the US, 60 hertz. That's the other way around. I keep forgetting. That's the number. That's kind of the target number all the time. And you shouldn't go too much above or too much below, right? And for every bit of excess energy in the system, it goes above, and for every bit of lacking of energy, it goes below. And if it goes below or above by sufficiently little, it's fine. And then the more above it goes, there's a problem. The more below it goes, there's a problem. And then over time, we want to average out exactly the correct frequency. That's kind of your indicator. And the thing is, basically, in a smaller system, it's easier to perturb it more, and that's why they wanted to, say like, hey, people, don't mess with this. I think a good comparison is electrical supply in small island communities, but small island communities where there's no battery backup, and where they're not running off of like an oil-based thermal power plant. How do you manage? And you will find that it's very complicated systems and very irregular intermittent electrical supply, because it's reliant on a much simpler system. Luckily, it means also that the consumers are a bit simpler, more straightforward, and that helps as well. But you don't get anything like the same stability. Now imagine having closer to that level of instability, but you're operating at massively high voltages, long distances, complex systems at the same time. It doesn't work very well, and this is where Ukrainians having managed to get through this. I think that there's going to be books coming out and saying, we were so close, we were barely making it, we were walking on the edge of a cliff for months, and everything we were doing was at a sort of at a knife's edge at the edge of a cliff, and that's going to be really impressive once it comes out. Sorry for the ramble on a little bit. I think we have lots of people with thoughts to this. Shall we go on to Daniel, then to Ming, and back to Chris? Daniel.
Good morning, Domen.
Good morning.
Sorry for my open mic then.
That's okay.
I hope Romanian don't disturb you.
Not as long as you eat enough garlic.
We need to prevent that bloody vampires. They come always. I don't know. I read something 30 years ago. Serbians eat more garlic than us. So we need to work on this. What I want me to start saying Michael Kaufman is a moron, or just let's destroy People's Republic of China?
Oh, can we go to that a little bit later, just so that we close out this whole electrical thing, Daniel? Would that be right?
Please. Okay.
Let me get Ming back among the less than merciless, and because those are all important things, but they deserve proper treatment. Ming, electrical stuff.
No, it's a different topic. But because Chris was around it. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, Doman.
I can hear you, Ming.
Doman, can you hear me?
It seems Doman may not hear you.
I can hear you, Ming. Okay, Doman looks okay. Yeah, no, it was a different topic, but since Chris was around, I thought, he's in the IT sphere, and it might he could give us maybe some pointers or something. I'm in a couple of sort of off Twitter groups. One of which is with Ryan, who is busy distributing materials, aid sent to Ukraine and whatnot. Super busy, as we know. And my brother, for instance, is also involved in sending shipments out of the UK to Ukraine. And so the thing he's been working on, there's a couple of articulated lorries leaving on the 2nd of May for Ukraine. His stuff's quite cool because you can put pretty well anything in it because it goes as diplomatic cargo. So I kind of said to Ryan, look, if you've got any shipments coming out of the UK, have a word with my brother. And turns out, Ryan's got 2 tons of stuff that need to go to Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ryan's got some urgent stuff that he needs prior to the 2nd of May. So casually, I happened to be yesterday in one of the NAFO chill out spaces, and somebody said something about a shipment they were organizing. And I said, oh, look, Ryan's got this stuff that needs to go urgently. And now I don't know if it's going to work or not, but we'll see. We can try. And then on top of that, Ryan's got a whole bunch of perishable stuff that's about to hit its use-by date, stuck in Poland somewhere. So I'm thinking, clearly there's big demand here. Lots of different people organizing different shipments to Ukraine, and the whole thing could probably be done a lot more efficiently if we had, for instance, an app, matching available capacity and timing and weight and all those things, and to stuff that needs to be shipped, and it can be all over Europe. So, I'm not an IT guy, so I wouldn't know necessarily how to go about this. I'm sure there are apps out there that could probably be redeployed to do something like this with relative ease. Or is it perhaps something we should kind of flag up to someone like, what's his name, Mikhailo Fyodorov, I think he's now deputy PM, is he, or responsible for digital transformation in Ukraine, to get this sort of thing done a lot more efficiently. Anyway, open to all ideas, just throwing it out there. It just seems to me that there's a lot of shipments going and a lot of space.
Gentlemen, you're hot milking, babe.
A lot of space potentially going to waste on some of these shipments, and be a lot more efficient to match demand for it up with what's available.
Ming, I think for that you need a logistician, not a minister for digital transformation. So not a they do stuff like the DIA app, the electronic identity and so on. I think for that what you need is someone who does logistics, or packs trucks for whatever, Amazon or something. What goes where most efficiently. That's the way to do that, I think. Chris, similar thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Doman, and thanks to Joanna as well, and thank you, Doman, for I think hopefully you basically addressed Joanna's question that what I was just going to say to you actually was there's a couple of interesting things here. So I don't know whether the detail of what Ukraine has done with their electrical infrastructure and that will come out, but it might be that actually we get a speaker in September and that can talk about it. So I have got somebody in mind, but I'm not saying that's definitely going to happen, right? But because definitely all of that area was of interest to the exhibition. And yeah, there was a couple of things actually. One of the things was the guy was just like saying that he was in Ukraine, and he was just amazed. You know, he was just amazed at how resilient the electrical system was in Ukraine throughout all of this. You know, and the internet infrastructure, and obviously we know that they have had problems, Doman, right? But you know, he was like saying he's just like scratching his head, you know, because all the electricity has gone off in the house, but the internet's still working. And like, how does this happen? Right, so I'm not entirely sure how it does happen, right? But at the minute, but it's sort of interesting that it happened, you know. And even like he would say that that they're so used to you know, the internet staying up that, you know, when it doesn't stay up, and that's an unusual event, you know. So that's quite interesting. And then there was another thing that actually my Remy tank mate, Doman, I occasionally talk to, well, actually I talk to him a lot, but you know, he's the one that I talk to about the challenges and all of that, right? He was saying to me the other day that he had installed in his house, you know, like a frequency matching, load balancing type device, and that, which was going to like save him loads of money, apparently, you know. And so again, you know, it's not. I was what they call a pinky in the Navy, not a greenie, which so that's you know, little electrics, not big electrics. So, but I definitely think, as you alluded to, if you like, right, there is some stuff that's gone on within the cells in Ukraine and that is pretty innovative, and that. So that's as much as I can say on it. You know, there may be, you know, electrical grid engineers or something that can tell us a bit more, but not me, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of this will come out after the war. Only after the war. Well, after the war, possibly. But it'll be big lessons for the rest of the world, for sure. All right, Daniel, you had a couple of things. Let's keep France for a bit later. What was the other thing? Let's do that first.
I want to tell you something about electricity. Something which don't need information. We don't need to speculate and not make the SBU more trouble, because they hunt spies every day, and they have. Two things I think are very easy to understand, which people sometimes forget. Geography. Ukraine is huge. When you have a huge country, you have strategic depth. In fact, was one of the advantages of Soviet Union against Third Reich. And people forget this. They not understand, because look at Bakhmut, look at Bakhmut, look at Bakhmut. No, there is a small, very, very small town with too many brigades, both sides. So to hit the target with Russian gyroscopes, I don't think they can do it. That's why Belgorod blow up time to time. S-300s, air bombs. Second thing, and I think all the German ears, Belgians, must be open at this moment and listen to me, the guy with no experience. Ukraine developed something. Some parts are heritage of Soviet Union. A combo called hydropower plants with nuclear power plants. I read it, Nuclear Electrica, the nuclear company in Romania, and they want to develop something similar with modular nuclear reactors. So micro hydro plants with micro nuclear plants combined, you know, cooling, but also energy compensating and going more to the grid. And I think is one of not so secret thing of Ukraine. Their nuclear power is not only efficient, is not only on demand, but can sustain a war in a very unhealthy environment, just war. And I remember my, I can say, my stunned face when I saw that tank firing in an administrative building in Enerhodar. But when Germans close power plants, you know, in a very peaceful place where they have probably better engineering skill than Ukrainians. Let's be fair, Germans are stunning at this. To play this card like a green against nuclear power plants looks outrageously stupid. And I don't mean about less CO2, less mountains of ash from coal plants. No, I mean resilience, trustworthy. Uh, People look at Chernobyl and Fukushima and draw wrong conclusions. Chernobyl was not blow up just because was a strategic failure in planning how to build a reactor. Was pure Soviet incompetence. Was orders beyond procedures. Was less respect for any other normal system will do. Don't break stuff and read the manometers and listen to your people who are experienced. Don't be an asshole. And at Fukushima, sorry, how many quakes of 9-point Richter are? How many tsunamis are 24 meters high? So Germans, take in your head, look at Ukrainians, build nuclear reactors, don't be stupid. Canadians can help you. They have the better technology.
I am in such complete agreement. I couldn't literally physically agree more. You know, it was. But the really funny thing was there was a French Green MP who was celebrating. You know, oh, how good it feels. How good must be the feeling when you turn off the last nuclear reactor. Like, yeah, who are these Greens who, you know, prefer higher CO2 emissions? What's going on? Sometimes world can be very confusing. Very confusing.
Feelings. Good morning. Yep.
Good morning.
Special shout out to Slovakia.
It's 4:30 in the morning in the center
Amazing.
of the universe.
In the center of the planet. That would be Toronto.
It's very hot in the center of the planet, I think.
It's not. Oh, I see what you did there. The center. You had. I did want to give a little update. I think Markers and all of you would appreciate why coming on at an ungodly hour. Nothing to do with sleep regression in toddlers at all. Markers, would you like to hear an interesting story?
Always.
Well, it's interesting. A lot of it's coming in. Where? You'll have to take my word for it. You don't have to. I've been right before, I think. Been right a couple times, maybe. Markers? Right?
Only once.
What does your wife say?
This is a little bigger than that. We talked about Russian forces in Kherson, east of the Dnipro, relocating towards Melitopol or Melitopol in Ukrainian, and more reports of Russian soldiers, obviously conducting goodwill gestures, and large amounts of Russian soldiers in and around that area are now moving to a different place called Crimea. So there's some anecdotal comments made in Russian Telegram that say that they're doing this as a goodwill gesture, because Ukraine will agree to territorial concessions where Russians can have Kherson and lots of Ukraine, and that they're just being brought back to Crimea for some R&R, some rest and relaxation. But I have a feeling, not a doctor, but I have a feeling that that's not true. That they're not being sent back. So it looks like these Russian withdrawals in and around Kherson and Melitopol are actually even going further, which is really weird because unless they're trying to create a defense in depth, which would make sense between Melitopol and Crimea, it's super bad news for the Russians, and it could very well mean that maybe the Russians suspect, as many of us have suspected, as Ukraine has been telling the world for months, that they're going to get their country back, come hell or high water, and it might just be both hell and high water. So it's just a bit of good news. I thought people might be happy to hear that. Not, I wouldn't say considerable Russian forces, but a lot are being moved. So that means that the force of Russians between the Dnieper River and Melitopol is gradually being thinned out. A number of Russian troops. Initially, I suspected and I said it would make sense if those forces were being relocated to Melitopol to form part of a defensive line, so the Russians could try to fight the Ukrainians off. But it's not going to happen, obviously. Just don't have the bandwidth or the force structure, posture, disposition. Just don't have the manpower and the equipment to do it. If they are, more of them are moving towards Crimea, it could be in their minds the last doubt why they would lie to their troops and say, "Oh, this is just we're winning. We're so tired. We win so much. We're tired of winning. We're going to let the Ukrainians feel comfortable by moving some troops out because obviously, we're going to keep the land." That makes sense. And more importantly, though, as the Southern Command of the Ukrainian Armed Forces stated earlier in the week, that the Russians have started to strip cities and towns of all of their equipment, medical equipment, things like that. It sounds like the Russian commanders in Ukraine are thinking that not even Melitopol is safe for them, and that they're going to relocate to Crimea. Because the one thing the Russians are really good at doing is underestimating the Ukrainians and overestimating their own capabilities. And in the Russian mind, I would argue that they really think Crimea is certainly never going to go back to Ukraine. And I would say that they're certainly incorrect. But wait out for more information. I think the next coming week we'll see more Russian withdrawals in an attempt to maybe think that if they put enough troops in Crimea, Ukrainians can't possibly attack. I think that's incorrect. So I just wanted to share that bit of good news. Thanks.
Thank you. Good. I have a hunch we might have some people with some questions, such as, for example, Chris.
Yes. Good morning, Yehuda. Hopefully, you'll be pleased to know that I have pretty well everything that you've said and predicted imprinted in my head. So I'm watching for it to happen. I was obviously the rumor about the Ukrainians crossing the Dnipro, and I guess it seems just a rumor, was interesting. And of course the comment that has been made, which you may not have heard, but the guys apparently on track ruts are going to be talking about the what are they calling it? The eight or so armored divisions? Is that the term that's being used, Doman? That potentially may be attacking the Russians in multiple places. So what I was thinking, Yehuda, was when they said the Ukrainians had crossed the Dnipro, right? I was like thinking, okay, well, if they've, and obviously I'm not an expert on this, right? Which is why I'm asking, but I was thinking, okay, if that's true, then probably the rest needs to happen as well, because you probably don't want to just cross the Dnipro without other attacks going on in other places almost simultaneously. Don't know what you think.
Well, I think you might be wrong there. I don't think that it's. I think the Ukrainians have been crossing the Dnipro consistently since taking all of Kherson west of the Dnipro, shaping operations, reconnaissance. That's been happening probably all the time. I think if the references to Ukrainian forces en masse, obviously that's not true, but they are doing things like, when they do, engineers could be doing a recce on the other side of the water there, the river, to see where the best places to bridge, to ford the river are. They've probably done it in a dozen places, 20 places, find out where it is that they need to be. So not at all surprising if Ukrainians are doing that. So yeah, they're enforced, no. But yeah, it'll keep coming. And I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, thanks, you. I mean, that's what I thought. Really, that there have been operations going across the Dnipro for some time, but this it seemed to be this sort of rumor of them crossing in any force seemed to be water being poured on that fire type of thing. Yeah, so that's fine.
Yeah, the counteroffensive that comes might not even see Ukrainian forces moving en masse for a few days into the counteroffensive, right? It might be, when there's pressure put on the Russians by the Ukrainians in Zaporizhia pushing down. That's when I think you're going to see, large movements of Ukrainian forces across the Dnipro. I think that would make much more sense if there was pressure on the Russian forces remaining on the east side of the Dnipro, which would be there to facilitate a Russian delay, which would mean that they would try to destroy as much Ukrainian equipment and personnel as Ukrainians advance, and if it done properly, the Russians would withdraw to a more suitable defensive position. But we all know the Russians aren't very good at this whole thing called warfighting, so I don't think that would happen. I don't think they would really be able to execute an effective delay, the Russians. But either way, regardless of the force composition, Russian forces to the east of the Dnipro, Ukrainians are still, smart, and they want to preserve and increase survivability for their troops. So if they had large forces, and I don't like to talk numbers or 8 divisions, I like to talk in smaller numbers that I'm actually more comfortable with, brigade groups and brigades, and then battle groups, and a considerable amount of brigades exist. It's kind of public knowledge now, 170-ish, and you'll have, that's not an issue for that. So hope that so basically when that counteroffensive kicks off, you're going to see a lot of movement. You're going to see Ukrainians pushing down from Zaporizhia, and then when they confuse the Russians that are there, then you're going to see you'll see Ukrainian forces moving across the Dnipro, so they're much more unopposed. Hope that helps.
Chris?
Yeah, that's great, Yehuda. I mean, what I'd like to see, I don't know if it'll happen, but what I'd like to see is the Russians in Bakhmut surrounded and cut off. But I don't know whether I will see that or not. But
Night's still young.
yeah, exactly. Doman, I was just I don't know if when we finished on this, I realised I didn't answer Ming's question, and I've actually got a point on that. But when you're ready,
shoot.
Okay, yeah. So actually, Doman, this was another interesting discussion that I've had during this last week. It was actually more about drones than it was about efficiencies in supplies going into Ukraine. But I, from you know, I sensed that it was a general thing that was happening, right? So I think the Ukrainians have moved into what I'll call an efficiency phase, for want of a better word, because basically, you know, that with the drone supply and that, obviously, there's a realization that there have been like loads of fantastic initiatives, you know, on the drone side, you know, that were absolutely necessary, but it's, you know, it's probably a bit inefficient, if you like. So I don't know whether people will appreciate the government's interference or help or not. But anyway, I think that's going on. And then to answer Ming's question directly, Doman, you know this, right? That actually, of course, we have brought up here in the space before now, right? The news about people wanting, you know, traveling down to Ukraine from the UK. They've got space in their vehicles, or they need to get something shipped and all the rest of it, right? So obviously, just to emphasize that the space itself is a useful place to do just what Ming did, and just mention that there is a requirement. You know, I remember back when I think Ryan was looking to get a vehicle fixed in Poland. I think there was a vehicle broken down in Poland, and that was announced here on the space, and very, very quickly he got a solution to that problem, and the vehicle was fixed, right? So the space itself is an amazing place, I think, to transmit that information. But and equally, obviously, we talk a lot about Twitter. You know, that lots of people come up here and say, don't forget to, you know, retweet the space and all of that, which obviously is right. But do remember, remember a couple of things actually, that to some extent, Ukrainians prefer Facebook to Twitter. So they're not all on here, on the Twitter, on Twitter itself, nor on the space and that. But we do have a very rapidly growing Facebook group, which is another place where information like that could be posted, as long as it was allowed to be posted. So which sort of takes me to answering your question, right? I think you're right, Ming. It probably could do with a place, a website, you know, an app where everybody can go to, if you like, you know, get stuff like transported. Actually, you remind me of a mate of mine who owns a logistics company, and he had what at the time was a bit of a unique app, where basically what he would do, he would match space on Arctics, you know, like say, you know, an Arctic goes out or something from the UK to let's say Poland or something like that, and it doesn't have a load coming back, so they could go onto this app and they could say, I need, you know, this stuff transported back from Poland to the UK. Are there any Arctics free, you know, with free space on, right? And so the app would match one to the other. So yeah, I don't know of one, but I completely agree with you. You know, that it would be a good thing, but for now, the space and its social media and that can help as well. Equally, tweeting out something, you know, hashtag tagging MriyaReport, etc., can work as well. So that all of that's worth trying, if I can say that.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. What about your mate and his app there? Because that might be handy.
I shall try. Yeah, I'll try and find out where he's at with that. Right. I mean, as far as I know, Ming, right, it is like very focused on Arctics and that, right? You know, which is obviously the big end of the market, and he is a specialist supplier, Ming. So So, for example, he himself, the app is open to all sorts of people, but he himself, like, I don't know, just as an example, he ships, he transports aero engines and stuff like that. So he tends to transport the sort of higher end, more unusual stuff, if you like, himself. But I will ask. I will ask.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you, Chris. I think Ming drove down to listen because he had audio issues, but he's hearting at you now, so that must mean a good thing. Fantastic. These are graph theory problems at the end of the day, aren't they? Anyway, Daniel, you're back.
I'm back with a cigarette and with phone updated.
Very good. The cigarette, but okay.
Yeah, because you need a cigarette when you need to talk about people worse than Russians, worse than Vladimir Putin, worse than Lavrov. I rambled a bit with mockers in the morning. You know what I think is a trap. A trap because I remember 2014 and I remember the reaction. I was very aware what happened in Kiev. I was with my eyes on Facebook at that moment, watching Vice daily reports from Maidan, how they fight, how they resist, how they treat the wounded. So for me, Crimea, the little green man, was not something, a surprise. But what I remember very, very well and vivid, memory is not something you need to trust, but I remember how big this is, how important this is. It's very, very hard to explain citizens. What does it mean, international law? What does it mean, international treaties? When I had a one semester course about constitutional law, first thing I learned was any international treaty, once it's signed in parliament, in Romania, for example, but I imagine even if we are Napoleonic law, is happening almost everywhere. When you sign an international treaty, is becoming more powerful than any law in that country, And this system of a lot of international treaties, people are not aware how huge is the textbook, are not something we are aware. We don't go to supermarket and talk about, freedom of navigation. How old is that? And the annexation of Crimea was not about little green men. It was so stupid, media, how covered this with little green men. They can be more smart and say, it's third time after the Third Reich entered in Poland. I think was a better phrase. And what Chinese ambassador is doing now is worse. You have more experience. You are more educated than me. Explain why it's worse, please. Because my English is bad.
Okay, so the Chinese ambassador was on French TV last night, and he said something along the lines of, well, all these countries that came out of the breakup of the Soviet Union, none of them are real countries. None of them have settled territories. This isn't so clear. So he was pressed on what the Chinese stance is with Crimea. Is Crimea Ukraine? Is it not? He said, well, it's complicated. Instead of saying yes, it is a part of Ukraine. This is what China recognizes internationally. China also has to recognize Crimea as a part of Ukraine, otherwise they lose any claim to Taiwan, right? Any legitimate claim to Taiwan if they fall into the Russian trap. That's where they're quite uneasy with the whole with Russian taking over of bits of neighboring countries. Turning neighboring countries into puppet states, that's fine. That's okay, right? Turning them into economically and socially and politically dependencies of Russia, that's fine by China. That's perfectly okay. If the way Russia has Belarus, China's fine with that. That's perfectly sensible. That's kind of what they want to do with their neighbors anyway, right? And they're kind of fighting over Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, who gets to have them in that relationship with China or Russia. That's fine. But saying that, you can just split off a bit of a country like in eastern Ukraine, or annex a bit of a country like in Crimea, that just doesn't fly for China, because it ruins their argument, right? Because otherwise they can, if it's all about control, well, clearly they haven't controlled, right? Clearly. The PRC hasn't controlled Formosa. Anyway, it's really interesting. I think it's either just a fail on his part and he went unprepared and whatever. If you're an ambassador, don't go on TV unless it's really necessary. And when you go, know what you're going to say. Who does that? I don't get it. If you're an ambassador to a country, don't get grilled. Go to open a cultural center or whatever and say hi and wave and say, yes, you make good cheese. Your wine, excellent. Simple things, non-controversial things. Don't make a fool of yourself in public. So I have to think this was intentional. And if it was intentional, they're poking at the soft underbelly of Europe. And frankly questioning the legitimacy of existence of 3 EU and NATO member states. Not just Ukraine, not just, and it could be a bigger play about Central Asia, right? It could be a bigger play about, it's not so clear what these countries are anyway. Down there, it used to be a part of the Soviet Union. It's not really settled. Maybe they're part of China. Who knows? Probably not actually a part, but maybe they should be our puppet states. Daniel, is that about comprehensive?
I can say something more. I remember when International Tribunal said 9-dash line is a bullshit, because argument of People Republic of China was a map of medieval China, where the claiming of sovereignty of the celestial throne in Peking was something, inherited from the sky. And that is not an argument in this landscape of international law. You cannot go and say, this is my place, because people are not aware. There are disputes in Atlantic, Norway, Ireland, UK, Portugal,
Iceland.
Denmark. Yeah. And people are not
wars.
Yes. And this is not something trivial. It's something very touchable. Laughing Tommy is from Bulgaria. I am from Romania. Us Romanians, for example. But I think similar things happens in Bulgaria also. We had an arbitration with Ukraine for exclusive economic zone. That's why we take gas from there, and Ukrainians established some platforms which were taken by Russian when they annexed Crimea, and now are in flames. This make you, use that resources. You need international court arbitration. What that ambassador did, let's be less fair and suspect him of naivete or unprepared, or he doesn't understand French. I don't buy it, and I will never let this piece of junk to escape with these excuses. Because I have my gut feeling that ambassador will not be sacked. And I have a
Oh yeah,
feeling.
he won't be immediately, but his next posting will be, you know, administering a municipality somewhere in the Tian Shan Mountains.
I don't think so, Domen. You know the wolf theory of Chinese diplomacy?
What? Take everything, apologize
No,
never.
no. Wolf diplomacy is something which Xi Jinping made it a few years ago. Before this war in Ukraine restarted in February 2022, I followed two guys, one American, one South African, who lived in China, who speak Mandarin, who are married with Chinese, and they explain China for people who are not Chinese. And I followed them a lot. And they explain how dangerous is the new politics of Chinese, how they see the world. And because we are totally disconnected from them. For example, past year, sorry for a bit going around. On Twitter, I blocked maybe 200 or 300 Chinese accounts because Twitter in China is banned. How can you make, PR for Wuhan or Xinjiang or Beijing or any other place on Twitter when you block Twitter in China? Is already monstrous. But this idea you can joke about borders. I know what happened in Kyrgyzstan. You know, it is not funny what is happening there. People are not aware. There are some mountains there which are now Chinese. They modified borders. People didn't know this. I know Sweden and Norway managed to discuss about a few hundred meters. No, it's about tens or hundreds of kilometers. It is nothing trivial. We cannot enter in this because, everybody will get nukes and everybody will be ready. It's no joke. I just put Helsinki Accord, and I have a feeling people not understand how dangerous this is now. Ukrainian war, people start to get energized in this idea. Let's start fighting. Let's go changing borders. I'm paranoid.
No, but this is why it's so much more important. That's why it's imperative for the Russian invasion of Ukraine to be stopped completely, put a stop to, thoroughly, utterly, no questions. That's why it's so important to do that. Because you want to dissuade everyone from thinking this is an option going forward. That's why. So it's not being paranoid. It is actually a big deal. Tommy?
For me, the Chinese situation is somewhat comical because China has to stand on two sides of the, how should I say? So basically, we have two principles regarding borders. One is the international recognition, and China can't stand on that because they want to change their internationally recognized borders. So they can't stand on the Crimea issue on the side of what the international borders are recognized. They want to stand with Russia on that. But at the same time, they can't support the Russian argument that it's Russian people who have been, who want to change territory through self-determination, because then they would concede that they have to acknowledge the self-determination of Tibet, Eastern Turkestan, and Taiwan and Hong Kong. So it becomes really difficult how they have to spin themselves and twist themselves and contort themselves to have their position internationally. Anyway, it's just regarding China and their border disputes, there's actually, you know, how they love saying that it's the Americans that have conflict with everybody, and China is the nation that is always peaceful and so on. Well, if you go around and see what countries border China, and with how many countries China still has border disputes, you basically go down to, broadly speaking, 50%, because if you just going counterclockwise, they have a border dispute with Kyrgyzstan, which Daniel mentioned. They have some, they have a part of Ladakh of India. Well, we're going to get deep into the ethnic stuff in India if we go down deep, but basically there's a territorial dispute in the Ladakh with India. Then in the east, so to the east of Bhutan, again with India in the Arunachal Pradesh. And then there's the whole involvement, Chinese involvement in the Myanmar civil war situation, because China pursues its interests in Pakistan and Myanmar so that they can have oil corridors in case the Strait of Malacca gets blocked by India, Malaysia, or Indonesia. And then you have the whole thing with their neighbors in the South China Sea, where they are building, for example, they built an oil platform in what are Vietnamese waters, internationally recognized, and so on and so on. They, of course, the Taiwan issue is the most prominent one, but they're basically surrounded by these issues, and that's not even counting the geopolitical stuff that they have against countries that are trying to pursue a multi-vector international strategy, like, for example, Thailand or Vietnam and Malaysia and so on. So it's a very, very interesting situation, and it's not. They can't afford to be consistent because they can't have a consistent position. It's not like, for example, with Spain, which stands for international borders and so is against Kosovo, no matter how they actually feel about it, because they have to protect their international borders in relation to the Catalonia problem. So they have one position, and other countries are for self-determination because they have another position. China has to not support any position, because any position they support applied consistently will be to their detriment. And that's the hypocritical part, that's the dictator part. They can't support an ideology because in the end it will go against CCP interests, no matter what the ideology is. The ideology is whatever's best for the CCP.
It's really you know, the strong man logic, right? That's really the position that they take. It's, well, you know, might makes right kind of position, except when it's the Americans. So even that isn't consistent. Yeah, it's a fascinating story, isn't it? All in all, and it really, I think, illustrates a lot of what there is. Daniel,
I'm very, very questioning about reactions. I want to see reaction of Palace Elysee, yeah, because Macron played this stupid card, and I want to hear him because, you know, President Emmanuel Macron is an emperor in French Polynesia, in Caraids, in Guyana. And if you play this game, you know, there are many places where you discover your ass is not ready to
Wait, I'm
receive.
sorry, Daniel. I'm very sorry. You're forgetting that he's the co-prince of Andorra.
Come on, it is extremely important. Of course, we need stamps. We need cheaper cigarettes in Spain. Right, you are right. But really, if Palace Elysee, I know I'm a stupid, poor guy from Romania, but if you allow ambassador of China in Paris to say this shit, and is no reaction, then I can judge it like this. Okay, Venezuela can enter in Guyana. French Polynesia can become, territory of People's Republic of China. People don't understand this. It is not just about borders. You cannot take the table and just, no more. The game is over. This is not the things working because, okay, some countries have the deterrence. They have the power, the economics. We go with what we discussed yesterday, institution, alliance, which are, in fact, at this moment, probably they are more than embryos. They are in a stance of getting a new design for what will happen this planet next 10 years. And okay, we don't need to expect players like Chinese to play ball. Okay, they have their agenda, they have their horrible political regime, they have extermination and genocide in Tibet and Xinjiang. And if we take it like in 2014, because why go back 2014? What was wrong in Germany reaction, in United States reaction? And I don't do this just to look at me, I am smart and I understand. No, I remember the communication. My analysis was for crisis communication, was not about international relations. And in communications, if you analyze what Angela Merkel and President Obama said, they lost the communication war. Vladimir Putin won, and the political consequences were very small. Just after Russian troops enter in Donbass and after MH17 was downed with a Russian battery, just then Europe reacted more heavy. And this is not acceptable. What I know is our institutions, our system of governance have the capacity to learn and develop new measures and new approach, reform, and understand where they were wrong. And my expectation is to see Berlin, Washington, Paris, Brussels reacting to this. And I'm not panic driven or just my hate for any oppressive regime. But I didn't hear Khomeini or others like him saying, you know, my borders must be in Basra, for example. I hear from Chinese every time, Sekaku are Chinese lands. I don't know what archipelago is not Vietnam, is ours. Some mountains in Himalaya are not Bhutan or India, is Chinese. When you see something like this and publicly by a political ambassadors of China are not, you know, like in Romania, some honorific place for someone who helped you or you have political trust, or like in the United States, you contribute to campaign and you get an ambassador place. It's not like that. They are totally the party people. It is not just a joke, a mistake, a problem with French language. No, it is an official stance of Communist Party in Beijing, and this is worrying, extremely worrying.
It is very nice. What I don't know. I can't get away from thinking about the Central Asia component of this, right? What I think there's interest there, possibly Siberia, and delegitimizing the borders now. You know, so much the more convenient, so much the better. I think that's a part. I think that's a part of it. If it's intentional, that's why. They wouldn't be forgoing that.
So you think it's just about let's get Russian out of Vladivostok? I don't think it would be.
Not just Russians out of bits of Russia, also Russians out of other countries that, you know, don't have
Uzbekistan.
defined territories. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, you can stay. Let's say you are a second assistant of vice president of department in Department of State. Yeah, and you cannot say, let's see Chinese invade Vladivostok, because that is the legal system in Anglo-Saxon countries is born on precedent, right? That is the problem.
Yeah, I agree, and this is where. So I'm not expecting anything official from Champs-Élysées, right, or from Palace d'Élysée, rather. I would be expecting something from the French media, you know. The LCI television obviously, you know, put it on there, put it on Twitter, clipped it. That's great, but I think there should be like page 7 news in Le Monde, in the Figaro. You know, they didn't go to press yet at 8 or 9 p.m. yesterday. They should be covered. Has anyone checked if they're there?
Sorry, I was sending a tweet. So I haven't checked now. Laughing Tommy might know that.
Yeah, I thought Daniel was, but he had dropped off and my hands were busy. Laughing Tommy, please.
No, I didn't hear the question. I wanted to just push back a bit on something that Daniel said regarding Macron being emperor. So basically, while European countries, due to their colonial past, have territories all over the world, especially France, there has been a lot of movement to decolonize, as we know. How enthusiastic countries are to do so is another matter, but specifically French Polynesia has had a referendum in 58 to either become part of the French community or leave, and they voted 64.44 staying as part of the French community. And currently they have a very active democratic and independence party, which is ahead in the current election. The second round is going to be very soon, but in the first round they won about 40% of the votes, I think. Give me a sec. Yes, so 44.90, the second party is the one that is for France, for remaining part of France, and it's 30.4, so 4% difference. I wanted to just point out that the countries, and it's also a UN priority for to have no areas of the world that don't represent and govern themselves. And so the European countries have been pushing, for example, you have the Faroe Islands, which I think are part of Denmark, and Denmark has been straight up forcing them to hold a referendum where they decide whether they should be part of Denmark or independent, because there has been an issue due to their degree of autonomy that has already been given to them, where they have stuff that is becoming inconsistent with the Danish constitution. You have the Dutch, who basically had their 5 Caribbean islands vote to become either independent or become a de facto part of Denmark, so that they, the Netherlands, I'm sorry, so that they don't have such a status of not being part of the country. And I think it was 2 versus 3, so one group voted for, one voted against, and the one that voted against were naturally given their independence. So this it's just that the Russians dedicate so much of their propaganda to imperialism, and wow, yes, there's a colonial heritage, and there may be some degree of economic and soft power influence, which I think we can all acknowledge. Western countries have been trying more and more, even politically, there's pressure from their populations to have far less such policies, and to have people either be given equal status or be given independence. And you can see that basically there's something very useful in Wikipedia, which is the list of active separatist movements by continent. And you can basically see, no matter how obscure in each European country, in each territory, how prominent the movement is for whatever separatism you can imagine. And you can then go through each individual movement that interests you, and you can see how actually what public support is, etc. And I think that we shouldn't feed into the Russian disinformation narrative that there's this huge colonial parts of that are being kept under the thumb of the Europeans. If there's anything, basically, there's been big pushes to settle the legal status of these places and have them either become full-fledged members of a country or become independent. It's not like they're being kept as colonies.
There was I remember reading a bit of a joke. I don't know where this was, but it was basically, America telling telling the Danes to let Greenland go free, I'm like, well, but they don't want to go. I'm trying to get them to go, but costing a fortune. But they don't want it. So it's a fun one. I don't know how true that was. It just felt. It seemed to me plausible. It's quite expensive to maintain Greenland as it is. Either way, no, it doesn't matter that much at the end of the day. You're literally talking about a huge territory with 50,000-60,000 people on it. Can that be properly locally administered? It's kind of a question. Part of why Russia's, of course, cheering for that one in particular is because it would make part of the Arctic much weaker than it is now, and could be put under more of a Russian influence than now when the US, Canada, and Denmark can secure it, right? So that's I think that's the big difference between them. Anyway, where were we here? I think we had some interesting things, but they keep going into my mind and then immediately out of my mind, and that's less than useful, isn't it? Tommy?
Yes, so I just checked on Greenland. Basically, Greenlanders are overwhelmingly for independence as long as it doesn't lead to a fall in living standards, and that's why they want to diversify the economy, etc. So they're not that bothered about being part of Denmark for as long as Denmark finances their economy.
Well, there you go. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Are you tired today, Doman?
I know that was a hot mic. That was intentional. I was going to see if people would have picked up on it or not.
I believe you. Yeah. So I have some things which I've been harassing you with this morning. Up to you if you want to chat about any of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Where shall we turn to first? Maybe let's turn to the other thing I said a bit ago, which is a comparison of some videos saying, hey, there's this Ukrainian, I think, Stugnapi team that has downed 2 helicopters from the same position at different times, from behind the same tree at different times. I think that's just tremendous. Not just the Stugnapi team that downed 2, destroyed 2 tanks or some such. No. Downed 2 helicopters from behind the same tree. I guess that's tremendous.
Well, I can only suggest that the Ukrainians found a particularly good spot there.
It's a good tree.
Excellent, helicopter bringing down tree. That'll be what it is from now on. They'll carve a little helicopter in the bark of the tree, just so that they know. Maybe even 2, and cross them out. I think that would be good for posterity.
I wonder if it was on the same day. That'd be interesting. I can probably tell from the details around on the screen, when it happened. That's very amusing. Very, very amusing. But yeah, that's called efficiency, eh?
Oh, absolutely. If you've not got to move very far to take the second one down, why bother? Brilliant work.
Mette.
Hi, good morning. Did you hear about or read about that falling out of the windows has now been declared as a national cause of death in Russia? Earlier it was something that had to be inspected by the police, But now it's made very easy, so it's a natural cause of death now. So that was today's news, what I read.
Where was this reported? I mean, I am glad that the Russians have now recognized gravity as a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, it was a German source in Twitter. I can put it somewhere, but it was.
Can you please send it to me? That'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
I want to see if it's real or if it's a joke, because both of them are very possible.
Yeah.
It's very difficult with some news out of Russia to make sure that they're actually true.
Yeah.
Because so many things are so ridiculous.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I just read. I'll look it up again. But so it will be very easy for the police now, from now on. That's
yes, indeed. I mean, gravity is natural. What next? Earth round?
I'll look it up and I'll send it. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mette.
Thanks.
Yeah, Marcus, what do you think? Is gravity a natural cause? I can't quite tell.
If you were on a cliff or a hillside, maybe, but usually you have to participate in, falling from a window. You have to either do it yourself or have some assistance, maybe unwanted assistance, of course. But yeah, I feel as though there is a human element involved usually with falling from windows.
You just lean on it accidentally. I don't know. Matthias, what do you think? Gravity, natural or man-made?
Oh gosh, you hit me on the spot there. I don't know. Gravity kind of always wins. Not much you can do against gravity, is it?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's considered. It should be considered natural, completely natural. I mean,
gravity must be.
There was this English.
Gravity
chap,
must
right?
be a major. It must be a major cause of death for, politically minded, ambitious people in Russia, right?
Exactly. That's why it's wise to be apolitical. There's this English chap back in the 17th century who he invented gravity, but he didn't detail that if you're apolitical, gravity doesn't affect you the same way. So there's a bit missing. There's a chapter missing. The lost chapter of Principia Mathematica.
That sounds like an interesting kind of missing piece. Maybe that's something for physics to kind of look into then, huh? Astrophysics. Maybe it also explains, because I understand, like, people, part of the Russian culture, right? If there is such a thing, but let's use that word. Most people in Russia that are not part of the Kremlin elite, they would categorize themselves as apolitical, right? Because if you're political, you're more or less identifying yourself as a threat, right? So Russians say, "Oh, I'm apolitical." So maybe there's a link there to gravity. I don't know. I'm not Russian.
Yeah, I think there must be. It's sort of an immunization from adverse effects of gravity.
Yeah. Well, it seems we have a little bit of a lull here, so I could share some information about the big exercise that's going on in Sweden. Did we talk about that yet this week?
We mentioned that Finland is the OP4.
Okay.
And we mentioned that Austria is participating, which I thought was very interesting. But what else can you tell us about it? Did Finland seize Scotland?
That's a good question. I wish we had some Finnish people in here. I mean, Mette is here. I'm sure she's up to something. But well, I can share some of the broad strokes first, and then I have some speculation. It's a very large military exercise, and it started earlier this week, this Monday, I think it was, and it's due to continue for about a month, or 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. It's 26,000 people participating. It's the biggest, now and then the Swedish Defense Forces do major exercises, right? But this is the biggest one in 25 years, and for the first time in a very long time, the major emphasis is invasion defense, so national territorial defense of Swedish territory. And we've had many decades of, well, many decades, but a couple of decades of where the focus on military operations and training preparations has been expeditionary activities through UN in Mali and Afghanistan and other places abroad. But obviously, that has now switched pretty significantly. It's invasion defense, that's the priority. So that's kind of a part of this exercise. And another first ever, actually, it's the first time ever that a major exercise has as the main objective being Sweden acting as a host country for other countries' defense forces. So there's 14 different countries that are participating, and I'll share some of the countries here. It's of course all the Nordic countries: Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Norway. It's all the Baltic countries: Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. Poland, by the way, I know Polish fighter jets are flying up for, kind of posing as the red guy. And France, Germany are participating. So is the United States. I think the United States has a Marine Corps battalion that's infiltrating through Norway into Sweden to do something. And the UK is also participating. Among the countries, the number one country that kind of stands out is Ukraine. So Ukraine is participating in this military exercise, and I'll get back to that because that's kind of interesting. But anyway, this is the region, the geographical region where the exercise is taking place is pretty massive, actually. It's primarily in the southern south of Sweden. So obviously the island of Gotland, also Öland, the smaller one, and most of the south and southeast part of Sweden, including some regions in the capital as well. But it's naval assets, it's air assets, so fighter jets from multiple countries, naval ships from multiple countries, and of course ground forces. So it's pretty big thing. I know the air practice or the exercises, I think they might be using some areas in the north of Sweden because they have an infinite amount of space there to work with. But anyway, that's kind of like the big picture thing. Now back to Ukraine. So my speculation, I don't know this for a fact, my speculation is that the Swedish trained Ukrainian units that probably are been trained to use the CV90 and possibly the Swedish variant of the Leopard 2, the 132 tank. I suspect that there's a battalion or maybe more of Ukrainian troops that have been trained that are getting their how should I put it, their last kind of training challenge, like in a big picture setting, through this exercise before they return into Ukraine. So that's my guess. I don't know this for a fact, but this geographical region of Sweden has some of the better training ground for mechanized units. So anyway, so that's what I wanted to kind of share. So interesting to know. And of course, we had earlier this week, we had the news that 2 Danish F-16s and 2 Swedish 39 Gripens were flying capped together over the South International Seas outside Sweden and escorting a Russian non-combat jet, another airplane. There were some pictures taken. This is probably one of the objectives of the exercise to do joint missions together. So made for some nice pictures. So yeah, maybe you've heard some more, Domin, on the Danish side about this. I don't know.
No, not at all. And I'm just kind of curious, Matthias, what's the Austrian component doing? Do you have any idea? Because I was very curious when I saw them involved. I thought it was, is this so that while Sweden is not in NATO yet, so that there's one neutral country that everybody actually thinks of as neutral, that thinks of itself as neutral?
It's a good question. I don't know exactly what they're doing. I guess we could do a little bit of a search here, but I know the Finnish contingent is about 1,000 or more infantry. I don't know. I know they have amphibious naval infantry as well. Maybe there's something there going on with Gotland. I'm speculating, but most of the defense forces for Europe, if you go to their websites, they might be saying something about this exercise, and so I'll see what I can do this Google foo here.
Yeah, I'm just a bit curious. Also, can you what can you tell me about Öland? Because the only things I know about Öland is that one, they're famous for an ancient sort of grain, which has very small kernels, and the other one is that Vicky Viking's dad threw a javelin onto it from the mainland in the book. That's it. What else is there?
Okay. I didn't even know either of those two things. I know. I mean, Öland is it kind of looks like a very narrow,
It's
very
just there
long
to confuse
thing.
people between Åland and Öland, right? That's what it's there
Yeah, yeah, but it's so close to the mainland that I mean, I know there's a city that's called Kalmar that is very close to Öland. Kalmar
Yes,
being on the mainland.
that's what the Calamari Union was named after. Yeah.
Yes, and there's a bridge from very close to Kalmar. You can drive the bridge to Öland, so it's not, it's pretty close to the mainland. I've been on Öland a couple of times, or last time I was visiting a friend there who has a summer house, and it's a kind of rural island. It's not, I don't know. I can't tell you that much. I know there's a lot of history though. There's an amazing fort. I forget if it's on the Öland side or if it's on the mainland, but there's some historical things that are very exciting there, because it's obviously if you're an archaeologist or love history, you should definitely consider going there. It's some cool stuff. But modern times today, in terms of a military perspective, it's not really a big deal. It's about Gotland more so.
Yeah, it's like the little cousin, much closer to the coast, right? So how much do you think that the Ukrainians get to learn from being a part of this exercise?
Well, let's assume that they're actually working in battalion size or more, right? Because I would expect them to be able to learn a lot, because some of these training facilities that are there, they're designed to train soldiers not just on using their individual vehicle as a vehicle crew. Of course, those are the basic fundamentals, but that's kind of what you train people in the beginning, and I think they'd be fast-tracked to do that in all, not just Swedish, training, but all over Europe. I heard somebody say that, was it Thomas? He said something like over 30,000 people have been trained in Europe for the last 6+ months. And this is just one part of it. But anyway, it's the teamwork of operating above platoon that I think is going to be the most useful. Like when you have like an end of whole training segment exercise like this, it's about putting all the pieces together. Like, so all the vehicle crews, they know how to operate their vehicle. At the platoon level, you can combine fire's movement and fire together with your other vehicles in your platoon. Most of that is basic fundamental techniques that you've been practicing. But then during a more, bigger major exercise like this, you practice putting it all together. So what you would expect to be able to do in a big exercise like this, that you can have larger op force, right, company-sized and above op force, that you get to go against. And if you have modern simulation tools, which Swedish Defense Forces have a lot of, what you do, you can have very, very realistic training where both sides are free to choose their own course of action fully. and each soldier carries a small vest with detectors on them. Every weapon system has a laser attachment that you put on it that can send out a laser beam, which if you hit a soldier, it's going to detect, and it's going to start a sound on the soldier, basically beeping, indicating that you've been wounded or hit. And every vehicle that's participating in an exercise like this would also have something put on top of the vehicle that can catch a laser ray from an opposing force weapon system and indicate that the vehicle has been damaged or hit. And any anti-tank weapon that you're using on the other side, the same thing. So you can kind of go fully blue on blue. Of course, usually you have the op force slightly restricted, so you want to maximize the learning effect. But so you can have very realistic simulations of saying, hey battalion, here's a segment of terrain, here's your objective, here's your order and your objective, go make your combat plan for this. 1 hour, 45 minutes from now, we're moving. You need to start moving, right? So the commander at the battalion and company level, they can just make their plan. Maybe they get a little bit more time than that, but anyway, they make their own plan that they're going to be using, and give their orders to the company level, and then the company level similar. Obviously, if it's mechanized warfare, it's not like some super analytical thing. It's more like, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is the terrain we're going to use to move through. This is where we're going to be deploying out on a line to get as much weapons to bear. This is where we're going to have to dismount. This is our primary, secondary objectives. Then we're going to do this. This is how we're going to use artillery. You can also have, that's another thing, you can combine, you can simulate the use of artillery and other support systems. And at the battalion level, you can also simulate that the battalion staff needs to give their orders for maybe simulated air defense systems or other battalions next to them, and so that you can put the leadership, command leadership, into fishbowl of a simulated assault, right? And you can have, so you can simulate minefields, and when you do these things, when you actually play them out, you have kind of referee officers on both sides that kind of follow each unit, and they have their own network, so they can communicate, and they can say, hey, this simulation, we're actually shooting artillery here now, so my side is shooting artillery at these coordinates, and it should be hitting the terrain in 45 seconds. Okay, the referee on the other side is observing, and if that side of the training exercise is kind of out of position or vulnerable or exposed, they can say, hey, you just lost 1.5 squad here, and 3 vehicles are burning. And just kind of go from there. So, and the debrief in exercises like this can be incredibly fruitful. Sometimes I've been part of exercises like this, and sometimes it can be very one-sided because one side kind of made some major mistakes, and other times it's just it just allows you to have unscripted things play out. And I don't know for a fact that they're actually doing this, but it can be a very, very good learning experience, and nobody has to die, and it's usually a lot of fun because both sides know, like, if we do well, we're gonna be able to keep going. If we get hit, we're out of the game, so to speak. Does that help?
Yeah, what I hear is it's a big game of laser tag over all of Sweden.
Well, I think parts of it, right? It's not only this that's going on, right? I'm sure you're going to have like, infantry guys, you're going to go from A to B, and you're going to have no food, and you're going to just walk for 24 hours, and then maybe some rest, right? And then when you get there, sorry guys, you're going to have to walk to this other place, and the pickup that we promised is not there. So if you're like Rangers, you might have exercises like that. That may not be as exciting, but also very important.
Daniel.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, just a small thing to add to what Matthias said. I read somewhere, and now I can't find it, but I think it was on the Swedish Defense Twitter account that when Aurora 23 is ending, the Polish parts of it will continue over to back to Poland and continue the exercise there, and some Swedish and I guess from some other countries also will follow on, and then sort of they will continue with their exercise, and it's quite an interesting setup. I think I don't know if you have heard anything about that, Matthias.
No, I didn't hear that, but I'm not surprised to hear that because, and again, big exercises like these, and just imagine the logistical challenge, the headaches of dealing with 14 countries and 100,000 people. It takes a lot of lead time to organize something like this, and I know this exercise has been planned for a very long time. But yeah, why not, right? Just kind of, it's all about the interoperability in Europe right now, and kind of being capable of supporting each other. So.
Yeah, I mean, I see it as a great opportunity to just sort of, I mean, it has its challenges associated with a big exercise like this, and to be able to then transfer it over and go on in Poland would actually be good training.
Yeah, for sure, and I know it's also, I know they're doing dual-sided exercises also on the Air Force side. Swedish, and I forgot which Air Force. It's like 3 Swedish Air Force and at least 3 other Swedish Air Forces. We're going to go up against the Polish Air Force over the southern part of the Sweden. And the naval side, I don't know not much about, but I'm sure they're doing something similar. Mette, did you have something to add, Mette?
Yeah, I've been trying to read about the Finnish invading Gotland here, but there's so much exercises. There's this huge one in Sweden, and I hear that there's something about 1,000 Finns there. But then there's also we've seen Abrams and Bradleys in Helsinki driving to 4 different exercises here in Finland. But I have a suspicion that one of them has something to do with the invasion of Scotland, which would start on 1st of May. But this is a bit speculative. There's so many exercises going on. But I think that invasion of Scotland will happen with American forces 1st of May. But I'll come back if I get something more specific. Thank you.
Yeah, I can add one thing, which is kind of interesting because it's also an opportunity to kind of increase the awareness of Swedish total defense principles. And so part of this exercise is going to be a public national address on Swedish national radio. Basically, they're going to be a message on mobilization. And they're going to be very clear. It's only for the people with the exercise. It is an exercise. So they're basically be saying that on the radio, there's going to be a message. Hello, yes. All the Swedish personnel who has a mobilization order that is for the purpose of the Aurora 23 exercise, go to your designated mobilization locations so you can participate. Blah, 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 blah. So it's just, it's kind of revitalizing and kind of practicing the pushing on the button kind of thing for force generation.
I read about it some time ago, and I think that it has a sort of dual purpose. One of it is to sort of test the capability of how do you do a mobilization and have everything working around it. But they said also that they will probably reuse this for later exercises also. And I think that is sort of a messaging also to the public to sort of be aware of, wake up from our slumber of eternal peace and understand that the world might not be that secure and we need to be aware, even though it's really no danger. But it's a little bit like the Hesa Fredrik, Matthias. We have this alarms in Sweden on buildings in towns with a sort of I don't know exactly which buildings they have it on, but it's quite densely populated. They have these for air alarms and stuff like that, but it's also for civilian causes. If you have a fire in a chemical plant nearby, they will sound this alarm in the vicinity around it, and then you should go inside, lock your doors and windows, and you should listen to radio. And it could be everything from mobilization to an accident or something that is local. But they try this out it used to be every first Monday in every month, but a couple of years ago, or like 10 years ago or something, they changed it to be the first Monday in the first month of the quarter, just not to disturb people. But at the same time, I think that these things is a way of sort of telling people that it's no danger. We're here. You can feel secure with this, but understand that this is a possibility that we have to understand, to be aware of. We can't just go back to ours and snoozing and then think that the world is pink and rosy and everything is fine. So I think these kind of exercises that is visible for the public is actually very good to have.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's
the world is only pink and rosy if you're in Bulgaria. Carry on with you.
Pink and rosy. It sounds like a penguin or something. No, not a penguin. What am I thinking? I'm thinking Miami Vice, the big bird with tiny
flamingo
legs. Flamingo. Thank you.
You know what the collective noun for flamingos is, Matthias? Like it's a pack of wolves, a
one flamingo, many flamingo.
No, it's a flamboyance of flamingos.
But now you got me thinking about pink penguins. Can't get that image out of my head.
That would be pretty cool, though. No, I was just gonna. Sorry for I got derailed there by my brain, but no, I 100% agree with you. It's Daniel. It's obviously that it's an opportunity to kind of reinforce and kind of remind people that yes, this is how we would deal with things, right? So it's reassuring. It is also a way for the organization of the defense forces to kind of say to ourselves, hey, we used to do this a lot. We used to do this all the time, but we kind of stopped doing it. And a lot of the officer corps and the younger half, I would say, of the officer corps in the Swedish Defense Forces, they're not necessarily used to this kind of thinking. So I think it's also conditioning them a little bit. Oh, okay, yeah. Mobilization, what was that? And kind of reconnecting the roots a bit. And of course, the logistics and the practicalities of hey, all these people show up at this big barn, right, where we have locked up all the weapons, and now we equip them, and then they go somewhere and kind of stage into staging area, and then they can start going somewhere, to get a mission to solve or something, right? So that whole process needs some oil to be fluid, as well as the mental and social aspects of kind of understanding the population and stuff. So it's very, very healthy and knocking off the rusts, if you will.
Oh, I was going to say Daniel, but then he vanished because dropped the listener. No, he's going back up. So I'd be kind of curious. Does anyone have a document that says the test of the emergency broadcast system, what day and time it's on in different countries in Europe? Because I find this is the least coherent thing in European countries, and I think about 6 or 7 times there was somewhere in another country, and I heard an alarm, and I thought, and then I looked at the time, and it was usually a very regular time. It was very random days. When I was growing up, I was used to hearing the alarm at noon on the first Saturday of the month. That's what we had, and that's the only one I still know of. specifically when it's happening, but I'm not there that often anymore. So I'm just very curious. Is there like a list of all the countries? There must be, right? Somebody must be keeping track of this. Anyway, Daniel.
Oryx is probably keeping a list on that.
Oh yes, I should ask Oryx to make a list. It'd be great list.
But now you know the Swedish one. Every first Monday in the first month of the quarter.
At noon.
3 o'clock.
3 p.m. Okay.
Yes. No, I mean, I'm old enough to remember having phone books, and in Sweden you had actually a whole section in the phone book of how you act and what you can expect if the crisis or the war is coming. I actually think it said if the war is coming as a header for it. It was a section with different kinds of alarms and where you should go and how it is with the shelters and stuff like that. So it's I think it was a very good thing to have that, again, make the public aware of both what can happen, but also where being secure that this is something we can handle.
Yeah, I think they like a couple of years ago actually they sent out a new version of that. If war or crisis happens, it's actually really good. It's like a shorthand checklist type manual of, first of all, like being self-sustained and just having some water, some way to heat food and stuff like that. And there was some other useful advice as well. I think the older ones that I think you're talking about, like from the 80s or something, they were a little bit more hardcore, Cold War context. But there's a new one that's been out a couple of years now. I have one in my that I shared here with with the apartment complexes where I live, and put it in our lobby so people can see it.
Thank you. Doman, I've sent you some stuff.
Is it Stuff the Magic Dragon?
No, that's Puff.
Rhymes, it's a cousin. Well, we're not thinking of the same Magic Dragon, clearly.
Maybe. However, one of them I did want to speak about, that there has been a blast in Melitopol this morning. It's been confirmed.
Excellent.
And it seems to have been on the railway. Reports are coming in that this concerned a diesel locomotive carrying Chechen fighters, which was blown up near the depot. As far as evidence, a big column of smoke was observed.
So you're saying a column of Chechen fighters turned into a column of smoke?
Quite possibly.
I thought it was supposed to be a column of salt. That might be a different story. Was it lots of Chechen fighters?
Well, I don't know. Mainly Chechen fighters, it says.
I'm trying to do a biblical thing here, but it's not working. So.
No, sorry. I'm not on the wavelength for it, I'm afraid.
Right, carry on.
However, again, the rail being locked in and hit again in that location, I think that says something, doesn't it? It says that the Ukrainians know what's coming in and out.
And when, these things move, they're not stationary targets. I would love to see some pictures from Melitopol. And I keep thinking, what state are the comms in Melitopol in? Because, some places like in Kherson, for example, we've seen lots of pictures. While the city of Kherson was occupied, we saw lots of pictures. Whenever something blew up, there was pictures, videos. From Izium, for example, we saw no pictures, right? Russians just took the comms out altogether in Izium. I wonder how it is in Melitopol, because sometimes you get some stuff, but so many of the things we don't see pictures of.
Yeah, we hear about a lot, but we don't see a lot of the images from Melitopol.
Exactly, and this is where I'm kind of curious. What's going on there? What are they doing with the images? Is it impossible to get it out comms wise, or what's up?
Well, we do know the Russians are blanket EWing areas, so that might be a part of it. They did also take the internet down at one point, didn't they, to move some stuff? But unfortunately for them, that was spotted and HIMARSed, I believe.
Yes, indeed, and I'd just like to have more details on it. Oh yeah, it's very interesting. Did we have pictures from this one? I don't know if we had pictures from this one. We didn't get any
No,
pictures
not
from
just
this one.
yet. Nothing that
No.
I can find. I do hear though that it's there's an awful lot of partisan action going on in that area, shall we say?
Now that is very true, and maybe that's why they take down comms, the Russians. So that mobile networks no longer work, etc., etc. David, are you with us? Are you in a hedge? It was David's longtime dream to be a Volvo. That's why he's in the hedge a lot of the time. Or is that a Subaru? I forget. David?
Yeah, I am here.
What do you reckon? Why do we get so few pictures out of Melitopol? Are the Russians trying to prevent Ukrainian partisan activity by limiting their comms ability? Or why do you reckon we get so few pictures out of Melitopol? Because from Kherson, we got all the pictures all the time.
We get loads of pictures, don't we? We only get pictures from around the outside of Melitopol, don't we? Right? It's very interesting. I've never really thought about it until you just said we don't get them. That's very interesting, isn't it? What are they doing? I assume they're making it very, very difficult for people to do stuff. I.e., have they switched off the mobile phone access in Melitopol, stopping people from leaving the city or leaving certain areas? Maybe that's it.
Yeah, it would appear that they're not terribly welcome in some of these areas, and as a result, they're trying to obviously suppress any information that gets out.
Yeah. So the typical thing is in areas where people are very unfriendly to you, is that and this would be just second nature for the Russians, is to put in place really draconian rules, right? So you would have lots more. They put in lots more checkpoints, many more searches. Maybe do some public stuff. I don't know. Find someone with a phone and just publicly execute them or something. Something like that is going to stop people from maybe taking their phones with them and then just switch off all mobile phone access in those areas. So yeah, I mean, when was the last time? I'm thinking what last time I saw something from inside Melitopol was, summer last year, I think. And
we saw some stuff
occasionally
more recently, but that was posted by the Russians, their own damage assessment.
So if they've changed the masts, right, let's just say they've put them onto a Russian network up there, right, and then the locals just go, I'm not joining that network, switch their phones off. Very interesting though, isn't it? I hadn't really thought of it.
Well, at some point, all the information will eventually come out. Have you seen, David, the most amazing thing?
I have. I saw the Lucas Gage video of where he was banning all the NAFO fellas. That was really very funny.
That was pretty funny. He was having a bit of a meltdown there. But this is up in the nest. You have to scroll across 5 to see it. But this chappie here has converted a tractor into a autopiloted demining machine. So he can use a like a drone operator's sort of what do you call it, console, to drive his old tractor with a big demining doodah on the front of it around the field by itself and demine his fields. Now, as a personal demining projects, I thought that was a pretty good one.
Yeah. I'm looking at it now. Oh, and I'm just going to go, oh, give me a better look at the blades. I want to see that, right? Gosh, here you are. Oh, right. Oh, and he's got, oh, how clever is that? How very clever.
Isn't it?
And it's much better than the, so I have seen one that's using that uses a flail, right? I can't help but think this is a little bit better than the one with the flail. The one with the flail, the chains looked a little bit flimsy, and the one with the flail was on a really big, really big digger. But this is a cheap-ish tractor, right? That he's armored up. Gosh, how.
And what's the mechanism on this one, David? Can you describe how this one looks like, if not flail?
They got spikes on them by the looks of it. They're aerators, isn't it? They'll be our farm aerators, won't they? Can you see? I've got old eyes. What are you seeing? They look like the sort of things that dig into the ground, right? To aerate the soil. Right, so because there's a pressure on it, that will be supplying the pressure it needs for the. Has he found a mine yet, though? That's the question. There is a picture of a mine.
You'll have to ask
him. I wonder what's happened when one's blown up. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I just think he's combined old farming technology with brand new drone type technology to make himself an innovative way of demining.
Yeah, and then he's got himself perched up on his on a big digger so he can watch it from a distance. Oh, more power to him. That's brilliant.
Well, he can't be bothered messing about.
Not waiting. Yeah, I need to get on. Right, it's going to take ages for the soldiers to come and do this. Can I think of some way of doing it? Right. Well, and hopefully he's had someone who's gone who'll come along and confirm that he's got it cleared or something. Yeah. I think it's brilliant, isn't it? Right, and it's a really old tractor. Brilliant.
Well, that's it. If he completely blows it up, it's not a disaster.
It's not him, is it? Right.
But also,
there's the thing.
Yeah,
right?
It's not him.
and it appears to be doing the trick. Let's see. Right. Well, if only we could get him on to tell us.
Yeah, that would be cool. But one thing is, if he does a sweep with this machine or a couple of sweeps with this machine, the mine clearing people can then, know that there's probably not much left, if anything. So, it might just be a lot easier for them to do their job as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I hadn't even muted myself. There I was, because I'm just watching the video. I'm in enthralled. Look, right. I mean, there's so many things that he could, so many benefits to this. Oh, brilliant.
Thing is, if it works as well, he can roll it out to other people.
Yep. Hire out to the farmer next door, right? Although, I mean, Ukrainian farms are quite big, though, aren't they? I don't think they're the Ukrainian farms, aren't they? I'm just a couple of acres, though. They tend to be a couple of thousand acres, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was going to say.
Might take him until the end of summer to complete them.
And it's easier now, isn't it? David, let's turn back. Let's go to Shaggy. And then I have much more questions to ask you about how do you do a demining? How do you make sure it's actually clear? But I'll let you finish watching that first, so you have a good prep. Shaggy, morning.
Morning, Dermot, Mockers, and David as well. Yeah, I'm just watching the video now. Well, I've watched it a couple of times now. I really like the Russian armor that he has on the side of that thing as well. I wonder if they got the idea from him or the other way around. The wood is brilliant. It's brilliant. Reactive wood, probably. Russian reactive wood, maybe he's picked it up. It's very good. I particularly like him in his little lookout, in his little makeshift lookout tower. I mean, I like the ingenuity. I like bodging stuff as well. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's something I come along with. But yeah, that does look like it looks like maybe not an aerator. It looks like when you've plowed a field, and it's got those big plow marks in it and big chunks of earth. Then you go over with one of those to break up those big chunks to make them smaller and kind of make it a little bit flatter and stuff like that. I've seen them at fields where I used to grow up and stuff. But yeah, it's brilliant. I'm just I'm still recovering from last night actually. There was a brilliant conversation with Knutli, a Jewish Israeli commander fighting for Ukraine late last night. It was late for me anyway. I kind of finished listening to that maybe 3:30 in the morning, I think it was. I kind of lost track really. That was awesome. So it was very emotional. So just hello everybody, and I'll shut up now. Oh yeah, and one last thing for David. Yeah, David, I did watch that video of that guy, that tanky Vatnik person fighting the fellas. That was a very, 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 very funny video. We're definitely in his everything, in his walls, in his laptop, side of his head, everywhere. So yeah, that's what we do.
the bit where the guy is saying he sent in an email saying, I'm in your air conditioner. Can you switch it on? It's absolutely quality. It kept me happy for a very long time. Doman, you had a question.
Yeah. So David, when you're a sapper, right? You had to learn how to do demining at some point, very thoroughly, because that's what royal engineers do. Among other, one of their duties is to get rid of mines. So how do you systematically clear a minefield? You start with a flaily thingy or one of these sort of bulldozery things, but after that's done, you can't be sure it's actually clear, can you?
No, but that's not how you start it. You don't start with a flaily thingy. You start with a map, right? And you get everything marked out first, because you need to know what you're doing, right? That's the important part, making sure that which area you're doing, right? So you'll mark out the area that you're going to demine, right? And then systematically go through it. And depending on what you think or what you think the risk is, and presumably someone's going to do a risk assessment, then what you will do, sorry, you hear me, I'm taking my tomatoes outside at the moment because it's nice and sunny. Someone will do a risk assessment. These are the types of risks that we've got. Let's say, for instance, We've seen the there was another video of where they were demining, and it was it was Ryan with a couple of other people who were demining a field. Did you see that one? Did you, Damon?
Ryan Hendrickson, yeah.
Yes. Right. So you can see. So in that field, right. So they found. So the risk in there, they had. They were anti-personnel mines and anti-tank mines and booby traps. So that's what they would have done. Someone will have done a risk assessment, or hopefully they'll be doing a risk assessment. Here we are. This is what we think we've got, and this is how we're going to deal with it, right? So it may be there's a visual inspection of what you're doing first, right? And then you'll work out how you're going to deal with it, and depending on your available resources. So I don't think the Ukrainians have many of the flail or roller type stuff, right? So I think at the moment, what they're doing is they're clearing this stuff by hand, which is what it looked like that Ryan Hendrickson was doing. So you would hope that in the future, though, that these guys will have things like the flails or the rollers or a mixture of it, right? So they all do pretty much the same thing. What they're designed to do is activate the mines in them. But here's part of it, right? So one of the reasons why you're doing a visual is also because in the bit that Ryan Hendricks was doing, there was a they had a booby trapped anti-tank mine, didn't they?
Yeah, there's an anti-personnel mine under the anti-tank mine, right?
Yeah. I didn't listen to that bit, so it could be an anti-personnel mine, or it could just be that there could be another anti-tank, right? Can you remember how what the booby trap was? This is a question and answer contest. All right.
No,
Okay,
no,
so basically, there was a tripwire. Right, so you deal with tripwires differently. So what they did is they attempted to pull this first, and the tripwire was connected to a piece of wood. And if you remember, right, it was actually quite difficult to see that piece of wood, wasn't it? Yep.
Yes.
This is an interactive session here, Damon. Yes. So yes, it was. It was quite difficult to see the piece of wood. So the person who was there, because it would be really easy, because that's in the field. And just imagine if you walked a field, and this is in my day, that's how you would have done it. That drones didn't exist. I mean, the word mobile phone didn't exist. And radios were things that we used high frequency, right? But so if you walked a field, it would be easy to miss something like that, right? Because it's just there. But what they did is they attempted to pull it, because there's several ways manually of dealing with something. You can pull a booby trap. You can drop a heavy weight onto it. Yeah, because obviously you're not going to place it on it. You'll just do a thing that just drops it. Or you might just put a piece of explosive next to it. Of course, what they tried to do was pull it. They pulled the booby trap and it didn't work. And this is part of the problem, right? So sometimes when you're clearing minefields, if you're using something that is designed to set it off, what happens if it doesn't go off? So you've got those little bits to encounter for. But flails, etc., right? And rollers, hopefully, will. I don't know. I wouldn't know what the success rate is, but you might be let's just say, for instance, it's 99%. It'll activate 99%. There's still a risk of something else being there, though.
So you're never sure.
Exactly,
right?
So there's the thing. So I think I told you a while back. I wondered if someone was going to develop some sort of. Have you ever seen a potato picker, Damon?
Like an automated potato picker, yeah.
No,
Or
no,
even
no,
a
no,
hand-
an automated one that's like a really big.
like
Yeah.
conveyor belt,
I'd
yeah.
wondered whether someone was going to develop something like that, i.e., so it would scoop up all the earth, right, up to a certain depth, and then just and then push it out, right? I'd wondered if someone was going to develop something like that. And this would be after you'd put a roller or a flail through it, right? So because obviously if something's likely to go off, right, you probably don't want it bouncing in the back of something, right? But at the point where you've gone through somewhere and cleared, then putting something like a potato picker that scoops all the stuff up, scoops up the earth, and then picks out the big things, then hopefully that would improve their success rate. I had an incoming phone call for a moment. How much did you lose?
A little bit. Got a bit disturbed, but it's fine. Mockers, do you reckon we got him?
Yeah, all good. Talking of unexploded ordnance, we've just spotted something which is, well, it's serious, but it's also hilarious. So stay with me. The bomb that dropped into Belgorod yesterday night. Well, it was actually two bombs. Two bombs fell off the plane at the same time. However, one of them didn't explode. It just buried itself in the ground next to an apartment complex. So the bomb squad are now there, and they have evacuated more than 3,000 people. Apparently, initially, it was not realised that two bombs had dropped. However, I think part of that is because the journalists who found out about it have not been allowed to tell anyone. So a couple of people have leaked this information out to say, yes, two bombs fell off the plane, and the second one is causing quite a bit of bother. I can only imagine they're trying their best to defuse it before it does go off. What do you think, David?
Yes, I suspect they are. I mean, when the plane returned to base and it was missing two bombs, right? I mean, this is exactly what they do, don't they? Right? They don't go, oh, threat to the population. Let's sort this out immediately. Their immediate thought is to stop all reporters from saying anything, and which actually you've just brought me on. They've now brought in the perfect law, haven't they? Now to stop anything, pretty much anything. It is a law, as far as I can see it, that you could arrest anyone in Russia for saying anything. Do you know that law? Do I know something you don't?
No, they basically just made practice now part of the law books.
Anyway, you didn't. Do you know which law I'm talking about?
Yeah, I saw. If you insult friends of soldiers, etc.
Oh, not just soldiers, right? So if you insult anyone who works in an emergency service or something that involves dealing with people, so pretty much it's an all-encompassing law, right? You insulted them, and what is an insult, right? An insult is whatever the judge says it is. So if someone says to the judge, that is an insult, you are going to prosecute this as an insult, then it was an insult, right? So there we are. So just saying hello, I feel insulted, right? Arrest that man. So reporters aren't going to publish anything unless it's been approved by the whatever they're called, the people who who proof it beforehand and say, yes, that's okay. This passes muster for us.
David, the pilot who was doing silly things over the Black Sea, crashing into a drone and such, he got a medal for courage. I reckon this guy definitely deserves a medal for courage. You know, he bombs his own city and then just flies back to base like nothing happened. That takes some guts.
That's a considerable amount of courage, isn't it? Yeah, yes, it is. It is a very, very brave act, right? But isn't it? I mean, yeah, it does ask the question: why didn't he just carry on? Just go on. He could have collected his $1 million, right? If he'd just flown all the way through, right? Maybe gone via. Probably. I mean, here's the thing, right? Given how bad their air defense is, why was he even worried about where he was going? And my mind is, I mean, it's going 10 to the dozen now. Yes.
Just to go back to what you said about insulting people, David, when a lady turns you down when you ask her out, do you think that's going to get a lot of people in trouble? Because, well, that could be seen as an insult, couldn't it? Hey, love, do you want to go out on a date on Friday night? No, thanks, I'm married. You just insulted me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Or here's the thing: very ugly soldiers going, "Would you like to come out?" Yeah. I mean, I just got anything is an insult. Absolutely. Oh, see, yes.
It makes those people feel like they're God, doesn't it?
And yes, it would do, right? It would start, given what we know how they behave. Do they really want to be pushing that godlike behavior? I think there was an increase in rapes last year in Belgorod as well, by the way. So it's not that it doesn't have its own problems as a result of the war.
Sorry, Dolman, carry on.
Yeah, it's very interesting, the bombing, right? But what I find extra interesting is that they're actually evacuating the people from around there ahead of trying to dispose of the second munition. That's kind of new, I'd say. You know, when somewhere in Europe they discover a Second World War bomb, they evacuate the perimeter around before trying to get rid of it. No, but for Russians to actually follow correct protocol, that's kind of novel.
No, it is, isn't it? Right, so a Russian to actually do something correctly, right? But here's the thing. I missed this. The conversation. But yesterday, didn't Rich come on and was talking about how, in actual fact, those bombs didn't have the safety mechanisms on them that they should have had.
Something along those lines. Rich,
do you remember
are you listening? Do you want to come join us, Rich? I don't exactly, but he basically said that, you know, there more than one thing had to go wrong for the thing to be both released and then explode. The one that did explode, because unless a bomb is armed, you know, when it falls, it doesn't explode. Like say the second one. So clearly, the Russian pilot either armed it or it was not hung correctly in the first place, in more than one way. So it not just fell off, but also got also exploded. Did you see I think it was like a 17-second delay between impact and it buried itself and then it exploded. That's quite interesting, isn't it?
Sorry, I missed it. I was answering someone, so all I heard was bomb, then 17-second. Are you saying so there was about a 17-second delay from the impact from the bomb they dropped and it then going off?
Yeah, somebody said 10 seconds, somebody said 17 seconds. Doesn't matter.
Well, 7 seconds.
Way more.
Huge, yeah.
Way more than any normal delay on a bunker buster.
Considerably more, right? Oh.
Yeah, we're the order of magnitude, more than order of magnitude space. It doesn't matter if it's 10 seconds or 17 seconds.
It doesn't matter, right?
Half a second or something.
Yeah, of course it could, right? And you're just going, oh, right, that's interesting.
Shaggy.
Well, we need Rich. That's what we need. We need Rich.
We do. So I think I've learned that he wasn't in the army, so he wouldn't have been a Corporal Jones at any point. But it's just in the back of my mind since that one time. Anyway, Shaggy, go.
Yeah, following on from your comment, Dermot, about a medal for this chap, I reckon he needs a pour le mérite medal. Yeah, like maybe like the German Blue Max, except we can call it the Red Max. For I can't even say it, meticulous for the merit of dropping. I mean, he hit a city, didn't he? You got to give him that. He did hit a city. It's just the wrong city. So I'm looking now, and you can buy these on AliExpress, 5.54 euros for a Blue Max, plus 58 cents shipping, of course. Yeah, I reckon he deserves a Red Max for doing that. What do you reckon?
Oh yes, definitely. Oh, I mean, if only someone could hack into his account somewhere and then just ordered 10,000 of them, right? So he gets a mountain of them and enough to pin to every single inch of his body. Look at me.
They could just buy a load in bulk, couldn't they? And probably get a decent price for them and just swing them out like confetti, Blue Max confetti, just to everybody. You do something, anything. Yeah, a bit like talking. If you're either going to get bunged in jail or you're going to get a Red Max medal for it. So one or the other.
I mean, he could be like a South American dictator, not handing out money though. He would be going in his car, handing out Blue Maxes to people around camp. Here you are. Look, here, have one.
Red Maxes.
Red Maxes, yes.
Fancy Pants.
Hello. We're talking about Bilhorod, right? And the funny accident. Given the desolate state of the Russian Air Force, why is the West still scared of escalation if we supply long-range weapons and F-16? I am heavily disappointed by Rammstein yesterday. I heard Axel speaking; he was more positive, but I didn't see yesterday's meeting as positive at all. Why the hell are we still scared of Russia in the West? That's my big question.
I don't think this is even about being scared of Russia. I think this is just about money, which makes it even worse. You know, it's more of a case of they don't really know what they're necessarily doing with the right amount of what can I say, with the right amount of determination with which they should really be doing it. That's what's missing. You know, it's political will, right? It's political will, and it's political will to put that stuff where it should be, and it should be certain places, and those places are in Ukraine, right, Fancy Pants?
Is it really money though? Because it's costing us way more, even as Europe. You know, if you look at it from a, let's say, totally moral, immoral background and say I only care where the money is spent the most efficient, it still would be the best spent in Ukraine to finish the war earlier, right? The longer it drags on, the longer Ukraine gets bombed, the more eventually we will have to help Ukraine rebuilding. With every week, more buildings are destroyed, more infrastructure is destroyed, economy lays on the ground longer. So there is an economic argument to be made that any money spent now is so much cheaper, and the cost is just increasing the longer we delay anything that helps Ukraine to victory. Because Europe needs the victory. And the odd thing is also the stupid Chinese need this victory because world economy needs peace to come back to Europe so we can focus on rebuilding the economy strongly and go back to normal, right? So actually, even if you're a genocidal Chinese nation that doesn't care about humans at all, even from their perspective, it would make sense if Europe came back to normal and if Russia is defeated, the earlier the better, right? That's just how I see it. It's like the earlier Russia is defeated, the earlier this drunk bully that goes around and destroys the world, the earlier we get this bully on the ground and secured, the better it's for the economy, the better it's for everyone's wallets.
100%, Fancy Man. And as you know, I've been arguing exactly this for goodness knows how long, right? I've been arguing exactly for this on exactly this basis because this is the argument that isn't being made that should be being made. And frankly, this should be the medium to long term argument that that I would really hope various sort of econ facing think tanks should be engaging in. Now, why is it good? Why is it useful? Why is it necessary for Ukraine to win soon? The sooner, the better, right? That's what's missing, and I think that's really frustrating, isn't it? Fancy Ben?
Yeah, it's frustrating. And as we currently see, there is not much that is needed to help Ukraine win and push the Russians out. As we saw with the Air Force that is deteriorating, right? As we see with their civilian air fleets deteriorating, where they try in some half-assed way to wash their filters that are not supposed to be reused. All that is a sign that Russia is on the ground and is in its death throes. The only problem is that these death throes might go on for a year or two, right? So for Ukraine, if they had F-16s, if they had the tools to finish this war now, they could finish it this summer. If they had the F-16s already, if they had enough of the equipment they asked for, I think Russia does not have much to counter Ukraine. The only problem that we have now is that Ukraine is given so little that they still have too much to worry about every single move because they're losing their very precious and valuable soldiers. So I think if we gave them the right amount, they could go and clear out the country in a jiffy. That's my big frustration with them, with the Western folks in suits that keep farting around from meeting to meeting and delaying.
Yeah, and I don't know the blockages, Fancy Pants. I really don't. I would like those F-18s that are in Australia in good shape in a hangar, doing nothing, to be headed there. But also, yesterday, I don't know if you saw this, but the Danish Minister of Defense came out yesterday and said, "No, I spent quite some time today talking to counterparts. This is after the meeting, after Ramstein, about working together and training Ukrainians on F-16s, saying he expected the conversion training to take about 6 to 8 months. We need to decide on this soon, ideally before the summer holidays." So, clearly some are pushing for it a lot more, clearly and forwardly. So that's good, but it's just not enough. And yeah, it's really. Look, I don't think they need to be specific. All they need to say is the following. Starting next week, there will be a contingent of Ukrainian pilots and ground crew of indeterminate size training on Western jets, type to be released publicly once they're delivered, of an undetermined number to be released publicly once they're done, in a non-specified country. And once they're done, they will take the jets with them and they will fly these said Western jets in Ukraine. They don't need to say anything else. They just need to say, the process has started. We are doing what is necessary, and once they're trained, there will be said that they're trained with the jets. Period. Easy, simple. That's all they need to say. They don't need to specify, oh, it's F-16s from here, it's F-18s from there, it's Mirage 2000s from here, it's Eurofighters from somewhere else. It doesn't matter. Because frankly, all of those options are much better than having no planes. All of those options are better than the May 29th. And all of those options will take about, until more or less the end of the calendar year to, even if they start now, it will be, towards the end of the calendar year, if not at the end of calendar year, maybe next calendar year, that they will be able to be flown. They just need to say, this has been decided, it's being done, finally, thoroughly, don't worry about it. That's all that needs to be said. No, that's what I'm waiting for, Fancy Pants. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, me absolutely too. I hope that we can help Ukraine win fast. And I think now back to the things that go boom, no?
Absolutely. Mette?
Yeah, Fancy Pants. I've been worried too, and I share your worry about the F-16s. But I'm sort of confident because the Danish MOD he wouldn't go out with that. It's been behind closed doors for so long, and I think that Denmark and Netherlands they really have a fleet that is retired and it's close to Ukraine. And I'm sure we will have F-16s in Ukraine by the fall, but that doesn't help in the counterattack now or the offensive coming. But I also think there was I can't remember who it was here in this space, and then there was somebody in the in the Ukrainian military who also saying that everything is not announced. So I'm pretty confident that which are these bombs that the British bombs, Shadow something?
Storm Shadow.
Yeah, they are delivered. I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure that they have some surface to air long range now or coming. It can be Finland, because we have that and we never say anything. But I think they are very careful of announcing which country is delivering long range. But I'm sort of confident that because of the air dominance that Russia might have, I'm pretty confident that they are delivering long range. So at least that's my hope. Thank you.
Exactly, and we don't need to know anything, but until we know, we can't take off the pressure. Irish. Irish.
Oh, sorry, my connection cut off. As far as Australia goes, like I live here in Australia, and like it's since the new government came into power, like they're, a Labour government, and the unions here are very, back in the COVID times, like there was a massive, problem with a lot of the unions they're very militant, and you had the anti-vaxxer thing. So what's happened is, Labour is traditionally very, union supported, and like they're very conspiracy theorist kind of guys, the union people here. And the other problem is, you've got a lot of like Serbians and Macedonians and stuff, and they tend to be very for some, like, even as an example, my business, like the mechanic we used to use, he's retired now, and I seen him, and he's a Serbian guy. He's like 74 probably, and I seen him like, well, Charlie, what's going on? He goes, oh, I'm going back to Serbia to sell some land I have there. I'm like, yeah, it's a bit crazy over in Europe, isn't it? He goes, yeah, the Americans. He's like, in America, there's 70% gays and lesbians, and they're the satanic country. And this is a guy who's lived in Australia for like, 50 years. So like, it's the, the Labour government seems to like have a lot more time for these weirdos, and it's very, daunting, because like I don't think that they're going to give anything. They haven't even given, the Bushmasters were the Liberal government that just got out of power last year. So I really hope that things might change, but it doesn't look too optimistic from Australia, to be honest.
Well, and this is kind of it. The 46, I think, F-18 Raptors are in a hangar, right? Nobody needs them. They tried to sell them, they couldn't. The deal fell through. They sold some of them, but then these 46 they couldn't sell. It's kind of whatever. It is where it is. You can't change it. You can't really move it. Whatever. It's not worth that much. And even if they wanted to, if they were like, yeah, here we go. We'll give you these 46 Raptors, but we need, I don't know. There's no way that just like Central and Eastern Europe would band together and there'd be enough people interested. 10 euros here, 50 euros there, 100 euros there to get the Ukrainian Air Force together. I mean, something like, what was it, 15 million in total, maybe 20, 30 million was raised for Bayraktar drones. Don't tell me you couldn't do that for jets. Much more so, even. Much, much more so. I know, Fancy Pants. What do you reckon? If somebody said, yeah, 46 Raptors, but NATO has to raise $90 million.
I think that would be easy. I think if, as you said, like alone in the Baltics, they managed to raise enough for those Bayraktar drones. If we heard that money was the problem, and there is some part of the population in God knows where, Europe, that doesn't want to pay for it, I think those who are willing would privately crowdfund it in no time, easily. If we heard that money was the problem, right, and there was a fundraiser, US, Europe, and wherever else, and all we put the money together, I think we could even raise 100 million to get those jets that are needed. I think really, like if that is the thing that matters, if money is the problem, I think you could even make a campaign, right, where enough wealthy folks also join in that like themselves made present, right, in Kiev, that visit and shake hands. There is enough wealthy folks that I think would also chime in. So I think it's no doubt at all that we could raise the money.
Yeah, exactly. And these are jets that are from the 80s, right? They're 35 years old or something. The ones parked in that hangar, 30 plus, 35 years old. They're not, there's not that much residual value left on them. So they can't say, it's 20 million a jet. No, that's closer to a new jet, right? and it would make a huge difference, and then there wouldn't be any more. It's not about that. It's a question of political will taking over. Now, no, I can't tell you that you're wrong, Irish, in the slightest. I just have a hunch that maybe you're hanging around a particularly highly skeptical bit of the population in Australia. I don't know why, but sometimes it happens that you just happen to be surrounded by lots of weirdos, lots of conspiracy theorists and like that. So yeah, it's a combination of things, but I wouldn't think it's that broad. If say the US was really for it and said, hey, come on, Australia, hand these over and you'll get a discount on your next submarine, that'd be enough. It's not that big. It's really not that big of a problem. It's a problem of will, straight and completely a problem of will. Who is this Will who's such a problem, eh? Why is he so political? But that's what it really is. And I just really like those 46 Raptors because nobody's actually using them. Nobody's intending to be using them. That makes them extra useful. George, good morning.
Good morning. Dobre dnia. Good morning, everyone.
Доброго дня. Доброго ранку.
How are you doing today, Dolan?
Pretty well, George. Pretty well. How are you?
Good. Are we having stories of freedom with Peter Doran today?
We are in 3 hours from now, and it's about the Lend-Lease.
Of 1940s.
I think both. I think he's going to be merging both into one.
Oh, okay. I'm waiting for him to do the stories of freedom, the 1821 Greek War of Independence against the Ottoman Empire. The small little country that could, just like Ukraine.
The small little country that couldn't have the capital where it wanted it to be.
Yeah. Actually, no. They the first capital, yes, was in a town in southern Greece, in Peloponnese, called Nafplio, which is a beautiful town. If anybody wants to go, it's a really beautiful little town. That was the first capital, but it became Athens in 1830. Remember, Athens was a town even smaller than Nafplion at the time, right? Athens was.
But George, where did they really want the capital to be?
Constantinople.
No.
I don't remember where.
Thessaloniki.
Oh yeah, well.
Because Thessaloniki at the time was about 30 times larger than Athens.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, and had a huge Jewish population at the time. It was an important merchant city, but with a large port and all of that. Yeah, it was 30 times the size of Athens. Athens was a small little village in all reality.
Yeah, but they couldn't, right? But they couldn't go there because they couldn't get liberated.
Yeah, that actual part of Greece didn't get liberated till 1912. That's when the northern part of Greece was liberated during the First Balkans War, where numerous countries pretty much ganged up on the Ottoman Empire. It was not going to be. It wasn't supposed to be a victory for for what was called, I guess, the Balkan League, which was, I think at the time, it was Bulgaria, Greece, Romania, and Serbia. But the actual, the shocker was that the Greek fleet, as small as it was able to keep the Ottoman fleet at bay and not allow them to land reinforcements in certain areas. So that was the key to victory.
And the original Venizelos at the time, right, said,
yes,
we're going for Thessaloniki. That's our goal. We don't care about anything else. That's what we want.
Yes, and you know, one of Greece's better statesmen. Let's just, and that's an understatement. There's one really cool thing, a military thing. The ship that was the flagship of the Greek Navy at the time was brand new. Was the George Averov, and it was one of the most modern ships. You know, at the time, it was very weird. It was a hodgepodge of things, but it had originally been built in Italy. It was paid for by what you would call a millionaire now. A billionaire now. His name was George Averov, and hence the ship got its name. But it was a very modern, you know, ship. It wasn't a battleship. It was, I think, it was an armored cruiser. But at the time, because of its British-made guns and its ability to steam at over 20 knots, it was way better than anything the Ottoman Empire had. And in 2 engagements showed how superior it was, even though it was outnumbered. And you can still go and see it. It's a floating museum. It's the only existing armored cruiser of the time still afloat, and you can go see it at the port of Piraeus in Athens.
Okay, next time I'm in Athens, George, I might try to schedule some time to go down to Piraeus and go see it. Thank you. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a pretty. Now here's really cool. Quick, it was later on in World War II. Can you imagine now? So many years later, it was supposed to be used for convoy duties in the Mediterranean and in the Indian Ocean. And in the beginning, it was doing okay, but then because of its age, kept breaking down. That the British nicknamed it Never Off. In other words, it was never leaving port. So I just
No. Always off. Surely it should have been always off.
you know, yeah, no, it was and it was not always off because I guess in British parlance, off being like out to sea, it was never off. So yeah, but it's pretty interesting history of that ship. But yeah, you can go see it in Piraeus. But once again, it proves that sometimes numbers aren't everything, right? The fact that it was so modern at the time when it was launched in 1912 that it was pretty much single-handedly able to hold off the Turkish fleet says something, you know, rings a bell nowadays, right?
Absolutely. George, have you've seen the mud last night, haven't you?
Oh, ooh, yeah, the soupy. Yeah. So just for people to understand, that's gonna take a while, and that's in the west, right? That was in Western Ukraine, and I'm sure
that's what it said.
I'm sure in Eastern Ukraine it's even a little bit worse. That's gonna take a while to dry out because you not only need it to because of the weight of the vehicles that are going to be traversing that ground, you need it to be like thoroughly dry. You know, you can't have like, oh, the top layer looks good, blah, blah, blah. And then you start moving vehicles through it and it turns into really thick mess because the ground underneath it isn't dry. So that's at least 3 weeks off, if not more. Sorry to say, but it gives. What does it do, Doman? It gives the Ukrainians more time to train more troops in Germany and other places to fine-tune their combined arms skills.
The one thing that I'd noticed, you know, that leopard looked very happy going through that mud, regardless. So maybe have we been overstating the problems of it a little bit?
No, because you see, okay, so the leopard was designed to be able to traverse ground like that, but that's not the concern here. It's the concern is every other vehicle that's going to be supporting the offensive, right? And here's the other thing is when you're riding through mud like that, you burn more fuel and it slows down your overall speed. And that's the key to this success. The key to this offensive success is not only the weapons that are going to be used and the tactics and the overall strategy, you know, you name it, you know, we can go through that. But the key element is going to be speed. You've got to keep moving and being able to move at breakneck speed. Because what speed does in an offensive, it definitely keeps the enemy on their back heels, right? They can't recover. If you're moving faster than they can counter, that's where you get like the collapse that we're hoping happens, right? In modern, I guess, in 20th and 21st century armored warfare, speed has been one of the key factors, right? If you look at 1940 against France, right, the German army, it was speed. It was the ability, right, for Rommel, you know, pretty much everybody's familiar with him. He was commander of the 7th Division, 7th Armored Division, and became known as the Ghost Division because it kept popping up places where no one expected it because he just kept driving forward, right? Same thing in other offensives. Desert Storm. That's what wiped out the Iraqis. They were completely out of touch with modern warfare and couldn't keep up with the speed we were advancing. We're talking like 100 kilometers in a day. Like they just it was unfathomable to them, and that's what we need here. So we need good tank ground. We need so those wheeled vehicles, the supply vehicles can keep up, right? Fuel. Tanks get thirsty, and they're going to need fuel. So if you've got mud like that, getting fuel to the front is not a good scenario. And remember, it was the mud that bogged down the German offensive later on in 1941. They were doing fine in the summer, but when mud season came that fall, it really hampered their offensive operations.
The good thing is, of course, you know, Ukraine only needs to go 150 kilometers tops in any direction. So it's not like the Germans that were trying to go over 1,500 kilometers plus, right?
Yes. But you still want to be able to move quickly.
100%, and of course, but as you say, right, all the logistics vehicles, that's not tracked, that's not the same. George, there was a question yesterday before we got to Irish and Meta. There's a question yesterday, I forget from whom, but the question was, what is the range of a tank? And I said, well, I don't know, and it's really difficult to tell because it's not just going for a Sunday drive, right? It needs to go forward, backward, left, right, squiggly, lots of stationary time when the engine's still running, So in practice, let's say offensive operations, what is the range of a Leopard or Abrams or some such?
I would be safe to say about 200 to 250 kilometers.
Okay, so like 120, 130 miles maybe.
Yes.
At the low end. Okay. So
Yes.
so that in other words, that's plenty, right? Because say Ukraine goes from that south from Zaporizhia, from the front line to the Sea of Azov is 100 kilometers. So you're not whatever it is, it's not that they're going to be, short on fuel for the push.
No.
It's just for all of the sustainment and exploitation operations.
Exactly. Yeah. So you want to be conservative and say 200 kilometers. That's fine. That's a good basis. It all depends on how much time you're going to spend going cross country, obviously, because that burns a lot more fuel than if you're traveling on a more prepared surface. That's where you stop and go. You're not driving in higher gear. You're driving at lower gears and reversing and things like that. So yeah, about 200 kilometers, I would say, maybe 250, depending on the tank.
Thank you, George. Irish.
Yeah, like I've been thinking about all that as well, and they're setting themselves up. Everything's going all right. I'm just wondering if they're just playing like, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, rope the dope. Like let them punch themselves out, and that might not be now. It could be a month. It could be 2 months. It could be 3 months. But when they feel that the punches just aren't packing anything, I think that's when it's all going to happen. Like, I think at the moment, their defense is holding. There's nothing to rush. Rushing is going to, if you prepare, what did it say? Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Like it's really going to be a matter of the right time, and that isn't a calendar date. It's when they feel that Russia just hasn't got much more to give. And one thing that Prigozhin said that was interesting is he's like the boy at the lake, or I'm sure you've all read his little translated thing. It's like, I think he might be on the right path there. That like Ukraine's been saying they're on next week we're going to go on the offensive. We're going to go on the offensive, and like they don't have to say when they're going to do it. It could be today, it could be tomorrow. Like at the end of the day, the worst thing they could do is go in and end up on a highway of death, like the Iraqi army. Like they've got to take their time and choose their thing, and I really think that this is just going to be when Russia punches themselves out, then they're going to start punching back,
Yeah, and they can, of course, quite right to as well. No, at some point, the realization will dawn, not among many, but at least few in Russia, that this was a bad idea, that they shouldn't have tried to do this, that they shouldn't have tried to go and invade Ukraine, that it's actually bad for them. Who would have thought? Mette.
Quick specification. I heard mud situation is really bad in East, not so bad in West, but still not perfect. Nobody said anything about South, so please specify that. Thank you.
Yeah, South is a little bit drier, but a little bit better drained. Slightly sandier soils, a bit less clay, so it drains a bit better. But it's so this is it. Kind of saying, in general, it's true. In general, it's true that the South is always going to be a bit drier, a bit more solid, a bit less muddy than Eastern Ukraine, right? So we have Northern Luhansk Oblast versus Sarno Zaporizhia, Kherson. But it's not that simple, and I think that that's something that keeps being ignored. Maybe not so much in Finland because there's lakes everywhere, but imagine where there's open fields, right? And you said you live in Sweden and in Denmark, and there's lots of open fields in the south of Sweden and Denmark. And when it's not completely flat, but it's slightly, just very gently undulating land, right? And you'll see it's completely dry. It's not rained in a week, but at the bottom of a tiny little hill, there's going to be a lake on the field, right? You know what I mean? So, or there's going to be a flat field, and then one bit of field is just going to have way shorter corn or wheat or whatever is growing there than the rest of it, and that's because it's waterlogged. But why is that bit waterlogged but nothing else? Well, sometimes it's because bits of it are just slightly lower elevation. Bits of it might have just slightly worse drainage, or maybe massively worse drainage. And this can be a hyper local effect. You can have on one side of the road as dry as can be. On the other side of the road, it can be muddy. Why? Because sometimes a road is built on the edge of a change between two soil types. And in planning operations, Ukrainians will know this, and will be thinking about this. We'll be saying, okay, well, this feels like this feels like this. This is probably where they put mines. This is where they're less likely to put mines. This is where it will be easier for us to clear. This is going to be more solid. This is going to be more like this, more like this, more like this. And they're going to build maps. They're very detailed. I'm pretty sure of it. And on the basis of that, decide exactly where to go and when and why. And it's not it's not too what can I say? It's going to be complicated either way, right? The overgeneralization kind of gives you an idea of, okay, is it broadly speaking solid enough to go or not? But beyond that, it doesn't really say yes. This is really good now or this is really bad. No, you can't really go to that level of detail, and it's certainly not useful to go to that sort of level method. If that makes sense. Marcus, we were chatting about something a bit ago, about an hour and a half ago. There's some news, isn't there? There's some news from Russia, they say. Some discord, some discontent, maybe?
Oh, heck. You're going to have to remind me now. Sorry, I was just looking something up. I was just looking for what was happening in Belgorod.
Well, you told me that there was that some Russian elites might be fearful. Once Russia loses, there might be things that happen. Do you want to expand on that a bit?
Well, yes. Let me just read the statement for you. So, sorry. Russian elites are fearful of their future in light of Russia's potential defeat and are thus seeking out contacts with Ukraine and other countries in order to secure possible guarantees for their safety. As the Ukrainian security and defense forces become more successful, more of these contacts and operations will be established, though many of them cannot be discussed at this time. However, according to Andrei Yusov, I'm not sure who he is, I'd have to look him up, but I'm sure he's Ukrainian. There will be many interesting developments once victory is achieved. Now then, is there a little bit of truth in there, do you think? Plus quite a lot of psychological impact, maybe?
I think there better be. So he's Budanov's PR guy, basically, if you want to know what he is. Yusuf, right? He's the PR guy for the military intelligence. Yeah, it's they better be worried. That'd be appropriate for them to be. But at the same time, what is this? What is this really about? I think that there's people who aren't very happy with the situation in Russia anymore, and they're in a degree of conflict with the intelligence services. They're in a degree of conflict with other people in the country, and they don't really want to be in that position anymore, and they don't really want to have to suffer the consequences of actions that they weren't necessarily ever completely on board with in the first place. But they're very worried that they might have to suffer the consequences of said actions. So yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting, and different people are going to take different approaches, right? But whatever it's going to be, it's going to be people attempting to distance themselves as much as possible from what they're up to, and try to deny their possible involvement as much as possible, right, Marcus?
Probably. I've seen a piece of news which I'll just interject before I go to Ioana. That we all were puzzling over a Russian aircraft flying into Berlin today, and just having a look at Bellingcat. Russian state media reported that the German Foreign Ministry plans to expel more than 30 Russian diplomats today. So the exact number is unknown, but it would appear they've sent them a plane.
Oh, so that's so Germany expelled a bunch of Russian diplomats. That's why the plane went to Berlin. Okay, it's good. So what we speculated all along.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Very good. No need for more of them. And this, of course, comes in light of revelations in the Washington Post, about which I was completely unsurprised at all. But they said that there were active contacts trying to get the far left and the far right in Germany to join forces in their support of Russia rather than fighting each other. And this was culminated in the Compact magazine cover in, I believe, the December edition, when they had Sarah Wagenknecht of Die Linke, entitled "One Chancellor, the best candidate for both the left and the right." The far left and the far right, literally paying money and putting effort in pushing the ends of the horseshoe as close together as possible. So it's interesting that it comes the day after that revelation. It's the news that there are slightly too many Russian diplomats in Berlin. Ioana.
Yeah, so you talked about Belgorod earlier and about the mishaps that happen in that region with the bombs that get dropped from the Russian planes. And you know that the Russians announced that they will use this mix of gravity and guided bombs a lot in the future, like having 30 or 40 planes in the air and so on. And Ukrainians are quite cool about it because, first of all, it's difficult to imagine how 30 or 40 planes will be up in the air because they have to be quite close to the region to launch those bombs. They do not glide so well, especially the very heavy ones, because they have heavy ones, and also the precision is not really good. But I guess the inhabitants of Belgorod are terrified right now because
I think the precision's pretty good. 2 out of 2 bombs hit Belgorod.
Yeah, right in the middle of the intersection. And I think they are terrified. Imagine 30 or 40 bombs. And it makes me remind that scene in Home Alone movie when the kid is up on the roof and is throwing bricks to the thieves that are down on the street. And there is one who cheers and say, okay, send it there, because this will be Russian command, and the other one is getting hit all the time with the bricks. And I think Belgorod is the other thief that is getting hit and hit and hit. And if Ukraine is to receive planes, modern planes, Watson planes, there is an argument here. Ukraine must receive those planes to protect the Russian cities that are near the border, because if Ukraine will manage to target those bombers, Belgorod will fare better. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a humanitarian question, really, right? It's a great joke. There is a newly resuscitated account, the PR account of Belgorod People's Republic, Belgorodskaya Народная Республика, and they reactivated yesterday, of course, after following the explosive news, and asked for help and protection from the people bombing. This was a long-standing joke throughout much of last year, of course, the Belgorod People's Republic, and now it's suddenly so much more in vogue, isn't it, Ivana?
Yeah, and I remember something else, when you said that they asked for protection. There was another city, I don't remember the name, where the citizens were really concerned about the possibility of war coming home, and they asked for shelters and things like this, and the city council provided places in the cemetery and the directions, and they said that they will be taking care very well of the citizens. So yeah, I understand, but I hope that I think that the Belgorodians will not receive the same assistance.
No, and what it really illustrates is the carelessness of the Russian government when it comes to its own population. Of course, the truly fascinating thing is that one, the pilot a couple of days ago, dropped the bombs and returned to base. No news about the pilot. I do sincerely hope he gets a medal for courage, because that really takes some guts. Maybe possibly it had taken some liquid courage before takeoff. But on a more serious point, they dropped 2 bombs. Nobody mentioned the second bomb until today, when they're evacuating a city quarter because they're trying to get and excavate the 500-kilogram bomb that they dropped onto their own city. But nobody mentioned that one, and I wonder if they noticed when the plane got back that it was missing not 1 piece of ordnance but 2 pieces of ordnance, and if they did, why didn't anybody, I don't know, do anything yesterday? They had a whole day to evacuate people from the area yesterday, and nobody seems to have noticed. Apparently, people are just like, "Oh, another big pothole in the road. Must be normal."
But I have an explanation for this. The second bomb was a beaver-type bomb. It trenched itself deep in the ground,
Oh,
and
it
they
did
didn't
7
notice.
meters down.
Yeah, something like this. It was like, a very smart bomb that managed to get underground, and so that it wasn't observed immediately.
Yeah, we were like, yeah, we have a hole in the middle of the road now. Happens. Whatever. Mette.
Oh, trying to stop laughing. I just wanted to ask, because about these bombs, if they really are serious about that, they got 40 planes with these bombs coming to the counterattack. But seriously, I just want to know, what is the range that they have to drop these bombs? Because they obviously aren't that precision. But
So
seriously,
it
I mean,
depends.
yeah.
It depends. Okay, let's talk through a little bit of physics. So imagine you're driving in a car, right? Imagine you're driving in a car, and you throw an apple out the window.
Yeah.
The apple will slow down relatively to the car because it's no longer being propelled, but it will still travel forwards. Why will it travel forwards? Because it has a velocity relative to the frame of reference of the Earth, right? Not the frame of reference of the car, but the frame of reference of the Earth, because it had previously been propelled by the car, so it will continue flying forward. Well, the same happens with planes. So it matters a lot at what altitude the plane is at, what speed the plane is traveling at, and that's just for very simple, what I term gravity bombs, right?
So
That is
bomb isn't like flying or
well, I am getting to that method.
Sorry,
It is
sorry.
complicated, right? So this is the simplest case, the simplest gravity bomb case. The second question is, what if you put some wings on a bomb, right? Wings increase air resistance, and therefore mean that the bomb can travel further forward for every, that instead of for every meter that it drops, it travels ever less forward in a sort of a decreasing exponential kind of sense. That it would travel much further forward because it can glide the distance. So this is what Russians allegedly tried doing more recently. Now, this particular bomb that fell in Belgorod, it seems as though it didn't have any such wings affixed, at least from what I can tell from the pictures right now, but it could have. And then the third one is actually, like you're saying, having some sort of a propellant behind it. And at that point, we don't necessarily talk about a simple bomb, and those are more complicated and much more expensive. And those you would be expecting to be somewhat guided in some manner. And those, of course, can go for many tens of kilometers, possibly, beyond the point at which they're launched. But again, the altitude matters a lot, because the higher the altitude, the more time it has as it's dropping down to also move forward, so to speak. So it's a very complicated thing, and it doesn't have a simple answer. And I'll kind of leave it at that. But that gives you a feel.
I just want to last comment. So if they come with 40 planes with these bombs without
this, so that complicates things additionally further.
Yeah, because the Patriots would pick them up if they try to go very high, very fast. Right.
There you go. Yeah, but they need to be close enough, right? There's no ground-based air defenses that have a range of 400, 500, 600 kilometers or some such. They just don't exist. The physics of it is complicated enough as it is, and that is where giving Ukrainians Western jets would make all the difference. Ioana?
Yeah, so I wanted to say that I did some simulation. There are apps where you can simulate, a projectile drop with the different parameters. And for a flight at 14 or 15 kilometers altitude with about 1,000 kilometers per hour speed, I don't even know if the bombers reach 1,000 kilometers per hour, because they are not fighter jets. They are bigger planes. The distance for a gravity bomb will be about 16 kilometers. This takes into account the friction of the air, but the shape of the projectile matters. So it's not very accurate, but it's just to have an idea. That doesn't take into account the gliding factor, because if you add fins or wings to the bombs, they will glide further. The parabola of the trajectory will be more spread. But these bombs are very heavy. They cannot have big wings. The wings have to be small, because otherwise there will be a structural impossible to resist from a structural point of view. So with some small wings, maybe they can double the distance, but I doubt that. So let's say 30 kilometers, but 30 kilometers behind the lines is not enough. It's not enough, and they are the planes will be subjected to the air defense from Ukraine. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But of course, Ukraine will need more fighter jets, because it's easier to intercept from the air than from the ground. It's difficult to intercept such bombs from the ground with air defense systems. It's much more easier to do this from the air. So that's why Ukraine needs the fighter jets.
Exactly, right, and that is where it's complicated. If they go higher up, they can achieve greater range, but they're also more in range of air defenses. They're easier to spot, right, because they're not hiding as well behind the curvature of the Earth. If they go lower down, they're safer from that, but the range isn't as much, depending on what wing kit gets affixed, etc., etc. And then, of course, it's a question of not just theory, but actual execution. And the execution is, I don't know. Would you say Russians are good at execution when it comes to mechanical engineering things? Not always. Let's say results are mixed, right? Sometimes they do better, sometimes they do less well, and especially when they do less well, then you have cases like this where they accidentally bomb their own city with a plane trying to hit civilians in Ukraine. But seriously, this is what then happens.
Executions.
Good morning, Axel.
Executions, Doman.
That's
fixed
different
it for you.
Yes, they're much more prone to those.
I apologise, folks. I'm in the middle of writing a very detailed letter to my MP, giving him some information because he's been a bit wet about Belarusian and Russian athletes and Wimbledon and the Olympics and such. So
this isn't about planes that you want going to Ukraine. This is about plane loads of passengers you don't want coming to Britain.
Exactly. Yes. Well, I saw something this morning and it made me mad. So I was like, right, I'm on it. So yeah, I'm now trying to pare
What
it
did
down.
the
So
MP do,
it's not a
Marcus?
novel.
What did the MP do or say?
He's written me a letter saying that it is not right to stop Belarusian and Russian athletes because they're just innocent pawns in all of this. And well, as you can imagine, my ire was riled at that point because that man needs to educate himself. And I believe this email that I'm sending him will indeed be an education. Yeah. I'm being direct, I'm being informative, but I'm also being, dude, read up on this because you don't know what you're talking about. So hopefully he'll get the message.
I like that. I'm proud of you.
One should never cheese me off in the morning because I'm all ready for action. I'm a doer, not a talker. Well, I'm a talker as well, obviously, as you can tell. But yeah, I'm very much a doer.
So multi-talented. John. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, a quick question for mockers. The beauty of sending an email is you can mark it to show when it's read. That would be fun. When you send your note, make sure that it sends you back a read status so that you can actually prove that the MP read it. And if the MP doesn't read it, then you can send another email about why he didn't read your email. It's far better than just far better than just.
Yeah, this guy actually is pretty good. He does read and respond personally, so I have every faith that he will read it. And you know, last time he did something on my behalf, I had to give him the ammunition to take forward,
right?
Because he obviously doesn't know enough, and so that's what I'm doing now. I'm supplying him with ammunition.
That's good. I know in Canada, it can be difficult to get MPs to respond. And I think I've said this a few times on the phone. The Canadian politicians tend to be like, they're just running around the streets looking for a parade to jump in front of to pretend that they started it. So I don't know about you, but I think we're well past that stage. And I'd like to see all our politicians jump in front of every parade that enables us to get Russia out and get Ukraine back to where it needs to get to. But anyways, that was my point. If you want to put pressure on any unresponsive politicians, don't be afraid of an email and a read, and then you can go back and say, hey, what's the deal? Why won't you even read these notes? I love what you're doing as far as responsible and coherent communication with your MPs. But yeah, I would definitely, for anyone who's sending messages to their politicians, get that read notice. There's nothing wrong with that. And then if they don't read it, you can go back and say, I spent all this time outlining why I'm so passionate about this. If you want my vote on such a serious topic, explain to me exactly why you didn't have time to read all that work.
Yeah, well, I try not to send him anything too hugely long to read because I know what I'm like. Sometimes I look at these people who've got Twitter Blue and they've written a massively long tweet and I think, oh, I'm not sure I've got the time to read that. So I get it. I try and put it in like short paragraphs and then space each one out with like a, subject here, paragraph, stop, next subject. Usually it gets a pretty decent response just because I'm trying to lay it out in a way that he can just pick out the information and use it. So, here's why I'm asking about this. Here's some evidence and that sort of thing. Hopefully it'll help. Shaggy fella, go ahead.
I am in the midst of a new Ukraine fundraiser. So I've been posting about pizzas and pizza toppings. Sorry to go off topic a little bit. And my love of fruits on top of pizzas. So I tagged in Pizza Express and they have replied. So I'm going to use this opportunity to try and raise some money for Ukraine, for Pizzas for Ukraine, and hook Pizza Express in on this. So I need some help. So I go to my timeline and everyone start talking about Pizza Express pizzas, and we'll try and get some kind of Ukrainian pizza thing going. Maybe blueberries and banana, blue and yellow. I don't know. I'm just winging it at the moment. What do you think? What do you think? Some toppings. You mentioned cheese before, Marcus. We'll have cheese obviously on it.
Well, if they're going to get involved and maybe donate some proceeds from a Ukrainian flavors pizza, perhaps that would be good.
Well, to quote their reply tweet to me, looking forward to seeing your fruity pizza. A bit of a tomato gate going on at the moment. They're basically saying that tomato is a fruit, and I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, it may be a fruit, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it might be a vegetable as well. Nutritionists I googled consider it a vegetable. So we've got Pizzagate going on, we've got Tomato Gate going on, we got Pizza Express involved. So yeah, fellows of NAFO, have a look at my timeline with this going on now, and everyone help, please. Thank you very much.
Shaggy, it is considered, good botanical knowledge to know that tomato is a fruit, and it is considered wisdom to not include it in a fruit salad.
This is true. This is true. This is what I thought as well. But I'm thinking maybe a Ukrainian pizza, blueberries and banana. You reckon? You reckon that'll work? A bit of fruit, two bits of fruit.
Oh my!
Well, come up with some ideas. Something blue and yellow. Something Ukrainian related.
How about something? How about something not blue and yellow? How about some, beetroot and sour cream?
Well, it's got to be Ukrainian related, and I'm thinking blue and yellow.
It is. This is borscht.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, borscht to me is purple. There, it's beetroot, isn't it?
Yeah, beetroot and sour cream.
Are you colourblind? They're
Beetroot
purple,
on the
buddy. They're not
pizza
blue.
in some way, and a nice sour cream dip.
Replace the sour cream with mozzarella. Lots of mozzarella, and you're fine.
Yeah, we need
That's fine too. But I like sour. Creme fraiche works really well in pizza. Like spinach and creme fraiche is terrific.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll stop this topic now. But I mean, it's a great topic, but I don't want to derail the whole blooming space with my Pizzagate and Tomato Gate and Topping Gate and whatever. So I hit my thread, and we'll try and get this pizza rolling, as it were. And yeah, we'll try and get something out of Pizza Express. Maybe get some funds raised or something like that. So there we go. I'm on a roll. I'm going to contact Led for Donkeys in a bit as well. See how that.
I like it.
I'm on a roll.
Shaggy, I like it.
Actually, I'm just going to tag.
Really.
I'm just sorry for butting in that. I'm going to tag Led by Donkeys in this post. In fact, maybe they'll get on board as well. Wimblegate, or whatever that's called. Wimble something.
Ban.
That's the one. Wimbleban. Sorry, I'm all a flutter.
Shaggy's dishevelled because all the Scooby-Doo vans are getting destroyed.
43.
Tom, you like pizza?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Shaggy, were you not with us when we did the Herson pizza party? Because, you know, Yehuda's thing about MriyaReport was always that MriyaReport tries to run without any overheads and they're not spending the money on pizza parties and things like that. And I said, well, we really should have a pizza party when we've got something to celebrate. So we decided when Herson was liberated that we'd all have pizza, talk to each other on MriyaReport and make a matching donation of the cost of the pizza to MriyaReport. So, you know, we should totally do something similar when other Ukrainian cities or territories are liberated, because we should celebrate them being liberated. Because I would imagine a week after they've been liberated, when they start to find bodies and things, we're all going to be really gutted. So, like, we should celebrate the joys of the Ukrainians liberating their country when it happens. On perhaps a city by city basis, and make it like a fundraising opportunity like we did with the Herson pizza party. So if you want to get on board with that, then that'd be cool, and I'll retweet your thread, etc., and support it.
Brilliant. I'll definitely get on board with that. Yeah, I must have missed that. I was either fighting tankies or ultra maggers in their spaces or doing something else, and then maybe I was working. I don't know what I was doing. Anyway, I missed it, but I will research it and have a look at it after I've finished with Pizza Express. Finished my Pizza Express as well.
David.
So I missed everything that Shaggy said. Shaggy sent me the image of what he was saying, and I went off to go make a cup of tea because you know I like my cup of tea. And I was thought, oh, so I don't know whether Shaggy has said this or not, but it occurs to me, Shaggy, that you have a golden opportunity with Pizza Express for them to very, very cheaply get people into Pizza Express, and to do some good, right? And so what you suggest to Pizza Express is anyone turning up, because they do their 10%, you know, come and have 10% off. Anyone coming up and can prove they've got a fella and has messaged Lucas Cage and show it to us, you get 10% off. Come in, here you are, have 10% off on Pizza Express. There you are, and then they could do the advertising for you. So they tweet it out. Here you are. Anyone telling them what they think, 10% off. I think that's a win-win for everyone, isn't it?
I think that's a great idea. This brainstorming on the fly, on the hoof, on the pizza, as it were. They got 140,000 followers as well, so that's quite a lot. So yeah, hopefully, yes, anything to help raise funds for Ukraine and fill our bellies full of lovely pizza, with or without free-tone. I don't like it that much, Axel. And maybe tomatoes. Well, you must like tomatoes because it's always got tomatoes on. So yeah, it must be okay. I got grapes. I've got grapes with me as well. Maybe I'll try grapes. But yeah, I'm going to run with this. If anybody can help, yeah.
I love Sicilian tomatoes, and I got gripes about Dutch tomatoes if they are not from the garden.
Good point. Good point. I mean, garden tomatoes are lovely. I don't know what they have on the outside of tomatoes, but when I pick tomatoes, my fingers smell lovely. It's lovely.
Like a Maubre Sauvignon Blanc.
Yeah, but that's normally in a bottle, and I just kind of get a bit of a wet hand if it's been in the fridge. Yeah, I'll drop it like that actually because it's a little bit slimy compared to a red. Just my observation. Anyway, sorry about derailing with Pizzagate and pizzas and stuff like that. I'll shut up.
Mette.
Just a quick question. Does Ukraine have any like mozzarella type or feta type cheese that could be added on the pizza, or is there any specialties that could be on a pizza? Thank you.
Everybody is silent, so nobody knows.
Sorry, my notifications is just blown up. Something rotten. I'm gonna have to go down to listener. I'll catch you later.
I mean, there's various types of fresh cheeses, like cottage cheese. I'm not sure what it'd be called. I'm also not sure if it's available elsewhere. But yes, fresh cheeses are a staple everywhere where dairy's made. Well, most everywhere.
David, while you're here, while you're about, who is it in particular that's forcing the Wimbledon about this Grand Slam thing? What are they called? He's legged it, hasn't he?
Yes, no. I was going to say not the PTA, because that's the Parent Teachers Association. It is not the Parent Teachers Association. It is. Give me 2 seconds.
Is it the LTA?
That's it. That's the one.
Thank you.
Oh no! Did you say LTA or LPA?
I said LTA, which I think is
Lawn Tennis Association, which is the people who do tennis in the UK and Wimbledon, etc. But no, it's it's got a P in it. Give me 30 seconds.
Okay, that was my problem as well. I could remember one and not the other.
Sorry.
I'm still angrily, sorry.
ATP. ATP is the organization.
That's it. ATP. There you are. And don't forget the Women's Players Association as well, and the Men's Association. Right. So they are all basically evil. I can't say the last word, but you can fill in the gap.
Yeah, ATP is very important when it comes to tennis. Without the adenosine triphosphate.
Adenosine, or don't forget the triphosphate, right?
David preempted my yes, very good, David.
This is why you are my Twitter buddy, Doman. Exactly. I personally think you've got the better end of that deal.
Yeah, I must have. There's about half a dozen though, David. That's just how good I have it. That's just how good I have it. So, David, the bomb that fell in Belgorod, the one that didn't explode, 7 meters down. That's quite far down, isn't it?
It's a very long way, isn't it?
If you think of where various Second World War bombs ended up, that buried themselves and then they get discovered decades later. That's even deeper than many of those, isn't it? And some of those were a good bit heavier, even.
Yeah. Some of those bombs were in the 2 tons, 5 tons. Yes. I mean, maybe there was a bit of a sinkhole there already. That might explain it.
Are you saying that the bomb hit an already very deep pothole? Exactly. What are the chances?
Probably very high, right? Probably very high, given the people we're talking about. I mean, I was thinking they must be quite worried, right? Because, or maybe they're not worried because they weren't told that the other bomb went off a long time after it was supposed to.
So what makes a bomb detonate 17 seconds or so after impact, David? What's gone wrong? Because that's definitely not intentional. right? It's
No, it's
definitely
not.
intentional.
It's not intentional. Something's gone very wrong with the fuse, hasn't it? With that timer or whatever it is that how the fusing works. I know very little about fusing. I was more about the instant bang, right? Press button, bang. But yeah, something's definitely gone wrong with that fuse, and then there's the question of, right, if there's something went wrong with one fuse, what might happen to this fuse? I suspect they'll be quite worried. Yeah, and do we know how they're dealing with this? Are they doing the let's drill into it and steam out the explosives, or taking the fuse out? How are they dealing with?
Unclear. What they've done is they evacuated people from nearby apartment buildings in many buses, 3,000 people. And then they dug a hole until they got to the bomb. And I don't know what they did afterwards, because they didn't take detailed pictures of that nor narrated it. But it's awfully professionally done. And the thing that confuses me the most is that they actually bothered to conduct an evacuation. I mean, of course, it was primarily for show, I trust, but that's the confusing bit, that they actually did something right.
I mean,
well, they
yeah.
do have active civil defense. And that's no surprise, actually. That should not take any surprise. But the interesting bit is, if they've done such a segregation of people and evacuation, then they would have expected a proper, solid, large piece of ordnance having gone down.
I mean, I'm just thinking the whole thing. Every time you think about what they do and how they operate, everything about what they do is just baffling. Just utterly baffling. Presumably, that they did that. The reason why they evacuated everyone was there were probably 20 babushkas around a hole, pointing downwards and going, "What the hell's this?" And they rang their sons to go, "There's a hole here, Igor. Do you want to come have a look at it?" And then it got all so big and out of hand, so they just had to get rid of take everyone, get rid of them. Yes, they had to get rid of them.
I'm just thinking how lucky they were with the first one to not hit like a gas pipeline. They're often buried under roads like that. It's a pretty big road. This could have installed a whole new district heating installation, had they.
It could have done a considerable amount of damage, and you're right, isn't it? Because people under roads, people lay all sorts of stuff, right? Electric cables, communication cables, pipeline, all sorts of pipe. I mean, it could have been even worse than gas. It could have been a sewer. Place covered in shit.
It's like the old cartoons where the sewage truck then explodes, right? Gives a whole new meaning to airburst.
It's not really air, is it?
True, but what I meant is that, of course, if a truck explodes, like with cluster ammunition in an airburst version, that they explode a meter and a half over the ground, spreads it out nicely.
A high velocity max spreader.
Yes.
Actually, this is why people move to cities, so they don't have to smell that. I never minded it, frankly, but some people always complain when they smell a bit of muck.
I grew up on a farm. I have no such sensitivity.
Yeah, I know, exactly. I never understood the people who said, "Oh, it smells so bad." Well, yeah, but it's not without reason. It's not that bad either. I mean,
if you smell that in a glass of wine, you're like, oh, what a lovely Syrah, rather than complaining about it.
Yeah,
but it's true.
Yeah, I don't disagree. The thing is that the funny part is that, of course, some people go and open a good old bottle of Merceau in a cellar where there's lots and lots of old mold and grime and whatnot, and the overlaying note is, of course, really bad if you think about it, but the taste is great. So I get that, but I can definitely tell you, if you're, say, age 10 and go into a lamb barn which has been used for the whole winter for lambing, and the lambs and the sheep have been standing there, beforehand, at the beginning of the winter, they stand on level 0, and after the end of the winter, they stand on 150, because that's the amount of straw and shit which they have left there, and you have to unmuck it, meaning get the stuff out with a pitchfork. And so I can relate to childhood memories of doing some good work for pocket money, and that really, really stank. Anyway, enough of this happy banter.
What a lovely carboniferous diaper.
Yes.
But pigs, they smell the worst.
And taste the best.
Yep.
How did we manage to get here? From the pizza. It all started with Shaggy and the pizza.
Well, really, it started with the Russian pilot a couple of nights ago dropping some bombs in Belgorod. That's where it really started. And then he said, "Oh, what if?" David said it'd be worse if it hit a sewer, and then we got from sewer to muck spreading to carboniferous diapers.
Yeah, no, I get it. But the levity of smell and food and everything. But okay, I get it. All right.
Actually, did you see the comments of the Chinese ambassador to France yesterday on French television?
I did not. I presume he was there in order to take in all the glory the French are dishing out to them.
Well, he was asked by the host. So what do you think? Does Crimea belong to Ukraine? Is Crimea part of Ukraine? And he said, well, it's complicated. And started talking about Khrushchev and all sorts of nonsense. And then he said, and this is very interesting, he said something along the lines of, well, all of these countries, territories that are where the Soviet Union used to be, well, none of them are really recognized or something like that. None of them are very well defined. So
did he say that?
Yeah, he basically questioned all of the borders of within what used to be the Soviet Union, and the legitimacy of all the states in one kind of sweeping statement. The legitimacy of all those states to exist.
Yeah. The near and broad power zones and zones of influence, and of
But
course.
the way that he phrased it wasn't even in a sense that would give Russia kind of legitimacy over anything. It was almost as though he was also questioning Russia. The way he phrased it questioned all 15 countries equally. And I thought that was quite interesting. And I can't tell whether he was just completely flustered, or it's kind of testing the ground for any future bits and pieces that they might be able to break off elsewhere for their own designs.
Okay, I will remind everybody that since the beginning of since the beginning of the 90s, but then definitely in a very, very solid form since 1999, I have been saying this about Russia, what I've been saying here publicly since we started the stuff on Twitter. And the comments on China I've made since I've left on a work trip in China are the same. And if you so will, in terms of advocacy. We will be having these discussions about China sooner rather than later. We've spoken about this here on this space for quite some time. We should be aware of the fact that they do see everything completely differently than people here on our end like to perceive it. And no, I don't want to sound like Cassandra, but to an extent, yes.
Axel, what temperature do you like your beer?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I apologize. I was just trying to get out of the car here. I apologize. Would you mind
No,
saying this again?
quite all right, quite all right. What temperature do you like your beer?
Very cold. But then
So
that has to
not
do with the fact.
boiling.
Oh, not at all. No.
Definitely not boiling. Okay, so you're not a prime candidate for relieving whatever's left of in a warehouse in Krasnoyarsk then of its contents, because in Krasnoyarsk a warehouse full of beer caught on fire. That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Well, it depends on what beer it was that went on fire. If it is Heineken, so be it. If it is our wonderful friends from Belgium and their brand, yes, please. If this were German beer, I would have to question why on earth it is there in the first place.
I have no idea what kind of beer it is. It's just a warehouse full of it. I mean, at this point, it probably doesn't matter too much because I don't think it's any good anymore. Even if it used to be good, where it used to be good. But isn't there an awful lot of events in Krasnoyarsk? We keep, lots of events in Moscow. We understand Moscow's a big city; it's a big area, right? Lots of buildings. Of course, many buildings will catch on fire. Krasnoyarsk, not that big a city. And yet Krasnoyarsk seemed to be very overrepresented in things going wrong. Is Krasnoyarsk maybe one of those cities where they dug particularly deep into the ranks of emergency services and civil engineers and whatnot to send them to the front? I'm starting to think there might be a connection there.
Well, they definitely took a lot of experienced people from there who they wanted to get rid of. No question about it. And it is such a unique place, don't forget.
Why is it such a unique place, Krasnoyarsk?
Technology, Roman, technology.
Do you tell?
Krasnoyarsk has a high concentration of relevant technology for the Russian war effort. I'm standing at a bank telling machine. Give me a second.
Interesting. Okay, very good. I will I'll inquire further in a little bit. All I know about Krasnoyarsk is that it is in Siberia, and that it featured prominently in a feature film that was released last August, I think, by Gazprom Productions, of just how awful it will be in Europe when it will be without gas, just like Krasnoyarsk, and encased in ice. Completely encased in ice, all of it. One of the few things that I remember about Krasnoyarsk, and it's a major city in Siberia, but somewhere behind Novosibirsk. I don't know if there's any other bigger ones, but that's about it. Can't really think of much else. It's one of those cities that didn't need renaming when the Soviet Union took over, because it was already called Krasnoyarsk, and anything that had Krasny or red in the name was already they were already quite happy with that. Ivana?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that the irony is that just a few weeks after that commercial, a record temperature was registered not far from Krasnoyarsk, minus 62.9 degrees Celsius. It was a record temperature for the region. So that commercial was self-fulfilling prophecy, but for Krasnoyarsk.
Well done, Gazprom Productions. They cooperate closely Gazprom does with manufacturers of several with several manufacturers of crystal balls, albeit they're a little bit, imperfect. They don't quite know. They don't quite get all the details right. They get the general idea, but then it gets misassigned to one place or another. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm pretty sure they have a KHL team in.
So,
yeah. Anyway, Axel.
all right. Yeah, liquid propellant is what they produce there once in great capacity, both for submarine-based ballistic missiles as well as other missile forms, and that's the key aspect there. And Zelenogorsk is also in the oblast, if you so like. So these are very important places. Given the fact, you remember that a lubricant and propellant factory went up in smoke early in the war. So Krasnoyarsk is really important.
Very interesting. I mean, I'm very happy with more district heating being installed there, of course. But I mean, torching a beer warehouse, that takes some skill. Seeing that most of the contents is liquid. Water treatment plant on fire, not something we usually hear.
I wonder what water they used to make that beer.
Well, that depends. I actually have a theory of what might have happened at the beer warehouse. Maybe somebody thought, you know what, beer's all right, but something stronger, even better. How about we distill the beer and make vodka from it? And of course, distilling takes a lot of energy. Cheap distillation devices. There's an actual roaring fire, and then it's easy to get other things to catch on fire. Maybe that's what happened. That's pretty reasonable. Let's go with that explanation as the at least temporary one until we have something better. Allegedly, some 30 Russian diplomats are getting kicked out of Germany. And this time they're not letting them just hang about, but the Russians came to collect them rather immediately. This morning there's a plane that people watching on flight radar saying, what is this plane doing going to Berlin from what was it, Moscow, St. Petersburg, wherever it was, flying down through the Baltic Sea, right? And there are speculations of what's happening, who they might be getting, how they got the permits, and indeed the immediate speculations of this being a diplomatic, let's call it the rescue flight almost, is indeed it was indeed true and is indeed true. So that is very good, right? A very, very good idea. Beyond that, to go a step even beyond what they were doing, now some people were observing. Why did they go all the way around? Why did they fly down the Baltic Sea before they went to Germany? I have to say, this has been very much the norm, very much the norm of how these Russian diplomatic extraction flights have been going. For example, last year, people might remember when the Russian delegation of the Council of Europe was getting out of France and back to Russia. The plane that went to collect them was hugging the North African coast, flew south of Russia, over Turkey to the Mediterranean, flew over the Mediterranean Sea, hugging the North African coast, before making a steep northward turn, overflying as little of France as possible on the way to where did they collect them? Basel, Strasbourg, something like that. I think it was Basel rather than Strasbourg, which was partially interesting. That is to say, the Basel airport, which is not actually in Switzerland, is in Germany, is in France. I think it's in France. Basel, Mulhouse, Freiburg, MriyaReport, and they got them from there, right, rather than actually overflying Europe. So they tend to try to minimize the number of European countries they fly across where the airspace is closed off, as well as minimize the distance. Now, what I'm still very curious about is, on the one hand, here with this flight, they administered it very closely. Yet still, we don't have a good explanation of how the Rais, the head of Tatarstan, got himself to Moldova on that private jet. Because for that, he would have had to have overflown either Ukraine, which is obviously a no-no, or Romania, and clearly, therefore, it must have been Romania. So yeah, it's very interesting, very curious. And very odd. I'd love to know how they let that plane through for no good reason whatsoever. No good reason whatsoever.
I wouldn't let
And
I wouldn't let any Russian plane fly over some airspace if the maintenance is still what they are doing now. Pieces fall off of airplanes.
yeah, you're saying you never know. You never know what's going to fall off. It's probably not going to be a bomb, but if it's a bit of a plane, that's still not very good, is it? That's a fair point. That's a good point there, Mr. M. But on the other hand, I find it auspicious how this announcement of the Russian diplomats getting expelled from Germany, surplus diplomats, so to speak, getting expelled from Germany the day after the Washington Post published that article detailing the contacts of both the AfD as well as Die Linke, that is to say, the German parliamentary far right and far left, with Russians in consolidation of the two and their attitudes and efforts when it comes to Russia and when it comes to not supporting Ukraine so very consolidatedly between the two. So it's interesting that it's coming literally the day after. And one can wonder, is this at least somewhat connected? Because, of course, diplomats, the so-called legals, right, are often the ones connected with that. Albeit Russian TASS reports that this is a retaliatory move by the Germans after Russians have expelled a number of German diplomats. I wonder if the German ones flew back on the Russian plane that's going off to collect the Russian ones. Sometimes that courtesy is actually extended, but I don't know how this works like here with this specific case.
I've lost what I was going to talk to you about, but I've written my letter and I've fired it off, and well, hopefully he'll understand.
Sure, I hope so. It's between this and also, of course, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe meeting on Tuesday, at least in an abbreviated form. I believe it's meeting room number 7. You see, and of course, the British government is going to be represented by, I forget her name, Lucy something, I think, the Minister for Culture and Sports.
Isn't that Fraser?
Yes, I believe so. look, if Boris can be first name only, so can Lucy. We shan't discriminate like this. No, just a joke. I genuinely forgot her last name. Apologies.
I know, and you would never discriminate. But the key point is the reason, and the odd joke is, of course, that we will reserve our right to say "I love Lucy" after she has said the right thing there, right?
You know what? I might just adjust my letter a little bit and send her a copy.
That's a very good idea, Mockers.
Yeah, I'm full of them today, obviously. Shaggy fella.
Right. Have you seen the video of the two ladies in Russia walking irons? Like irons, like you iron a shirt with.
No, I have not seen a video of two ladies with irons. No.
Okay,
Is this what they've received?
I will stick this in the nest then. There we go. Yes, so two ladies are walking irons in Russia.
Shaggy, when you say
Apparently,
walking irons, do you mean like they're dragging an iron behind them by the cable, like it was a
Yep.
dog on the leash?
Exactly that. Exactly that. Now, this doesn't seem as weird.
Is this some sort of a performance? Or?
Exactly. I'm about to explain. It doesn't seem that there is a comment in the thread which somebody says, actually, we did this during martial law of 1981 as a sign of protest. During mandatory evening propaganda news, people would walk the dogs, sometimes plushy ones if they didn't have a dog. So it may be a form of protest in Russia, walking your iron. And this is taking place, it says, in Anapa in Russian. And here we go with my joke. Maybe they're in Ironapa. Boom, boom.
Did
Oh,
It's brilliant. I love that joke. I'm going to write it down. Ironapa. Sorry, I'm laughing at my own joke.
He has gone full Cyprus. He has gone full Cyprus.
Wait, shush. Right. Did you see, Shaggy, the man who appeared to be walking a tractor yesterday? Because there's a video of a man who is got like a lead and he's dragging a tractor behind him, a proper tractor, just rolling along behind him. Now, as a protest, I think that's a bit more eye-catching. Ioana.
About the tractor, how this word changes our mindset. Yesterday I've seen on Twitter a picture from Romanian exercises with French soldiers, NATO exercises, and there was a picture with some soldiers trying to drag IV or something like this with a rope, something. And in my mind it was like they need a Ukrainian tractor. Because why just try to drag a IV with a rope? So Ukrainian tractors are all over our minds now.
Yeah, sorry, Marcus. I did reply to you, but I had a mic that was off, so you didn't hear any of it. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I just thought you were terribly rude.
They're just terribly brain dead, dog stupid. No, I haven't seen that video of that dragging a tractor. Is it on your timeline?
Well, yeah, I would say go and have a quick look because it's definitely out there, a man walking a tractor. And it did seem a bit odd at the time, but now you've said that it might be a form of protest.
Exactly. So I'll search out that one and yeah, have a little look. It's by a guy called Toga, and I can't pronounce his handle. Anyway, hopefully you'll see the Iron protest, the Iron Ladies. Maybe they are the Iron Ladies.
So Shaggy, do you know what would really make it complete? The ladies with irons.
I don't know. Go on, Doman. Give us the punchline.
If they were also drinking an iron brew.
The Iron Ladies drinking iron brew in Iron Appa, dragging irons as a form of protest. There we go.
Okay,
but I think it's just.
I'm filing my official protest here. This is bordering on Vogon poetry.
Oh, is that praise? This is brilliant. I'm going to have to write a poem then, Axel. I'm going to do this in a bit.
Anyway, I think this is just a gesture of civil responsibility because, you know, the state of the road in Russia is not very good. And maybe the ladies are just trying to level a little bit the walking path and the roads. So they are contributed to the well-being of the country.
Yes, irony out the potholes.
Jesus. So these ladies are going full Irish.
It's just the joke that keeps on giving, isn't it? Oh dear.
Yeah, I was just about to say, oh, me lassie, we're just around the neighbourhood. Can we do it? We have a little bit of tarmac left here. Shall we do your yard?
Of course, it makes sense you'd use an iron, you know, if you're leveling asphalt, because if you heat it up a bit, it's more malleable.
I don't know how we're going to sell this segment and or title this segment, Dolan.
Extreme ironing.
Extreme ironing. Jesus Christ, I thought this kind of naming went out of fashion in the late 80s.
That's sport, apparently.
I wonder if they're being ironic.
All right, I will walk the dogs now, please.
Dogs
The
or
iron?
Take your iron with you, Axel. Take your iron with you, and if you have a tractor, take that with you as well. Walk the whole herd.
menagerie?
You have no idea. Friends and family and also business partners and past colleagues tend to send me wherever they travel in the world. They tend to send me pictures of tractors because everybody who knows me a little bit knows how my great affinity to tractors, given where I grew up, and I really like them, and I find them fascinating tools.
I might start sending you pictures of irons just to add to your collection and maybe get you slightly interested in something else. You know, spread your wings.
Slightly riled and ironed up.
The exact strike. I think I'll do it now. I will strike while the iron is hot.
Well, I just did
Shaggy,
the same.
tractors, please. Tractors, Shaggy.
How about a tractor dragging a really big iron?
It's a D minor, isn't it? I've just done the same. Struck while the iron was hot, and I have fired off my message to Lucy Fraser and received a confirmation response.
Excellent. We hope to be able to say that we indeed love Lucy, subject to what happens on Tuesday.
We shall see. So if anybody else wants any of the tips or information that I have dragged together, it is actually something that I've retweeted a tweet thread from Tracy Ukrezelaznytsia, and you will see what I mean. Go and have a look at her thread, and it gives you information and tips on how to complain.
Very good, and that's especially notable now, as decisions are being made about the Russians at the Olympics in 2024 in Paris, as well as of course the Wimbledon case, the Wimbledon case, which is very interesting to the likes of David, because Russians shouldn't be anywhere where strawberries and cream are the controlled price of £2.50 a portion.
I tend to want to agree with you there. I'm sure David would agree as well. What annoys me the most is they say, you know, oh, well, we can't upset the rights of athletes. What about the 232 athletes who Russia have killed?
Do you want to give us a read, actually, of the response you got, Mockers, in full? We got these bits and pieces, but I think we'd like a proper, comprehensive view on the into the mind of your constituents, your representative.
Yes, I can do that. Bear with me 1 second while I just hunt it down, because I was a bit underwhelmed by
skipping any any trivia information, but the contentful paragraph, right? It's quite easy, I'm sure, to identify that. I presume it's only the one.
Yes. Bear with me. It was that one, so it must be attached to here. Oh no, it's not. How annoying. It's here. Ben. Right, so here is my response, my original response from my MP, which I was a bit disgusted about. So he did agree that the recent reports of killing of prisoners is an act of utmost evil, and strong international agreements are in place to dissuade the mistreatment of prisoners. I worry that these incidents will indeed motivate retaliatory actions, but he's basically saying, so Ukrainians might do something wrong. Well, that was a big F you, as far as I was concerned. Immediately, I was like, oh, you've annoyed me already. So, regarding the reaction of Russian citizens outside of Russia, I share your sentiment that any Russian national in Britain actively expressing hate towards Ukrainian people and upholding violence should be rightfully met with condemnation. However, the actions of the Russian government and what Russian people think are in many cases separate. Excuse me, swears. We have witnessed mass protests by Russian people against the war. Yeah, they didn't last very long, did they? While I agree that some cases arise where sympathisers require extra consideration, being Russian in itself is not a crime, and we must treat all cases individually. And here's where I blew my top. Innocent athletes. Innocent athletes. Right. Okay, whatever. Should be given the choice to compete without representing their country, as they may see themselves separate from their nation in light of the war. I will continue to remain up to date with developments surrounding this issue and advocate for appropriate measures in line with existing frameworks. And I found that almost offensive, I'll be honest. So quite offensive, and I had to calm down quite a bit before I could reply. So my reply is, although I am disappointed with your response, and then I'd like to provide you with some information as to why I believe Russian athletes are connected to Russian military and politics. And then I've used the information that Tracy's laid out about how exactly they do that. The Z symbols that they showed up with at Olympic events and stuff like that, and how they are specifically used as propaganda to support the war. And then I've gone on to explain there was a, I'll just find it, just tell you. So there was a statistic, 45 of the 71 Russian medal winners at Tokyo 2020 were in the Russian military. And during a medal ceremony for Tokyo 2020, athletes displayed the Z symbol as their flags were banned already. So, you know, competing under a neutral flag means nothing at all to them. And I also drew their attention to the Insider report on how GRU leadership oversees the Silk Road International Automobile Rally project, using it specifically for its residents to establish infrastructure and political contacts. So I've also mentioned about, in fact, it was 262 Ukrainian athletes who have been killed so far. I stated that Poland and France have refused to hold the fencing championships. The World Athletics has upheld the ban for Russians and Belarusian athletes to compete. I'm not sure why Wimbledon is not a brand that's strong enough to tell the ATP to stop blackmailing, basically. However, in that case, a government visa refusal would eliminate the concern. So I've then basically gone on to tell him how I would like him to use this information and perhaps educate himself on the situation with regards to Russian athletes and how they are indeed an integral part of the military and propaganda.
Yes, and it is because they are an integral part of Russian soft power exercises as well as the domestic propaganda. This is why they should be appropriately differentiated. David.
I was trying to get to my my mic button. I started raging. I've stopped what I was doing. I started raging as you started talking. I was going. Mockers. Have you thought that maybe you should be photocopying, not photo, make a picture of his letter. Was it an email, is it?
It's a proper formal letter sent by email.
Yes. Then what I suggest you do, take a photograph of the letter, right? And let's do a big thread about it, right? Name him. Oh, it needs to be named, doesn't he? Right? And then we can take this a little bit further, because this is just a nonsense. He sounds like a Vatnik, doesn't he? Is he a Labour MP?
No, he's a Conservative MP.
He's a filthy Conservative, is he? Right. Okay.
Well, David, it's I think it gets worse.
Go on.
And this is very saddening.
Go on, tell me.
I'm not sure, but and Mockers is the one who should say more details.
No, my MP is not who you thought it was.
Oh,
my
it's
MP
not. Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
Is a nice chap called Paul, who is very, very undereducated, it would seem.
I was
very worried here.
I have other names for him other than undereducated. Yeah, I am doing hedges at the moment. I'm just starting, right? So when we finish, Mockers, I may get you a little bit later. I think we could do something about this. This is utter ridiculousness, isn't it? Right? Those innocent Russian soldiers who are competing, right? And all the other people who have, in actual fact, quite literally been okay with the letter Z and push their narrative. I'm going to go because if I keep stopping, I won't get these hedges finished and it'll be an eternal project. But let us do something, Knockers. Are you up for it?
I actually am, yes.
Good.
I would like to point out the error of his ways.
I think we should, because he's getting closer to the point where there's going to be an election, isn't there? Right, and he's going to need those votes. So some of his thoughts, his belief, maybe, right? But I think we could do something. I'm going to go back to doing my hedge, but a little bit later on. Let's put I won't say bash our heads together because that would be wrong. But let's do something.
Yeah, I'm happy to have a look at that with you later. Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Hello. So some new information emerged regarding the Wagner operations in Sudan. It was a report by CNN. So basically, the current conflict began when, for a couple of days, the RSF, which is the Wagner supported section, were moving around troops without the command of the army, and the army told them to stop, and then the next day, or they would be held accountable, and then the next day, the fighting began. And a day or so before that, I think, Blinken was visiting Sudan. And of course, this led to a bunch of conspiracy theories about how he had given the order for the armed forces to attack the RSF, blah, blah, blah. But it emerges now that an airplane has been circling and shuttling between two bases in Libya controlled by General Haftar, who's the Russian-supported leader in Libya, and the Lataka Air Base in Syria. And this airplane was an Ilyushin 76 transport airplane and was supposedly airdropping surface-to-air missiles in northwestern Sudan at the Chevrolet Kribaltom camp. And this place was an RSF camp. So what I think happened connecting all these pieces of news was basically that the Americans had informed Wagner transporting these missiles in country, which missiles would give the capabilities to counteract to a degree the air force of the armed forces of Sudan. And the Americans shared that intelligence, which gave time for the Sudanese armed forces to react. This is my conclusion. It hasn't been corroborated yet, but it explains why the Sudanese armed forces were so well prepared for what was supposed to be a surprise attack, because when the attack happened, it took place in several strategic locations of the capital at once, bearing the hallmarks of decapitation strike. So they attacked the presidential palace, the Republican palace, they attacked the international airport, etc., which are all choke points that you want to get in order to isolate the government forces and effect regime change. But they failed in that. And the fact that the Sudanese Air Force was ready to sortie and acted immediately, and the RSF were unable to take hold of the Air Force base to the north of the capital, is testament to the fact that the Sudanese armed forces were ready for them. So I think that the Americans were basically shared a bit of intelligence with al al-Burhan, who is the general in charge of the Sudanese armed forces, and this prevented the Dagalo, from the leader of the RSF, from taking control.
Okay, so they're not just supporting it; they are very much wholesale behind it, including behind the let's call it the heaviest of weapons that are available to the RSF.
Absolutely, and if you want the greasy little fingerprints of the Russian government on it, well, I can give you the fact that RIA Novosti, which is the Russian information agency, in the early hours of the conflict was reporting, together with Al Jazeera, but RIA Novosti was first. They were reporting that they had actually captured the general quarters of the armed forces, the Republican Palace, and so on. So they were full on pushing on social media in Sudan that the coup had already essentially taken place. And it was only hours later when the General al-Burhan released a video of him coordinating the armed response from an operations room, that it was confirmed that he was actually alive and the reports were fake. Then they showed that the general headquarters was also under the control of the army, even though it was damaged, and so on. So when else have we heard about Russian sponsored forces basically taking over a country in a couple of hours, and then it's turning out that they haven't actually done that? I mean, I can't think of another example.
I mean, if anything, this is going on, right? It's a 3-hour operation instead of a 3-day operation.
Yeah, absolutely. We're day 5 into the 3-hour decapitation strike. And by the way, this morning I reported that there was a ceasefire declared for Eid, which is the Muslim holiday. Eid al-Fitr, I think. I'm not good in Arabic, so I'm sorry if I've messed it up. But approximately an hour later, it had already broken down. So I'm thinking this will be fought to its logical conclusion, because right now the RSF doesn't seem to be holding any substantial position outside of the capital, and in the capital they have been chased to the point where they can only conduct sporadic attacks, but so far I haven't seen them put up an organized military action. And on the other hand, the armed forces keep taking control of RSF equipment that has been left behind on the bases. And also they keep mustering new forces and sending them into the capital. So, and there has been at least 2 confirmed reports of RSF commanders surrendering their command or outright joining the armed forces. So it's not going good for the Vatniks in Sudan.
Oh no, it's awful. It's terrible. That's just, it's all right actually. This is I guess what you get when you try to destabilize other countries, but you're shockingly enough not quite all that well prepared to do it. That's just Russians for you, I guess. Just Russians for you.
By the way, Will Theo, the Australian, this morning was asking how long, because he thought it was a fairly recent development, and I thought it was at least 1.5 years, but it turns out that they have been at it in Sudan from 2014 on. They have been, so we're not experiencing a Russian-sponsored force that was basically prepped quickly and so on. But Wagner has been providing training and equipment to the RSF since 2014, since they started using Sudanese gold to circumvent sanctions due to the taking of Crimea. So it's not a new process, it's part of the grand plan of the master strategist. So 9 years of Wagner efforts led to the result that we're seeing right now. Yeah, the master strategist strikes again.
Yeah, very well done by them. Speaking of sanctions, there's an excellent report in Bloomberg yesterday that I never got to touch on yesterday. But speaking of sanctions, why not?
Is it the ball bearings?
No, it's a different one. Sorry, I'm still reading through the actual original document. So maybe once I've read through it, I'll summarize it. And we'll talk about it then. They're not going anywhere. It's fine, because they don't have enough bearings. So no, it was a different one in Bloomberg yesterday. It was about India, saying that Russian arms sales to India stalled due to fear over U.S. sanctions. In short, India has about $2 billion worth of debt for Russian-made weapons, and has had that for about a year now, because India can't settle the bill in dollars because of fear of secondary sanctions. They can't settle it in rupees because Russians don't want rupees and because the exchange rate is too volatile. And at the same time, they can't go out and buy enough rubles because nobody has rubles except for Russians, and nobody in Russia is going to take enough rupees, and there should be way more rupees, and they don't want to overpay. I think they especially don't want to overpay because, Russian weaponry has not exactly shown itself to be the best thing in the world over the last year and a bit. So it's quite an interesting thing, isn't it? There is a workaround. They could use euros and UAE dirhams, which is what India uses to pay for deeply discounted Russian crude. But if they were using these to buy weapons, that would probably get the US on their tail a little bit more even than when it comes to oil, right? The US is probably quite all right with India underpaying for Russian oil because it makes India kind of okay with that, and Russia doesn't get that much money from it. But when it comes to weapons, it'd be a bit different. And it's generally difficult to have any more creative solution because Russia runs such a large trade surplus with India, because India is buying Russian oil and Russia is buying very little Indian stuff. So it's very difficult for them. This includes S400s, and spare parts for S400s. It includes things like spare parts for Russian-made jets that India operates, tanks, submarines, all manner of things. I think that fundamentally, India should be much more concerned about the quality of the stuff that they have and reliability and utility of the stuff that they have from Russia. If I were in their boots, I'd be throwing it all in behind Ukraine, because Ukraine actually will have a capacity in the medium and long term to sustain and repair and produce spare parts for most of these things that India would need maintenance in the long run, and I'd say that would be a lot better for them. But hey, it is how it is. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Of course, India doesn't really want to go into overly creative solutions here either, because do they really want those things from Russia now? Do they want to pay this much for things that just aren't as good? I think, frankly, they're putting consistently still themselves into a much more complicated position than they could or should. They should just quit it and realize where the future is, and back the winning horse. In this case, the winning country, which is Ukraine. Tommy?
As far as so India is very dependent, as you know. They have a tough strategic situation with China as a neighbor, with whom they have two separate territorial disputes, and they have been so far very dependent on China because of equipment such as aircraft, air defense system, etc. But in the last couple of years, you can see them trying to diversify. And if you look at their Air Force, they had big complaints regarding the MiG-29s that they operate because they had basically purchased new engines. So sent a couple of, I think it was a dozen MiGs to be refurbished. And when they were returned, they weren't performing as planned, and they had a bunch of times when, because the MiG-29 is a twin-engine aircraft, so one engine would malfunction, and the aircraft would have to emergency land using only the second engine. Sorry. And it was after that they started. Basically, if you think about it, India has about 500 aircraft, give or take, and approximately 200 of those are Western. Most of those are old, but they recently started putting in orders for the Rafale. And the process of diversification is already ongoing, because if China is moving closer to Russia, India has no strategic choice other than moving away from Russia as a supplier of military material, because otherwise they're going to be basically dependent on an ally of their greatest enemy to fight that same enemy. So it won't work for them that way. And they probably regret a lot that they have purchased so many Russian stuff, not only due to the concern, but also seeing the way it performs. If you remember, they had bought all those anti-radiation missiles, and then we saw the Ukrainian air defenses basically shoot down all 4 rockets that were fired at them recently. So they can be happy about a 400, what was it, million purchase like that.
100%, Tommy. That's exactly it, right? And it's this strategic realization that India should be making, and as well as, who's really good at repairing and keeping MiG-29s flying. I have an idea. It's Ukrainians, right? And the same goes for all manner of these things. And it's not about keeping them running, today, next month, in 6 months, in a year. It's about keeping all of their other stuff functioning in 2 years' time, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time. And for any and all of that, I think it's very much a case of India having to make that decision, the decision to realize what's actually in their strategic interest and what isn't, and behave accordingly. Because, as you described, if they have a fight with China, who's Russia gonna side with? Is it gonna be China or India? It's probably not gonna be India, is it? And who's not gonna be getting parts and ammo at that point? It's pretty straightforward, frankly, and they should make the correct choice. The sooner the better.
Yes, and if you think about it, their biggest problem right now is that if they want to diversify armaments, because you can go down the list of different kinds of equipment that they have. So they have a decent domestic industry in some areas of defense. And the problem that they have, though, is that when it comes to advanced weaponry like fixed-wing aircraft, if they have to fight China, they're going to need mass apart from quality, and they can't, I don't think they can currently afford to rapidly rearm themselves with Western aircraft in sufficient numbers. But I think that they're going to be making the switch. I'm looking at the newer stuff that they have, like recently purchased UAVs, helicopters, stuff like that. They don't seem to be much in the market for the newest Russian tech. If you remember, there were a bunch of T-90Ss, which is the export variant of the tank, that were supposed to go to India, that the contract got reneged upon, and we saw a bunch of them getting destroyed in Ukraine. So India also revitalized their domestic tank production and domestic tank program. So they're going to make every effort to diversify, and I think they're already doing it, even though they can't be outright declaring themselves as completely independent from Russia, because still all their AWACS capability, their reconnaissance, not reconnaissance, but tanker aircraft, all that stuff is still running on Ilyushins and Beryevs, but they're already moving away from the Soviet model. I'm looking at, they don't have that much Russian stuff. I mean, they have substantial Russian stuff, but anywhere they've been able to, they've moved away. Sadly, they made a bad bet on the munitions, the modern munitions and modern air defense, because it was supposedly better than the other stuff, but it appears that that was a misestimation. So I'm wondering what kind of air defense systems are going to be investing, given it has to be both capable and cheap. And if the Russians are off the table because they're not capable, I don't think there's, maybe Israeli systems, I don't know. They're already investing in Israeli UAVs, so maybe.
No, but seriously, right? It's a case of, if anybody's going to be able to repair this sort of, more or less Soviet tech equipment, if anybody's going to be able to repair that, it's going to be the Ukrainians. If you can't get Russians to do it, you won't. The people who will be able to do it will be Ukrainians. And it's time for India to now, put their weight behind Ukraine, and make that choice now. This isn't a choice they can go and make, in a couple of years. This is a choice they need to make now. And it's pretty straightforward. I will note, now yesterday, the other thing that was reported was a couple of days ago now, the Gatik tanker operator got lost their insurance with one of the major P&I clubs, and it can't go through some places now because of it, such as the Turkish Straits, for example, because it doesn't hold real insurance. And this is an Indian tanker operator that lost this because it seems to have been attempting to bypass, or indeed bypassing, sanctions, specifically the price cap that had been imposed on Russian oil. They've been paying more than the cap on oil for oil, which sounds kind of silly because Russia has lots of oil it has to sell, and the price can kind of be dictated from the outside to a degree, and that's how they lost it. Now, I reckon what's probably going to be happening is there's going to be a sale of these vessels, rebrandings, changing the track off it a bit, but it's all going to be a fake, just for appearance, a sale, and then they're going to continue as they did before, assuming they can regain insurance. So we'll see how much it is, but these sanctions have at least a bit. They're at least a little bit toothy, let's say. Tommy?
Yeah, I had a concern because of those 500 aircraft, about 240 of them are Su-30s, And I thought that maybe that's going to be their biggest holdup. But I just figured out that these are Su-30 MKIs, which are license made in India. So India itself can basically maintain that fleet. So I'm thinking that the equation is very bad for the Russians because it's only air defense. From what I see, they're only providing air defense as a meaningful contributor. And yeah, and only the S-400s, which they're now not delivering. All the rest is old Soviet Union stuff or domestically produced Indian stuff. So yeah, there's no perspective. I'm thinking that as soon as India is done with cheap Russian oil, I mean, they might not be done ever, but apart from that, they're not going to be using Russia for much else.
No, quite. I'm not sure about the Sukhois. I think that yes, the assembly is done in India, but I think quite a lot of the parts are still produced for those in Russia and then shipped over, especially when it comes to the engines and I'm sure the avionics. I wouldn't be thinking that they're made in India from scratch. So it's complicated whenever it comes to these license deals. It's complicated to say how much is actually made in what country, but nevertheless, well, what I'm getting at is if anyone can figure out, if anybody has a good understanding of Soviet military tech, and is on the right side here, it's Ukrainians certainly first and foremost, and then their friends like the Czechs, for example, and the Czech defense industries would also be quite able to do some of this stuff, depending on which bits, right? But if anybody knows how to figure it out or is able to figure it out, well, it's the other ones. If you can't rely on Russia, you really have to be all behind Ukraine for your personal strategic or partial strategic interest.
I think we should. I agree with you violently, but I think in order to actually understand their geopolitical calculus, we should ask perhaps Latin or somebody who understands precisely how much is made in India or elsewhere, so that we can, because we share the sentiment, but I don't understand in detail the manufacturing process and how much of a technological transfer there has been.
Mette.
Yeah, hi again. Yeah, I lived in India as a little, and there's India is sort of a, I think, very decisive country in this geopolitical game. But Modi has a strong, unlike the earlier Indian leaders, he's very anti-colonization. So he has this aggression about West and maybe UK, I suppose. But somehow also he I think has sympathy for for Ukraine. So because he doesn't like the colonization of this war. But they are sort of such a big country, and I really don't know where they're going to turn. They're sort of playing both sides at the moment. I really hope that they come behind Ukraine. But this tank situation that has been, it sort of tells a story that it's behind the behind the lines. They do both sides and allow this because, of course, they have known about it. But we'll see. I hope India has the wisdom to choose against Russia. But we'll see. Thank you.
Doman, they've found the bomb in Belgrade. Have you seen? Well, I have anyway. Oh, he's crashed. That'll be why. They found the bomb in Belgrade. Yeah, it is indeed quite deep, but I think it's quite amusing because they've denied that it happened up until the point that they found it, and now they're going, oh yes, here it is. Sorry about that. So yeah, funny stuff. So while I'm waiting for Doman to come back, I can tell you some other things that we know happened at Ramstein. For example, Latvia announced that it will transfer all of its remaining Stinger manpads to Ukraine. I'm not sure why I can't speak today. Don't know what that's about. But yeah, sorry. So I've been having a little look at our friend Dimitri War Translated, and Prigozhin, Potato Head, stated today that there were no fascists or Nazis on the Ukrainian side, and that Russians are only fighting for living space. Now, did they not spot that they've got loads of space which they could live in? Apparently, but yeah, it's it's strange. So apparently, this is what he said: we in the special military operation are not fighting against supposed fascism and Nazism, which is almost non-existent. But there are elements of proper Russophobia. No joke, dude. I wonder why. Anyway, we are fighting for the living space of our northern people, for the combat experience that we will pass on to younger generations, which is important to us, for the truth, for the Russian people who have been killed for 8 years by Russians, and so that later we wouldn't be ashamed that we sat out a difficult time for our country. Whatever you have to tell yourself, my friend. Yeah, basically they're saying that what is it? We're fighting just for the sake of it, basically, as far as I can tell, because fighting's important to us. Yeah, whatever. Iwana.
Yeah, so I just wanted to help. First about Belgorod, after they evacuated 17 apartment buildings, they finally accepted that there was a bomb there. It's kind of funny. And there was a tweet about soldiers that became archaeologists. Well, if Russians continue to do this, it's a job of the future, they have to prepare themselves because they will have more to dig. Yeah, and about Prigozhin, about the Nazism that is actually not non-present in Ukraine. Of course, it's related to the MOD report with their justifications for the war. In fact, they are struggling to maintain a narrative that they were promoting with, multiple points, Nazism, NATO expansions, and so on. Prigozhin, or wasn't him, he said that they must continue this operation because Ukraine must not get into NATO. But we have seen that as a result of Russian invasion in Ukraine, NATO did expand a little, and maybe even more when Sweden will join. And Ukraine will most certainly be in NATO. So they are struggling with the narratives, and it's harder and harder to maintain this. And as you said, fighting for gaining experience, that's the purpose of the military operation? Really? So yeah, it's mind-blowing.
It sure is. It's just an excuse after another excuse after another ill thought out excuse, as far as I can tell. Tom, what do you think?
Well, I think it's very interesting that they say there's no Nazis in Ukraine, but that we, Russia, are fighting for living space. Because you know the word in German for living space is Lebensraum. And if you're fighting for Lebensraum, then, you know, that really says something about who you are, because in World War II, part of the Nazi justification for invading Ukraine and Russia, for that matter, was that they needed Lebensraum. So, you know, they're not even bothering to pretend anymore. They're just plainly saying what and who they are. And yeah, I think we should just keep using the word Lebensraum and see if the Russians deny it.
And I just want to add, because I remember this, they used the expression Russia is territorially disadvantaged. The biggest country in the world, with all the resources necessary, is a country that is territorially disadvantaged. So maybe that's why they need living space, we don't know. But if you look at the density of the population in Russia and the size of the country, they really don't need living space.
Yeah, I think they're more intellectually disadvantaged than territorially disadvantaged.
You might have a point there, Tom. I think what they're really getting at is we haven't looked after anything of ours. But look, you've got nice stuff. We'd like to live there. And they sort of did that with Crimea, didn't they? They shifted everybody out. They installed themselves in this beautiful beach paradise type place and took over all the accommodation for themselves. And that was lovely. That worked out really well. So, you know, why not just do that with the rest of Ukraine? And then we can deport all the Ukrainians into Russia, and we can just live in the bits of Russia which are nice, and they can live in the other bits which aren't. I get it. It's like a cuckoo, almost. Except they forgot about the fact that the Ukrainians are going to fight back. Yeah, they skipped that one when they were thinking about it. Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I have a bit of information regarding what he means by territorially disadvantaged, because their whole shtick of their ultra-nationalist idiots is that basically Russia is big, but there's no how should I say it? It's hard to defend, so that's why that was the reason behind the whole expansion. Since they don't have natural borders because they live on a plain, they want to choke off strategic positions, and you know that's why there's that. According to them, that's why it's important to hold on to the Caucasus, to hold on to their current borders with. To hold on to the Pacific and so on. They're not interested in having a nice country which they cultivate from end to end. They're interested in spreading far enough so that they feel safe, and they're never going to feel safe because it's the way they live will never make them feel safe, because they always think that they're the strongest, the toughest fighters, and they've had to become the strongest fighters because they were at a position of disadvantage. So this idea of disadvantage is deeply rooted in their heads.
Albeit that it's just projection.
Oh.
Albeit that it has always been used since the days of the Oprichnia as a justification, having learned to be a vassal, and then out of vassaldom, free yourself with a bit of strength. But don't forget, they were occupied by the Mongols. And then they saw that essentially, with their own society, they cannot, by themselves, in any shape or form, do anything else than fight. They generate nothing. Their culture has no fertile ground for distributed property rights and innovation. It always exploits one. We had this discussion yesterday. It was actually quite crisp and very clear when Slava Mahmoud was there, and we discussed exactly that issue. Culturally, the state has to be served, not the state serving the public. It has always been the case that everything is there to serve that one headman, that one leader they have elected in order to protect the state and protect, therefore, the continuity of government. It is a completely different concept for a society to live and survive. And as such, whilst it does not delegate any authority and any rights, and it never has, the individual not mattering leads to the individual not taking life as seriously as well, unless the individual feels empowered and strong enough with violence to defend its own turf. It is insane, I know, but that is Russia. And trust me, I've been there, I've lived there, worked there. Even in modern times, it does not change. People who believe in zero-sum games have never understood the human condition, have never understood human creativity, have never learned to live and trade with each other. You do not need to constantly have a buffer zone if you do not constantly feel challenged because you cannot innovate and trade. If you have nothing to offer, then you have to conquer. That is the concept of a locust society.
Yeah, absolutely that. I mean, they could have just started out by asking if their neighbours wanted to invade them, but I don't think that was really what they were concerned about.
Oh, did you just say this? That was so sweet in English. It reminds me of the BBC program yet again. Welcome to our village. Please invade carefully.
So I've had a look. Let's look for practicable solutions to the problem. They say they lack natural borders. Well, could it be that it's because they have expanded outside of their natural borders themselves? I had a look at a map, a terrain map, and you know where Norilsk is in northern Krasnoyarsk Krai, right? To the north of that, there's a lovely flat area between there and the Kara Sea. To the west is delimited by the Yenisei River. To the south, there's these quite rugged-looking hills called the Putorana State Natural Reserve, and then also to the south east, there's even bigger mountains. Don't know what they're called. I'm sure they can figure that out. And then to the east, there's a very small gap between those mountains and the sea, and that's delimited by the Anabar River, which I don't think anybody will be interested in crossing. So how about all of the ones that think this way can pile into this lovely bit of flat land? Global warming, I'm sure, is going to make it nice and fertile as well, nice and warm. And they're well delimited by the sea, rivers, and mountains, very defensible natural borders. And then they can leave everybody else to, not be invaded by them. How about that solution? I think it's a great solution.
Well, you've never been in the area of Norilsk, right?
Not interested.
Or in winter.
Not interested. Don't think it's very pleasant. But nor are all of these imperialist Russians. So I think they're made for each other.
Yeah. I mean, if there's many areas like it, but this is a space where you have, due to the swampy ground in summer, when the permafrost soil has a layer on top which is mushy, quite literally, you have mosquitoes and fleas biting you would not believe. I mean, there's very fair few spaces.
Look, you're not
in the
really
world.
selling them on this like this.
Because they know that
advertising better, I think, is the crucial component.
Oh yes, right, exactly. We should.
Let's put a positive spin on it.
Let's catch mosquitoes and sell them as and other little thingies, which typically run in their
protein.
kitchens on the
Lots
ground.
of protein.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to go there. They can pioneer and innovate the use of insect-based protein for their survival. You're quite right. How did I miss that, Doman?
Yeah, there we go. That's more positive. You can say,
unexplored lands, great potential for mineral discoveries. It will only improve with global warming, and great space to have some ports on the future popular Northeast Passage. It'll be very good. And natural borders, don't forget. Natural features clearly defining borders. I think it's the optimal way, really. All right, see, this stimulated some hands. Let's go to Mette, then to Tommy, and to Edward. Mette.
Okay, so you just said it, like Crimea, how they just swift people. It was just like that when we lost in the Winter War. We lost, so to say, the maiden Finland left hand Karelia. We lost it. I have a friend who visited this area now. 80 years and there are there's this beautiful beach with all these Finnish, we call them lace villas. I don't know if that says anything, but they look like they have lace all over. It's just beautiful 1800 villas along this beach. It's sort of the villas are fenced. They have not repaired them. The beach is filthy. It's full of Russians. And there's a river there that is filthy. Everything is just filth nowadays. So when everybody says like you should take Karelia back, I think militarily we would be able to do that. But do we want it? They've been polluting it. It's just filth, and that's what they do with everything. Everything. It's just filth of the Russians. Thank you.
Yeah, they don't like doing maintenance or looking after anything, do they? I don't understand it. Laughing Tommy, you were next.
Actually, I think Edward was before me, but mine is just a quick remark. I just want to ask Doman if he purposefully picked the most polluted, closed city in Russia, or it was just a happy coincidence.
No. It's all on purpose. Again, they deserve each other.
Well, it's questionable. Norilsk is in the top 3. That's true, but there are others like it. I would still argue that the outskirts of Magnitogorsk are quite heavy, also.
Yeah, but there's it's harder to get the natural boundaries there, and it's even anyway. But they can have several bits. There can be several little useless statelets in these bad lands. Edward.
Yeah, hi Doman. I just want to slip in a quick question. I need some help. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
I want to hear your opinion, Doman, because my account just got locked, right? And because I said the following thing in a tweet. I said, I do not think that Russia will commit suicide. And like a snake bite, Doman, my account got locked. What do you think about that, you and Axel, or Marcus? What is this? I did not call on any suicide, but my account is locked.
I think the word suicide, the word suicide since ages on Twitter is one which falls into their immediate filter. You just have to apply. You have to revert back to them and explain the context, because the algorithm picks it up and gives you an auto block.
I did actually. I contacted them and said, because you would think that you could have a discussion, right, regarding suicide.
Yeah, you
right?
would. I know you would think that, but then again, Twitter is an American company. Don't forget, and their specific filters for social media have been developed over time based on certain characteristics which are very much vested in their social media sphere. Tom can talk about this, I think, for ages.
Okay, so do not use that word to everyone in here. in other words.
The problem is that actually the shorter the text, and if you say, if you put it in like you did, commit suicide, for example, it will be picked up by some algorithm, and then some poor chap in Bangalore or in God knows Vietnam, Indonesia, you name it, because of the time zone advantage, has to deal with it depending on when you post it, and that's their first level support. And then you have to go through the next level. So I'd strongly suggest to contact them and highlight your concern, and that this was a sensible figure of speech, but that you cannot quite accept that the wording would trigger anything, blah, blah, blah. It's simple. Unfortunately, it needs contact. I know their systems are not perfect.
Okay, thank you, Axel. Thank you.
Can I just jump in to Edward? Just, I had my Twitter account closed because I said something like the conscripts. You know that you may die. In the beginning of the war, and I immediately got this. But remove the tweet, and give the Twitter support sort of apology. I got my account back, but I've been shadow banned.
Why apologize? You don't have to apologize for language.
It was in different context, and I apologize for using the word that you don't like. But I did remove the tweet because of this word. I said die, and suicide, I guess, is another one that triggers it. But I've been shadow banned ever since, so my tweets get much less visibility, and they sort of, and I see it whenever I boost Ukraine, I get less and less visibility, but I sort of don't really care anymore. But that some words I've seen, I think you should just remove the tweet and tell them it was in another context, and I got my Twitter
Yeah.
Twitter back.
Thank you, Matt. I've already removed it, and I already contacted them and explained to them what what the sentence was. So let's hope I get it back soon.
But never apologize.
No, I won't apologize.
Never
Axel.
apologize.
I won't apologize. I won't. I'll never apologize for that comment. Never.
There's nothing to apologize for in the first place. It's a very straightforward comment saying that, I'm presuming this was in the strategic exchange context, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was just it was a classic domain. When they threatened with nuclear wars or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. A classic Twitter. And I said, no, I don't think they will commit suicide. And boom, like that. And but I guess I have to think more before I write some stuff. I guess I don't know.
Yes, idioms are your friend here. I think that's good to remember. Clyde, good morning.
Good morning. Did anybody see what this Chinese ambassador said about the status of Ukraine?
Yes.
They have, quote, no effective status in international law. They are not sovereign states.
And this is all former Soviet states.
I was going to say,
he said,
but
all the countries that are territories that came out of the Soviet Union, some such ridiculous phrase.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think Axel needs to get his new passport in order, right? Is that what China's saying? I mean,
no, because I think that his passport is German as opposed to Estonian. It's just his residence.
I see. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. But wow, what a statement! I was like, thanks, Macron. I mean, that did a lot of good. Wow. Anyway, I was surprised. I was somewhat shocked by that.
Yeah, it's a question of whether it was the ambassador went completely unprepared, or he's really trialing a very new, very novel concept here. It's really unclear which of the two it is, but I'd love to hear some sort of feedback from the French press, what they think about it. And I've not had a chance to review it yet.
Well, in good old Napoleonic tradition and French exceptionalism, I'm not quite sure that they have a much different feeling. They just wouldn't utter it.
I mean, I suppose it sort of mirrors their view of Taiwan, so they're basically just applying it elsewhere. But
yeah, we discussed it a little earlier before you came on briefly, because I hadn't followed it yesterday. There was too much going on, and Doman kindly highlighted it. What, 2 hours ago or something, whatever that was, and it is a zone of influence, power zones, the near abroad. It feeds into what we just discussed. So it's exactly that imperialist view of the world, projection, and therefore disregard of sovereignty and agency, and a clear statement as to why on earth we should simply get our act together and make sure that we're ready to deter China.
thanks.
Thank you very much, Clyde. Anybody who's not seen it yet, the LCI television from Paris had that interview, and it's clipped out on Twitter. You can also find the subtitled and auto-translated subtitle version that I think is all entirely correct, the best I could see, in reply somewhere below as well. Denjon.
Yeah, and on that happy note, I saw a very funny comment to that stupid statement from the Chinese, should we call him Tanky? And that comment said that...
I think he's called ambassador.
Well, yeah, so is almost Lavrov or Kalantayan. I mean, yeah. Anyway, so someone made a really funny comment, actually. They said that, so that means all former Soviet republics, including which one? They're in the center. So if it's
Russia.
Yeah, exactly, Russia, meaning...
No, that was my thoughts, exactly. That was my fourth or fifth thought, was exactly that.
And that's yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's a stupid thing to say. I'm sure they mean it, and that's where we are. That's why we cannot lower the guard.
Which is why Germany should be told to retrench and not just make this exculpatory and diffuse argument that in the past, 12 years, German industry has received more transfers in terms of profits from China, meaning from its industrial investments in China. Industry has received more profits than it has invested. Well, if you invest somewhere something over a certain period of time, you would want to have more profit than you invested. So that alone is self-evident, and it's quite an insane statement to make by German politicians and so-called economists to highlight that. It's also completely, utterly inane and impudent to assert that the German populace would be so economically challenged as to not understand it. The massive investment in China is a significant risk of technology transfer and therefore loss of capacity in future to innovate. Because if you transfer control and if you transfer your industrial development and co-development into China, you will lose the access to it over time. German automobile industry in the years of the pandemic has already lost market share. So Volkswagen, which evidently had been the most successful foreign automobile investor in China, has lost market share because the Chinese have now crept up, and they've done so by means of utilizing the same clusters which Volkswagen had built beforehand in the supply chain. They have done so by rabidly copying technology. Not that they are innovating themselves much, but they're copying. It is insane that we're allowing this to happen. The German government is idiotic in that regard, as we know. The Europeans all over are completely befuddled, haven't quite understood it. And my only trust in that regard is in the American position to seek independence from China and keep it on a manufacturing and supply base, but that's that. It is absolutely ludicrous what we're doing. We are so strategically bereft of any sense. And then we have this French exceptionist idiot talking such a realm of bullshit after this country has been saved twice by American blood and treasure, that it makes everyone who thinks of freedom sick into their stomach.
Can I add a company to that, Axel? It's not German. Sorry. Yeah, obviously, it's not German, obviously, because it's Chinese, but it's not taking German technology. Huawei, or as some say, Huawei.
Yeah, that I'm not going to go into this. Anyone and everyone who allows crucial telecommunications infrastructure to be dominated by the Chinese is handing themselves on a platter to their influence and to their extraction and their extortion. Again, it is insane.
But we as in the West, we put a lot of R&D in telecoms in China. That was not so clever, like you said with the German cars.
Absolutely, and funny enough, there is what we call a Behörde, meaning a part of the German civil authorities for defense and intelligence, which had to advocate and has advocated in the past for us averting ourselves from Chinese technology and its use. And what infrastructure have they been using themselves? Huawei. I mean, this is not just Kafka. It is a level of absurd theater, which I don't know. UNESCO could have written this.
But I can say on that particular topic, there are deadlines for swapping out certain equipment, certain central parts of the networks all around.
Good morning, David.
Good morning, Doman. Happy Saturday to you. Good afternoon and good night, anybody who's listening around the world. GE records you. Hello. Please retweet and share the space. You're listening to MriyaReport. Pop over to MriyaReport.org. It now can take charitable donations if you have the disposable income. It will be gladly received. We're not looking for your bin money or your bread money. Keep that money. We're looking for disposable income. Retweet, share the space. I wanted to share with Axel something that he's just well, from what you've said, has just exploded in my imagination, and it's the following: that I'm not as generous as you as to think it is ignorance or ineptitude. I'm pretty sure these are all very intelligent French and German people, and they are following their money. They're not doing it just because they like taking long flights. I would think it's much more real than just silly people having silly ideas. I'm pretty sure they make a bank off it. And if they're not, then they wouldn't be anything like those who trained them in the jobs they now have, except those who trained them while working with Beijing also worked with Moscow. As we see, heavy infiltration, not just Germany, but in all European Union member states from the Russian enemy. And I'm going to go out in a branch here and say the Chinese haven't been lazy either. But what do I mean by that? Well, perhaps what we see is the tradition of the thieves from the east of dismantling industry and shipping it east. Soviets did it to the factories they came upon when they took that land in Europe, and it seems that technology now is being similarly dismantled and shipped, except it's being done via the boardroom and the Chancellor's office this time, not by engineers with sprockets and trailers. Either way, the theft is underway, and there's one antidote, and that antidote is spending money. We need to spend the money instead of in investing in education, jobs, and production facilities in a different continent. We need to do it in our own counties. Driving to your supermarché, you should be seeing some kind of high technology production or industrial base. You know, obviously it's a gross exaggeration to say every county, but that's the mentality we need. I look around and I don't see very many huge investments from Saudi Arabia, from Russia, from Iran, from China. Not in places where we need the work. Rather, they are in places where they need to interrupt shipping lanes. That's where they're investing their money. So we should be a little wiser. We shouldn't accept status quo of the folks who have the levers of power, because we've seen how they got to that role, and we're living in the war with which they drew up and are the architects of. And so we shouldn't just assume that this is just silly billies making silly decisions. They probably are silly billies and they are silly decisions, but we know from their track record they're doing it for money. So previously it might have been on Gazprom or maybe Aeroflot, or what was the one? Uke Oil. That disappeared a while ago. And there was another one, a couple of Luke Oil, another one years ago. Perhaps the jobs now will come and we will see our formerly elected officials working in cultural institutes, or maybe they'll be directors of research or some such thing. Either way, they'll get their payoff. Time will betray them, but the difficulty is we don't have that time. We don't have time to fuck around for 25 years and find out that there were people making decisions in what we assume were ally states, but making them for the enemy. We can see it happening now, this shift to the east. I mean, it's a shorter flight from Frankfurt to Miami. Miami's far away. It's a shorter flight from Frankfurt to Charlottesville. It's a shorter flight from Frankfurt to, dare I say, Ulster County in New York State. Those are all places you could build your factory. You'd be very welcome. All that German money would be very well received. It's just curious. Most happy to ignore Macron. He's just in a lame duck term, and he will keep doing what it is the French leaders are supposed to do, which is get up everybody's nose and, you know, continue being French, which is fantastic. I really appreciate it as a personal thing, but I don't think it is unreasonable to ask the Germans, how did they enjoy reconstruction under the Chinese dollar after the second? Oh, sorry, that's right. They don't owe the Chinese, they owe America. Most Americans are too polite, or probably too well used to having the power with which they have to speak in this way, which is probably why I speak so freely, because I wasn't born in this state. But I don't think it's too rude or too gauche to say, hey guys, you know, Third Reich didn't go very well. We had to hang some of them. The rest of you's got education. And I don't know how many hundreds of millions, probably billions of dollars from the Allied nations in military bases. Never mind Marshall Plan, just military bases. And that ticket is owing. That's money owed, you know. It wasn't just nice to beat them and to kill fascism at that time. It was work done with an expectation of the return. And that return is not expected to be seen invested in goddamn communist China. And if I have to say that as an Irish Republican with a small R, then I expect others to have already arrived at that point and to be trading in a different way, which I see America doing, with Germany not. I don't think we should forgive them in ignorance. I think we should condemn them for their ignorance and then prosecute them for corruption. Anyway, retweet and share the space. Slav Ukraini, and donate to MriyaReport.
Thank you, David. Heroim Slava.
I'll go to Per, and then David, while we're waiting for Peter, who's going to be joining us in just 10 minutes. And it's poignant, I think, that you mentioned the reconstruction under the, whose dollar was it again?
Not the Chinese. It was the
Yes,
other
quite.
dollar.
Exactly. And I'll just say that it's very befitting seeing what
Greenbacks, baby. American greenbacks.
seeing what topic we have with Peter today. It's not the Marshall Plan, but it is the Lend-Lease. So the step before that. Pat.
Yes. Hi everyone. I just saw an article today about the Swiss being difficult again with the Gepard ammunition. So I don't know if this was maybe just repetition of some old stuff or whatever it was, but do we have what is the status of, the Gepard ammunition? Is there anybody who can provide it besides the Swiss? Is there any progress in this area?
Well, the German-produced munitions should be available starting in about a month. If the old timeline is to be stuck by, so it's probably that's probably where it's going to be coming. I haven't seen any news on munitions from Switzerland. That is to say, I think there just isn't any news about it. It's just a restatement that it's still not coming from Switzerland.
That's really wonderful to hear, because I was starting to think maybe they were going to deliver something. Because it seems to have gone a little bit back and forth. But if the Germans can deliver, I'm ecstatic about it, and I hope they deliver fast and in plenty of amounts. And wasn't also Norway supposed to produce something? What's going on with that? Or are we busy making storage facilities for kitten videos?
So they definitely did. They made I think Namo produced some, and then it was trialed, and it wasn't very good. There were some problems with it exploding in air, and I think it was rectified, but it's a relatively small production, if I recall correctly. Axel might remember better what happened with the Norwegian-made Gepard ammunition. Is it being used now? I think it is. It's just a slow production, a low volume production, and
low volume,
yeah. And Rheinmetall set up in the production facility in Lower Saxony somewhere. They basically moved the tooling from Switzerland, I believe, over the winter, and by now they should be making it, and it should be out and delivered to Ukraine starting in about a month. Early June, I think, is the timeline. It's about 5-6 weeks from now.
Great news. Thank you very much, Toman. Very, very wonderful news. They need it. If they're low on missiles, they will need a lot more to get Gepard ammunition to shoot down the garbage that Russia is sending. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And indeed, one of the images that emerged recently in the last hour or so was a picture of an OSA air defense, mobile air defense system, a missile-based air defense system, Soviet vintage, with instead of green, some orange missile canisters. And apparently, those are former Jordanian stocks, but they're not as good as the ones that Ukraine has previously been using. So instead of having about an 80% reliability, hit rate, it's apparently only about a 50%. Either way, it is what it is. It's still better than nothing. Mette?
Hi again. Yeah, just about the Norwegian production line. The problem was that the Norwegian production line, they couldn't ramp it up because it was connected to the same grid as TikTok headquarters in Norway.
That's a different production line.
Okay.
So the one that Per was asking about was for Gepard ammunition, which is 35mm autocannon ammunition, which is airburst. So for air defense purposes, and that's from last year, I think from about June last year. The thing with TikTok was for 155mm artillery ammunition,
right?
But that has been resolved. I think about 3 days ago, the news came out that has been resolved, and there's plenty of electricity. It's all okay. It's just annoying that this had to be under question at all in the first place.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say, that it's a couple of days ago they've sort of resolved. That was all I had to say. Thank you.
Yeah, different bullet for different guns. Indeed, different bullet for different guns. David, did you see the comments from the Chinese ambassador? Someone big in was it Landsbergis? I saw someone from Lithuania pick up on it finally as well. I think it was the Lithuanian minister. Yes, it was indeed the Lithuanian minister of Foreign Affairs picked up on the nonsense. Have you seen the nonsense therein pronounced, David?
Oh, absolutely not. Similar to the no TikTok for Dave and no Telegram for Dave. I don't waste my time or pollute my eyes. I listen to people I trust, like you and other folks, to filter through their double speak and give me what they're actually trying to tell us, and without having to ingest the psychological warfare. There's a lady in Belfast who represents the Communist Chinese Party, and to say she puts Leni Riefenstahl to shame is an understatement. The woman is a rabid communist, and she also is a government employee. So if this scumbag has risen to be an ambassador, I can only imagine the strangling, the raping, the stealing he's had to do. So no, I didn't read it, but go on then. Give me a laugh.
No, it's all right, David. It's I'm glad to hear that you're only a second-hand consumer of
Always.
nonsense.
Oh no, I have to filter it. I'm mad enough as it is.
Are you in the hat production business by any chance?
No, but I think they've stopped using what was it, the lead or something that made them mad. But go on then. It's a good reference. There's a mirror, looking glasses, and rabbits and holes, etc.
Yes, quite. So the fascinating thing that was the questioning by the ambassador of the legitimacy of existence of all formerly Soviet territories, formerly Soviet, parts of the Soviet Union or occupied bits or whatever. So they're saying that none of the status is settled, and none of them have any status in international law. But the way he phrased it actually included Russia among them. So I'm thinking, is he just flustered, or is he setting the groundwork here? Is he setting the groundwork for something much more exciting still coming later on? Is this?
That's what I'm talking. Yep, there you go.
Is this testing the ground?
So exactly, this is what I mean by filtering it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and also, I don't think it is an error. I think these are both dictatorial fascist regimes that only function if it is we all supplicate ourselves to the lie of the strongman authoritarian figure. When we step outside that fucking fantasy, we see it's just a teetering upside down triangle. I'm not surprised, really. It is to be expected. I really urge folks here, do not expect these charlatans who are mobsters dressed in state clothing to use their offices to do things that decent actors or genuine actors would do. They are mavericks. They're not in the good sense. Their objective is to subvert, to destroy, and then remake in an authoritarian regime image. We can even see it when they infiltrate the sporting organizations. As soon as they have a stooge in power, they start waving the biggest stick. We will expel you. Well, that's not a very reasonable way to deal with conflict, is it? Usually we have an arbitration or we sue each other. So this is what we can expect them to be like. And I say all this to point out that they will continue to clumsily insult each other for their own pleasure and to distract and confuse us, who are their enemy. It's done on purpose. These are just low-life people who enjoy besmirching the offices that would be respectable in other countries. And that's the game afoot. They're out there to make it look stupid, silly, pointless. This is why we need a strong boss man. And I just don't buy into the nonsense. I'm not having it. The boss men always die, and they've always been too insecure and feeble to properly lay a succession plan. And I refute the Franco and King Charles example from Spain. It's not real.
King Charles V was very real, and so was his lower jaw.
Oh no, Franco, sorry. Was it Juan Carlos who Franco gave the young prince? Remember he said, I'm going to go. That's what I'm talking about. That's not really a succession. That was kind of a mob job, but that's what I meant. I refute that as a succession from a dictator. But otherwise, I think they're just going to behave like thugs and subversives. This is what subversive people do. It is a threat to free offices and operations of free people everywhere, and they will do it in insult and ignorance with aplomb. And this is what they hope the messages received in Russia. Yes, we want you to know we're threatening you. And the Russians will be like, oh, we're not scared of the Chinese, and they really are scared. It's Punch and Judy for idiots. But I think we shouldn't do them we shouldn't do them the necessary honor or favor of giving them the fake clothes of respectability, or that they are honest actors in the offices they hold. They're not, and they haven't risen to the level of a nation. Chinese Communist Party proclaims itself as an alternate way to run the world, as an alternate world order, and it's just a pitiful example of them not being them obviously not being a place where they could actually be responsible stewards of a world order. They're too keen to, humiliate and all these things with their allies. It kind of tells the lie on themselves when they behave this way. They kind of tell on themselves a little bit when they act this way. This is not the act of a strong and long-lasting administration or system. This is the kind of stuff you see in the final hours of a burning Rome or of any declining empire. It's pathetic circus clown stuff.
Thank you very much, David. And with that, we will transition swiftly and completely and say, good morning, Peter. What do you have prepared for us today?
Good morning, Doman. How are you?
I'm very well, and I'm just better because I get to sit back and listen and enjoy as you explain and tell and expound on yet another story of freedom.
Well, I just took a sip of my bracing cup of coffee. And before we get started, I really want to extend a special note of thanks for everyone who joined our conversations this week during the North American overnight. So, as everyone knows, the MriyaReport broadcasts 24 hours a day, 365. Our mission is to push back against Russian disinformation, let the world know what's happening in Ukraine, and to help our friends there. But as part of that, a leader has to lead. A leader sometimes has to step forward, and I'm a big believer in never asking anyone to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. And from that, I learned a great many things. So for some of you who might be confused right now, throughout this week, I have been the North American overnight co-host, along with some of our great volunteer co-hosts who have done the same. And we've had fantastic conversations. It's been very interesting. I love how this community changes throughout the day, how the conversation ebbs and flows and shifts, and one idea gets repeated and reconsidered. It's a bit like music, frankly. And I think that's really cool about our community. One of the themes that emerged, a nightly theme that emerged, was on this issue of Lend-Lease. And that's the topic for today's discussion. So for everyone who has contributed and shared their perspectives about Lend-Lease and the connections between past and present throughout our overnight conversations, my special thanks to you. My special thanks to all of our great co-hosts, and especially to the hardworking team of volunteers behind the scenes that many of you may never know, but they make sure that this community thrives and grows. Okay, so for this week's Story of Freedom, we are going to go back in time once more. Today, we're going to take a journey back to the 1940s, a time when the world was at war and America was on the brink of joining that fight. We're going to hear a story about how President Franklin Delano Roosevelt used his fireside chats to rally the United States behind his idea for Lend-Lease. Now, let's imagine for a moment that you're just an average American living in the 1930s or 1940s, early 1940s. You've got a radio in your living room. It's probably the size of a small refrigerator today, and it's the most expensive piece of equipment that you probably own. And every so often, with that radio, you tune in to hear the latest news from around the world. You have to remember what this was like. It took time to dial in a radio station. And as we do so in our thought experiment of the imagination, our theater of the mind, we can almost hear in our own imaginations the sound of big band music or blurbs from news stories or boxing matches and the static in between the stations as we move around the dial to select our station. And there we have it. We hear it. That voice that we'd come to know over the last several years. It was this jaunty, confident voice, the voice of one of America's great patricians, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And as Franklin Delano Roosevelt would speak, we'd listen to him. We tune into him now. We've done it so for many years. We were trying to understand exactly what was happening to us and to the world. Frankly, this experience would have been like none other that we had. It was different than sitting in a dark movie theater. This was personal. You were essentially inviting an old friend into your home to come and talk. And we'd come to know his mannerisms, his personality, his unique way of speech. And on this night, he is very somber and very serious. He would say to us, "My fellow Americans, I've come to you tonight with a heavy heart. The world is at war. Our country stands at a crossroads. Now, personally, I hate war. My dog Fala hates war." And together we would listen intently, wondering what the president would say next, and our ears would pay attention when FDR mentions his dog Fala. FDR would come and talk to us about the policy that he believes is essential to the security of our nation and the survival of our way of life, and we would lean forward and listen. And we would learn that it's this idea called Lend-Lease, the president says, and it's a way to help our allies in their fight against tyranny and oppression. Okay, that makes sense, we might think, realizing the importance of this policy. And then we would hear FDR say something like, "We cannot stand idly by while the forces of darkness threaten to engulf the world. We must act and act decisively to protect our interests and our values." Oh, can you feel that? It's a strange feeling listening to FDR speak. Even if we don't agree with everything he says, the ideas that he puts forward, it doesn't matter, because when he speaks, we have this feeling of patriotism when we hear FDR's voice. And then FDR continues, and he goes on to say that that's why he's asking me, he's asking you, he's asking the American people to support his policy, to stand up and fight with our allies, help our allies to create a better world. The radio goes quiet for a moment as we contemplate what we have just heard. And so it went. Week after week, as President Roosevelt used his fireside chats to rally the nation behind his cause, he was not just talking to an individual, he was talking to a country using this new technology of mass radio listenership, this new development in the world, and he rallied the country behind him. Remember, this was at a time when most Americans were very inward looking. They were very isolationist. They did not want to become involved in another world war. They thought if we just stay out of other people's business, war will not come to us. That was the sense at the time. That was what Roosevelt was struggling against. This idea that we shouldn't meddle in other people's business. We have our own country. They have theirs. Does this not sound familiar today? And we certainly don't want to get caught up in someone else's war by getting involved in their conflict. Once again, the parallels are very strong. I think that from our perspective in the 21st century, it might be easy to forget just how isolationist America's public views on international affairs were prior to World War II. FDR's challenge was that he had to pull the American public along with him in order to support ideas like Lend-Lease. And he didn't do it with a single speech or a quip to a shouted question from a reporter. Roosevelt embarked on an extended media campaign, week after week, speaking through this new medium of mass radio and trying to explain his underlying thinking to the American public. He spoke directly to the American people, using simple language and folksy expressions to make his case. And it worked. Americans from all walks of life listened to FDR's voice on the radio, and they felt a sense of purpose and resolve. They knew that their country was facing a great challenge, but they also knew that they had a leader who could guide them through it. Again, FDR was not some messiah on a mountaintop. He was just a political figure. And many of us, even in our own time, can look back at certain policies and say, well, I disagree with that, or I agree with that. But Americans then, as now, had strong opinions about their president. And his constant efforts to persuade, to talk to the American public about the importance of America's place in the world had an impact. But it took time, and it wasn't an easy effort. In the end, though, it produced the Lend-Lease program. It was an idea that has immediate relevance once more for our own time. This idea that America can help support the fight of Ukrainians to defend themselves in the 21st century, well, that's something I think we should pay attention to. And so today, we are going to take a very close look at one of the most important programs of World War II, Lend-Lease. This program, championed by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, helped America's allies in their fight against the Axis powers. Because you see, back in 1941, President Roosevelt, when he introduced the idea of Lend-Lease, well, this was a bold program. All right, so under this program, the United States, it would remain neutral. So we were not going to actively get involved in the spread of conflict that was happening all over the world at that time, just as the American people wanted. However, being neutral in law, as FDR reminded the public, did not require us as Americans to be neutral in mind or heart. For this reason, America would provide military aid, food, and other supplies to countries fighting against fascist forces in Europe and Imperial Japan out in the Asia-Pacific region. But let's also remember that this program was very controversial at the time, with many arguing that, yeah, cool story, FDR, but no. This idea does violate America's neutrality, and it will drag our country into another world war. But Roosevelt, he saw things differently. He perceived Lend-Lease as a crucial step in defending America's interests and promoting freedom around the world. And he wasn't alone in his belief. Many famous figures of the time praised the Lend-Lease program as a necessary and heroic effort. Take, for example, Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Churchill called Lend-Lease, and I'll quote him here, although I won't give a Churchill impersonation, but Churchill said, "It was the most unsorted act in the history of any nation." Churchill knew firsthand the importance of the aid that the United States was providing to his country and others in their fight against Nazi Germany. Just the same, General Douglas MacArthur, the famed commander of American forces in the Pacific, he said that Lend-Lease was the most decisive and beneficial act of foreign policy of the United States in World War II. And then there was the likes of famed journalist Walter Lippmann, who wrote that Lend-Lease was, quote, "the greatest single achievement of American foreign policy in the 20th century." These quotes and many others like it demonstrate, I think, the immense importance and impact that the Lend-Lease program had. It allowed America to support its allies without officially entering the war, and it helped to turn the tide of conflict from abject defeat into a fighting chance for the flicker of freedom to survive against violence, mania, and conquest. Yeah, I see a lot of strong parallels between America's support for Ukraine today and the Lend-Lease program in the 1940s. In both cases, the United States provided aid to a country facing an external threat to its sovereignty and integrity. During World War II, the United States saw the defeat of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan as vital to its national security interests. And today, the United States sees a stable and democratic Ukraine as a crucial pillar for holding up the order that has made us all prosperous and peaceful in our lives. Doing so requires Ukraine to counter Russian aggression and promote stability in Europe. In both cases, the United States is providing military aid and other supplies to support a country's self-defense. Now, this point is important, and I also think it bears consideration. You see, many people think that America's entry into World War II, as it occurred on officially December 8th, 1941, you remember that the day before was that day that will live in infamy, the day that Japan attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7th. And yeah, sure, legally speaking, that is correct. But on December 8th, it was when America officially entered the war. But if we step back and look at the role that Lend-Lease played, well, frankly, America had already been at war, at least as far as economic production was concerned, for almost an entire year prior to that point. Lend-Lease mobilized American industry. The arsenal of democracy was not just some giant stockpile that was sitting around. That arsenal, it had to be forged. It had to be manufactured. And in order to do that, it required the Lend-Lease program to authorize the expansion of factories, the opening of new shifts, the unleashing of America's manufacturing might under Lend-Lease. So that meant putting American factories and supply chains and worker shifts on a war footing as early as the spring of 1941. Also, let's also remember this. Lend-Lease did not plunge America into war. Germany didn't attack America because we started ramping up our industrial production. Japan did not launch its surprise assault against us because workers in California were building more aircraft parts. Our military support for allies and partners abroad did not result in war. The root causes of Japan's attack against the United States and the ensuing grand strategy to prioritize victory in Europe first and then pivot to the Pacific. Yeah, okay, these were much more complex concepts than a simplistic answer that, well, don't you see, Lend-Lease, it caused World War II. Absolute hogwash. If anyone said such a thing today, they'd be pilloried for being too simple-minded and wrong about their facts. And yet, many today are still inclined to say something similar. They're still inclined to say that support for Ukraine's fight will lead America into, you've heard it before, World War III. Nonsense. In form and assumption, that argument is the same kind of simplistic thinking that far too many Americans are susceptible to today. But that's why we have these stories of freedom, so that we can learn lessons from the past and apply them today. Yeah, Lend-Lease, it was controversial at the time. Not everyone agreed with FDR. And sure, there have certainly been many differences between the two situations then and now. You can never always cross the same stream twice. Nevertheless, there are strong parallels between then and now. And these parallels suggest that America's support for Ukraine today is grounded in a similar desire to defend our own national interests and to defend the world that America built after World War II. That would make America and non-communist Europe and non-communist Asia prosperous and free. Sure, I guess in general it's true. You might say, hold on, wait a second here. Have you ever considered this? Were you aware that the connection between Lend-Lease and the formation of the UN is understudied? And I'd say, oh, yes, I was. And this is the secret of Lend-Lease, the little known, I'd say underexplored secret that the Lend-Lease program produced. All right, so what the heck am I talking about? Well, for this, we definitely need to take a jump in time. We definitely need to use that time machine of the imagination, and we really have to go to April 1945 in San Francisco. It was in late April that 46 countries there in 1945, they were all invited to attend a conference in San Francisco. Surprisingly enough, this is really going to blow your mind, the conference was called the San Francisco Conference. It was in San Francisco that the United Nations would be born. From disorder and chaos and violence and ethnic cleansing and the brutality of war would come a new order, a new rules-based order of shared principles and mechanisms for resolving conflict. That was the theory, at least. And by 1945, countries from around the planet were anticipating the end of World War II, and they were looking forward to what would come after the war. And there was this strong and growing sense that countries around the world, they had to organize themselves into some kind of system, some kind of institution that would facilitate peace. Think about it, April 1945, Germany was about to be defeated. Japan would surely follow, and the free countries and exiled governments of the world, they wanted to put in place some new rules and guidelines and lay them down on paper for how this new world, this more peaceful world, would operate after the fighting in Europe and Asia ended. And the requirement to receive an invitation to attend this conference. Who could attend this very important conference in San Francisco? Well, membership, the invitations to attend were limited only to members of the Lend-Lease program. My very special thanks to a great scholar named Nicholas Mulde, and in his fantastic book, The Economic Weapon, The Rise of Sanctions as a Tool of Modern War, he points out this fascinating connection. All 46 countries who had attended the original San Francisco conference, they were only extended an invitation if they had previously been a member of Lend-Lease. But there in San Francisco in 1945, the requirement for receiving this invitation, well, that was just the first part, right? So everyone else had to agree to the terms of what this post-world order, I should say, what this post-war, post-world would look like. And that's why the establishment of the UN was closely tied to the principles of the Lend-Lease program. Both were grounded in the belief that cooperation among nations was essential to promoting peace and stability in the world. Lend-Lease helped to strengthen America's relationships with its allies, and it fostered a sense of international unity and common purpose. Similarly, the creation of the UN was seen as a way to also institutionalize that sense of international cooperation and to create a framework for resolving conflicts peacefully. Well, the UN has faced its, shall we say, share of challenges and criticisms over the year, most rightfully levied, I would say. And most recently, we've seen this in the role that Russia has played at the UN Security Council. Okay, there's a lot of legitimate criticism we can levy on the UN, but back in 1945, I think we have to put ourselves in the context of the time and understand that the world was trying to do something different. And the UN would play an important role in the global community in years to come, most especially in keeping small wars from becoming big wars, at least in the last century. And also the time and setting for the creation of the UN. Well, these were very special. So picture the scene. You really have to imagine just how huge the armada of merchant vessels was that was anchored right outside of the Golden Gate Bridge, right at that giant opening into San Francisco Bay back in April 1945. In fact, if you were flying in to the UN conference, you might have flown over this armada of vessels. all of them carrying equipment, supplies, and goods manufactured in the United States for shipment around the world to win in World War II. And there on the streets of San Francisco, it was a very different city at the time, an amazing city. We can imagine and see, again, in the time machine of our imaginations, the iconic trolleys and buses and sidewalks and public spaces. And on these trolleys and modes of public transport and in these public spaces, there are men all in uniform. Practically everyone on the streets of San Francisco, if they were under 40 years old, was in uniform because America was at war. And if you were older than that, well, you were probably wearing one of those boxy, wide suits with those huge shoulder pads, and you had your very, very well cared for fedora, and ladies, the hats from the time were spectacular. This was San Francisco in April of 1945. This was a center of America's war. It was the exit point for men, materials, supplies, and other goods that were going out into the Pacific to fight a war that America had never asked for. And so, for 9 weeks there in San Francisco, starting in April, the world would come together only with an invitation if you were previously a member of Lend-Lease, and we would come together to try and create a lasting peace that would not be broken, a peace that could not be broken. The 46 national delegations which arrived into San Francisco, everyone was in place by April of 1945, and they had, remember, just experienced this trauma of World War II. The tens of millions of people had died, and FDR, that voice from the radio, that voice from the fireside chats, well, FDR was absent. He had died on April 12, 1945, and in his place, his vice president, the new American president, Harry Truman, spoke to the conference. He opened up the conference by radio. In a sense, it was a lot like giving a Zoom call video presentation from his era. Now, everyone had a lot of work to do, and they had a good basis to get started there in San Francisco. There was already this document called Atlantic Charter from August of 1941. There was a later agreement called Dumbarton Oaks Agreement, which is basically this beautiful mansion in Washington, D.C. called Dumbarton Oaks. There was a second agreement, and of course, there was the Yalta Agreement. We've talked about Yalta before. And as these countries hammered out what the future of the UN would look like, they embedded into the system several flaws that would come back to haunt us in our own time. One of the most important of these flaws, the significant, I guess we could say, was the inclusion of the Soviet Union as one of the 6 permanent members on a Security Council that would oversee the wider General Assembly of this gathering of United Nations. And as a Security Council member, the Soviet Union would have veto power. As we know in our own time, it was this veto that has impeded the UN's ability to significantly and seriously address the war for Ukraine. But the weeks followed, the negotiations followed, and then finally in June of 1945, on June 25th at the San Francisco Opera House, because it was basically the only building in the entire city that could hold all of the attendees, the UN Charter was approved. And the very next day, everyone walked a few blocks away from the San Francisco Opera House to a place called the Herbst Theater, where the charter was signed. So, why is it that we take this extended reflection on Lend-Lease and the formation of the UN back in 1945? I believe, just as back at the end of World War II, the world was in a period of extraordinary politics, a world where the concrete was not dry. You could change things. Soon the concrete would be dry, and whatever was left, that was the world you were going to live in. But then in 1945, there was this period of extraordinary politics where things could change. New institutions and organizations could be established, and you could think big. You could have bold ideas, and some of them might become real. I believe here in our own time, in 2023, As I've said before, we are living through yet another period of extraordinary politics. I look at the monthly meetings of the Ukraine Military Assistance Contact Group at Ramstein. Once again, we have this organic coming together. People and states have said, all right, we want to help Ukraine. We want to be part of this process. And we're starting to see good things come from this effort. I have to wonder if we might have the ability in our own time to repair the mistakes of the past, to perfect upon the imperfections that we've now seen the UN has. Clearly, some significant changes at the UN must be made, but more importantly than that, why not think big again? Practically speaking, we have some very good options ahead of us. This is why over the coming weeks, I'm going to be writing about doing away with the NATO-Russia Founding Act. This is this agreement we've talked about before in the space, but as a result of this act signed between the United States and Russia and other countries under the auspices of NATO, there is this concept called the NATO-Russia Council. Well, here's one idea. Here's something we can do to change the world that we inherited and make it better. Why not replace Russia's status under the auspices of the NATO-Russia Founding Act? Why not replace Russia with Ukraine? This would be a great mechanism where Ukraine is not yet in NATO. It will be, but until that day comes, we can boot Russia out of the NATO-Russia Council, replace it with Ukraine, and vest Ukraine with a critical and important role in our great alliance. I see the parallels between our military support of allies abroad in the 1940s with today and our military support of Ukraine. I see the parallels with the creation of the United Nations during that one period of extraordinary politics, and I can link it back to today, and it leaves me with hope. And Domen and Axel, that's my final thought that I want to share with everyone in our community. Hope. This community, the MriyaReport, is not a funeral parade. We are here to help our friends in Ukraine win. And for me, I constantly refer to this idea of hope because I have hope. And I want to thank every one of you for helping to inspire me day in and day out to maintain that hope. And let's all agree, starting in this space and moving outwards through our daily lives, we are going to seize this moment of extraordinary politics and perfect the errors of the past. Over to you, Domen.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you again. I never knew that the Lend-Lease was tied into, or rather than, that the Lend-Lease was tied into the founding of the UN. Never heard of that before. Is there, actually, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this way. The fact that some of the founding members of the UN, while recipients of Lend-Lease, weren't direct recipients of Lend-Lease. Specifically, I'm referring to Belarus and Ukraine, who were sort of the extra seats that the Soviet Union got. How was that handled in the process of the founding of the United Nations? And were there any other members who weren't, bilateral Lend-Lease recipients or givers that were among the founding members? I'm guessing someone like Ethiopia, perhaps, someone like that.
So by the end of June 1945, there were, I believe, 4 additional countries. Believe it or not, I knew this question was going to come up. I was researching it just as I was sitting down with my coffee. There were 4 additional countries who finally joined, but that's why I stress it was the original invitation for April of 1945. You had to be a member of Lend-Lease. And Domen, it kind of makes sense, though. You pointed out the role of the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union showed up, the Soviet Union actually presented itself as representing all of the individual constituent members of the Soviet Union. There was also some really gross optics. So Molotov came to San Francisco for this conference. And think about the time and place of that visit. Domen, the Soviet Union had partnered with Nazi Germany to declare a war of national extermination upon Poland just a few years before, and now the Soviet Union was going to have a permanent veto on the UN Security Council after it had just waged an aggressive war of national extermination against Poland, hand in hand with Nazi Germany? Clearly, there were some moral compromises made at the time, Doman. And I've said it before, and it bears repeating, what occurred there in San Francisco was a kicking of the can. Nobody wanted to deal with these bigger issues, so everyone ignored it. They kicked the can of violence down the road, and that can landed directly in our own time in 2022 and 2023. So the answer to your question is there were moral compromises made. The Soviet Union was strutting around, and everyone essentially incorporated this aggressive state into a system designed to prevent war from happening. Now, moral compromises, kicking of the can, we have to deal with those problems now. And I say, fine, let's roll up the sleeves and deal with them.
Peter, I have a hunch. There might be a few people with some questions. Would you mind if we fielded a few?
Let's do it.
David.
Hello, good morning, Peter and Doman and Mockers. Thank you for being here. Really enjoy your stories of freedom, and today didn't disappoint either. Thank you very much. A big good morning to your wonderful Hungarian Vizsla. I hope dog is doing well and coffee is strong. Really wanted to commend you, and just something you had said I wrote down just so I wouldn't forget it. You had mentioned that many Americans are susceptible to this type of thinking. You mentioned at the time of not zooming out and seeing the grander scale of the picture of Lend-Lease. I just wanted to say that that's something that really struck me powerfully, and just I salute you for saying it and for how it was laid out, as it really goes to the nub of how we can speak to our, not just in this country, fellow Americans, but to our fellow citizens, and speak knowledgeably from a place of history which did lead and has given us the benefit of peace and prosperity in the wake of the San Francisco and before that Lend-Lease. So yeah, I really wanted to say that was very powerful, and thank you for weaving it and telling it the way you did. And then as a little history nerd myself, I wanted to throw out there that at the meeting, the final, I think he actually attended in Switzerland and then went over to San Francisco, but the final Secretary General of the League of Nations, as it was a man from County Antrim, the son of a Protestant grocer in the town of Carrickfergus, which people might know from a song from hundreds of years ago, and who was an Irish diplomat of the burgeoning Irish Republic at the time, who, although a Protestant from County Antrim, was a devout Irish Republican and an extremely talented diplomat. And so his final role for them was as the Secretary General. Before that, interestingly, he had been appointed to Danzig when Hitler was doing his bullying of Poland. So just thought that was a little interesting little history factoid to throw in. So thank you very much, Peter. And I think it's very, very powerful to lift us all and remind us that hope and investing in ourselves and believing in our own capacity is what has brought us to victory before. And if we catch ourselves on this occasion and prevent a world conflagration, we can turn these talents and skill and knowledge base to the goal of peace again and avoid the world conflagration that led us to the point previously. And it's very exciting to see Lend-Lease. I mean, the current Lend-Lease Act is essentially the same one, just minus Soviet Union and insert Ukraine. It's powerful. It's wonderful. So this is indeed a cause for hope. So thank you. Slav Ukrainian. Retweet, share the space, donate to MriyaReport.
Geroyam Slava. Thank you, David. Yeah, for me, that was the insight, the flashball, the light bulb that goes off above the head. When I was reading this great book, The Economic Weapon, hope everyone goes out if you really want to nerd out on these topics. But that insight was kind of like the gears coming into place in my own mind. And I thought, oh, wait a minute. This is just more than helping fight Nazi Germany. This was the basis for America's expansion of its economy prior to December 7th. And it was the political and diplomatic basis for the original San Francisco conference. That is why I call it the secret of Lend-Lease, because many people, myself included until recently, didn't make that connection. And David, you are correct. I think we have the basis of something new that we can build on, and we can perfect the errors and mistakes of the past. Who knows? Maybe that means reforming the UN. Maybe it means tossing the whole thing out and creating something new. I don't have the answer on this Saturday morning to that question, but I know we have a brief window of opportunity to remake the world as we wish. And whatever is left when that window closes, that's the world we're going to inhabit. So let's do it now.
Thank you, Peter. Really, really appreciate it. And generous as always with your knowledge. I appreciate. I'm going to square out that book and find it. I just wanted to make a witty quip and in no way disrespectful, but I think we should be careful not to tempt fate when we mention dissolving the UN. I just want to pay thanks and respect to the Rockefeller Foundation for their very, very beneficent donation of the land, and that we should hold on to it as long as we can. That's all. Retweet, share the space, and give as generously as you can afford to from your disposable income to MriyaReport.org.
Thank you, David.
Cynthia.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Doman and Mockers. Thank you, everyone at MriyaReport. And Peter, once again, it's like this prescient. I turned from reading some of the more Stalin, Bloodlands, those types of books. I needed to take a break. So I recently started reading Doris Kearns Goodwin book called No Ordinary Time, which is specifically about Franklin and Eleanor during the World War II years. It's a great book. I'm only a few chapters into it, but it's all about Lend-Lease in the first few chapters. And the things that, just a couple things that I've found the most interesting. One is on the domestic side. Eleanor Roosevelt was very worried that the building up, to support Britain was going to distract Franklin from all that they were doing, and she played a big role in that due to his polio. She went around the country, trying to help him understand how people, the poor, were still struggling from the Depression. And so she was not necessarily a big proponent of getting involved in World War II. And so that was a struggle for both of them. The other thing is that domestically, the conservative and commercial world, they were not fans of FDR. I grew up in a very democratic household. My grandfather was a motorcycle cop who rode along FDR's motorcade in Washington, D.C., and we have pictures of that from the Washington Post. And so I thought everyone loved FDR, and I didn't realize that he did have a lot of people who did not. And so he was brilliant to bring in when he knew that he needed to turn to something like Lend-Lease, to bring in the head of General Motors, William Knudsen, I think is his name, as well as the head of U.S. Steel, Edward Stettines. So he needed these business partners to start that Defense Production Act. And to this day, some of those models still hold. I work for an organization, a company that is a government contractor, and I specifically work on cost plus fixed fee contracts, which it cracks me up that are in this book, because it was a way to mitigate that burden on commercial industry who might not have had the money to start the production of tanks and Jeeps. The other thing that I find fascinating is even in the military, he was getting resistance because there were still people who thought horses were the answer and not Jeeps. So he needed, this new technology and new understanding of how we could move forward. And the only way that I can understand this was even possible was the fact that Churchill and Roosevelt and even Stalin and Hitler had all been taken part in World War I, and they were using those experiences to inform how to move their countries forward. And I just am thankful that the free world, that Roosevelt and Churchill and even Stalin, that we did it. Thank you, Peter, very much.
Thank you. That was the point. I'm so glad you responded and you understood it the way you expressed there. That was the point I wanted to leave everyone in the community with, that idea that we were officially at war on December 8th, 1941 as a country here in the United States, but it was, we were already at war in the economic sense. Our war production had really ramped up, or began to ramp up, earlier in the spring of 41. So we had this longer runway to get factories going, to expand work shifts, to hire more people, and you are correct to mention the Defense Production Act there. You were correct to mention bringing in CEOs from American industry to help oversee this. That for me is very interesting because I can look to the future in our own time, and I can see potential, I stress potential conflict with countries like China. I can see the United States requiring a lot more defense production than we currently have. And I wonder, well, let me say it this way. I will admit I was wrong about something. I had forgotten to mention something. So back in the spring of last year, I was one of the first American voices to put forward and endorse this new Lend-Lease program to assist Ukraine. I wasn't alone, there were a couple others, but I was one of the early movers. And I wrote an article and I published, look, these are the reasons why we should do this new policy and learn from the past. Okay, but I forgot something. I didn't mention it, and it was so important, and I intend to correct that wrong in the future. The mistake I made was this. I did not stress enough how building up American industry ahead of a war is essential, even if there is no conflict with China, even if the rest of the 21st century is a peaceful one for the United States. That's a big if. We are still going to require massive increases in our defense production. Look at our problems right now. There is only one factory in the United States that makes the explosives that go into a 155 millimeter artillery shell. There were many before. Funny enough, that one factory has been producing explosives since the Lend-Lease program. However, we need more than one. I think that is emblematic of a bigger problem we face, and we should use this moment in time not to say, oh, we're just going to helicopter a bunch of money to the Ukrainians, but the funding and support we are providing to Ukraine so that it can defend itself, well, that money is being spent in the majority here in the United States to build up industrial production. This is a case we must make much more aggressively and clearly to the American public so that we can sustain public support for Ukraine. This is not charity. This is an investment in our security. This is an investment in American jobs. And I think we need to frame it in those terms in a much better way.
Completely agree. Completely agree. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doman. I'll drop down.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Peter. Not just that. I saw there's one of the 155 millimeter shell producers in the U.S. actually uses a mold that they got from Japan in 1945 or 1946, which Japan previously used to use to produce shells, and it's still in use now. This is very fascinating.
From the 40s? Wow.
Yes. I shall dig up the article and send it to you. You will be very interested, I'm sure. Alex, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Fascinating facts. Yes, Peter gave so many interesting facts that I had no idea. I was born and grew up in the Soviet Union and Russia, and there was so many misconceptions about the Lend-Lease. It was some sort of piece of information that everybody knew something about, but not enough to form the big picture of it. And to this day, I had no idea that it was in April of 1945 that the countries actually formed United Nations, specifically based on their membership of the Lend-Lease program. It is just so valuable fact, Peter. Again, great. Thank you so much for that. And I also wanted to make a little factoid for everybody just to share with you. When I was much younger, I shared the room in the hospital with a very old gentleman. And we kind of became friends because I was studying English, learning English at that time. And his English was much better than mine, considering his age and the fact that we lived in a kind of smaller, obscure town in the middle of Russia. I asked him, where have he learned that English this well? And he said that during the war, he was in America. I said, really? So what do you do there? And turns out that he was someone who was like a liaison, I guess, or someone who was buying the stuff. He was in charge. He was not a big guy, but he was one of those who were kind of overseeing the goods and the weapons and everything that was being delivered from the United States to Russia. And he told me like that a lot of things that people have no idea. Like everybody knows about guns, about the railroad, trucks, and other things, weapons, you name it, materials. But many people don't know that Lend-Lease actually supplied things like buttons for the overcoats for the Russian soldiers. They looked like normal buttons that I even wore those when I was in the military. They were kind of bronze-looking, yellow, reddish, full metal buttons with the hammer and sickle on it. But during that time, if you turn it over, you could see a little letters that would say Boston. I said, are you serious? Yes. And there is another thing that, among other things, Lend-Lease was supplying trucks. There was a company called Studebaker, and that Studebaker trucks were so reliable that the Russians were in total love with it, because the trucks that they were producing, they were a piece of crap. They were just not even close. And that's the reason why they would put the what does it call it? Multiple rocket launchers, like they call it Katyusha. Pretty crude, but they were very, very powerful weapons. And it was just like a Uragan or like a Grad missiles. Basically, Grad is the same as Katyusha. They were installing those things only onto the Studebakers because they knew the Studebakers were so great. And back when after the war ended, the Russians they reverse engineered those Studebakers, and they start producing their own version of them called, I think, a ZIL 161 or something like that, or 163. I don't remember it. And they were still on the storage, and I drove one myself. It didn't have like a hydro amplifier for the steering wheel, so you had to watch for your thumbs. Every small pothole, and you would be at risk of losing one because the steering wheel would just violently spin. But that's beyond the point. Yeah, and another thing that I'd like to mention, that as a Russian, a former Soviet Union citizen, I'm participating in similar conferences on YouTube videos. I watch YouTube videos from different type of people and with different points of view. And there is a widespread opinion among former President Trump's voters, who were, Russian immigrants that live in the United States, and those who supported him. They claim that the Lend-Lease Act that was signed by President Biden is not currently enacted. It's, for some reason, it's not working and it's not being used. And I've been skeptical by nature since I remember myself. I don't know whether it's true or not, and that's why I would like to ask this question to Peter and to everybody else who is in the know. I want to know how to debunk that if it's not true. And if it is true, then why that Lend-Lease Act is not currently enacted. So thank you again, and Slava Ukraini.
Geroyim Slava. I'm a little confused. Okay, first of all, a lot of people say a lot of weird things online. That's why we have the Maria Report. I'm looking at the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022 right now. So it has been approved by both houses of Congress. President Biden did sign it, and it has served as the statutory basis for our military support for Ukraine. So yeah, lots of people say weird things online. I'm not completely familiar with this particular, we'll call this one a conspiracy theory, to say that a piece of legislation which is clearly operational hasn't been enacted. It has become law. I am at congress.gov looking at the website right now. The Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022 became law.
I think, Peter, the question is, has anything been sent to Ukraine using it? Because everything that we know of has only been sent under the presidential drawdown. But I think the answer to that is, well, part of the Lend-Lease Act, if I remember correctly, says that it doesn't have to be explicitly declared, right? Because
it's a secret, yeah.
So I think this is where the disconnect is, and I think this is where the conspiracy theory comes from.
Okay, cool story, guys on the internet. You know, I guess we're really splitting hairs here. What's the point, Doman? You know, sometimes I just have to look at conspiracy theories and shake my head and go, okay, next.
Yeah, exactly. No, but did you know that buttons were also made in the US? I didn't know. I knew about the Katyushas on the Studebaker trucks. We've seen one, actually. A video of one came out a couple of weeks ago, still driving around.
Yeah, no, that's true. So I really appreciate that contribution from, I think it was Alex who was just speaking. But yeah, absolutely. It wasn't just tanks and artillery pieces. It was everything. The buttons, doesn't surprise me at all. The United States had mobilized its entire economy for this purpose. And so the fact that buttons from Boston would appear on Soviet uniforms, yeah, makes total sense. And it wasn't buttons, correct? The Studebakers, very popular. There was a bit of a, we'll call it intellectual property theft issue, where once the Soviets would get their hands on Western equipment, or in one case a giant bomber, they would disassemble it down to the rivets, make plans, and then reassemble it, and then make copies of them. So we see lots of examples shortly after World War II of Soviet military equipment that looks literally like a copy-paste job from some of their Lend-Lease equipment that we provided to them.
Thank you, Peter. Lots of hands up. Let's go to, I think we have David, then we have Polymath, Clyde, Laughing Tommy, and Luca. David.
Oh, thanks very much. And I'll try and be brief. I've taken too many terms. Just, Peter, what you say about, and I think it was from our lady contributor who's dropped down. I don't see her in the speakers anymore, but that this is the time I think we have the opportunity, and we are moving. We have moved, I hope, in time to have our industrial base or have our production to such a place that it would in itself deter any would-be imperial actors on either coast, Pacific or Atlantic. But I wondered if it, excuse me, I wondered if it's possible to think about how this Lend-Lease, as it is at the moment, we take it as written, it is, and what will come will be rebuilding Marshall Plan style, is my hope. I know the Marshall Plan office is still, perhaps it's a foundation or something now, is still in operation in Berlin, and they have been having conferences and are projecting to this place themselves as it is the next logical step in our formula for beating imperialism and fascism. You Lend-Lease and then you rebuild. So I wondered, I don't mean to step ahead of today's topic, but I wondered if it would be a future topic potentially. Obviously not in the next couple of weeks, it would take some work, but it does rear its head in my mind. And so just, I suppose, thank you very much for this morning's topic. And hello to Alex, it's great to hear you here. Slav Ukrainian, retweet, share, donate to MriyaReport.
Thank David. Quick follow up. Quick follow up. Could you just because I was responding to a wonderful DM. Could you just repeat your suggestion for a future topic? I've been asking all week people to share their favorite stories of freedom.
Well, today's Lend Lease, right? We take it as writ. It is in effect, and they don't have the habit of publishing on the front of the paper down to the beans and the bullets and the socks they're giving. Let's just say the next step, or the next logical step in the defeat of fascism or imperialism packet we have inherited from the 20th century, is the Marshall Plan, the reconstruction, shall we say, under what we know as Marshall Plan auspices. The law that gave us the Marshall Plan, that office still exists, and it has itself been, it's a foundation, has been having conferences and talk sessions, etc., projecting how it could be the instrument, not that actual office, but the instruments of the Marshall Plan structures in the future for Ukraine. Given that the EU is also now in existence, there still is a place for some type of Marshall construction and long-term assistance for a nation reconstructing. And so I thought perhaps if today's topic is Lend Lease, the first, or perhaps one of the tools of anti-fascism and beating imperialism, then Marshall Plan perhaps is another. And then I said perhaps we could have that discussed here, but that it would take some time. And that was it.
Got it. Yes. Oh, I really want to do Marshall Plan because there are so many, again, secrets and undiscovered little corners of this wonderful world-changing.
There's so much
policy.
money, Peter, that it was hard to track where it all filtered to.
Yes, and there is a reason why the Soviet Union was not a part of the Marshall Plan. I'll leave that there as a little tease because it's a great segue to a future story of freedom about the Marshall Plan, and it's relevant for today because in some kind of form we will need a new style, Marshall Plan styled program to assist Ukraine in their rebuilding process. The question is, how do we pay for it? There's some ideas. So yeah, I think that's a great topic for the future. Thank you, David. We're going to make that one happen.
Thanks.
Next up, Polymath.
Morning, everyone. Peter, thanks for a great talk. I missed the first half of it, so I was going to just ask you quickly if you could drop a couple of references or books that you recommend on Lend Lease. It's as I'm learning more about it, it's very clear that it's an important part of the story, a fundamental part of the story of World War II, and you know, we don't know how much of a role it's in the Russian invasion and supplying Ukraine, since a lot of it seems to be secret. So yeah, what other references can you suggest to read?
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you missed the first half. I do know that we will have the audio up so people can binge past episodes or catch up if they missed part of one of our stories of freedom. For me, I found this book by Nicholas Mulder called The Economic Weapon: The Rise of Sanctions as a Tool of Modern War. I found it to be really fascinating, really illuminating. It's helping me in my current research and reporting. I'm going to be doing a lot more work, obviously, on economic warfare. We've talked about that topic here in the past, but perhaps I'll leave you with this little insight I didn't mention today. I have talked about it this week, but maybe you didn't hear. All right, so go back in time. Let's go back to the world before World War II, at least when the United States was not at war yet. The United States participated, or led, I should say, an oil embargo of Franco's Spain. Basically, we wanted to prevent Franco from deepening his relationship, shall we say, with Nazi Germany and fascist Italy. So Franco's Spain was using oil from the United States. Spain doesn't produce its own oil. They were buying it from us. And the United States very briefly shut off all the oil exports to Franco's Spain. And then our diplomat said, look, if you want more oil, you're going to have to change your policies with regard to Hitler. And Franco did. The oil shipments resumed. It was the success of this oil embargo everyone paid attention to. And so when fascist Italy invaded Abyssinia, what we now know as Ethiopia, everyone said, oh, hey, let's try sanctions on Italy now to punish them. And they did. And they were very successful. The Italian manufacturing industries basically found it very difficult to produce anything under international sanction. This scared Adolf Hitler. He saw the power that international sanctions could have, and he gathered his technocrats and military advisors, and he basically instructed them, prepare our economy for sanctions. Sanctions are very likely going to come on the German economy, and when they do, we need to be much more resistant to them. It was this understanding that was the economic rationale for the formation of the Berlin-Rome axis, the original Axis powers. It was presented as an axis of strength by these fascist forces. But if we look closely at the economic dimensions, it was really an axis of weakness. These were countries that were exceptionally vulnerable to international sanctions. They were dependent on outside trade, and without it, under sanction, they were weak. So I think, again, applying lessons from the past to our own time, we can look at the alignment between Iran and Russia today, or look at Syria or Venezuela or North Korea. We are seeing Russia trying to present itself as establishing a multipolar alternative to the United States, and yet still, once again, this alternative is one of weakness and not strength due to these countries' vulnerability and necessity to import outside goods. So we can learn a lot. I would definitely encourage folks who really want to nerd out on this topic, learning from history, go check out The Economic Weapon. I've learned a lot from it, and it's going to continue to propel my work to update our own strategies and concepts for the use of economic warfare tools today.
Thank you, Peter.
Can I just
Thank you very
can I
much.
just add one thing, Peter, before we go further? It is exceptionally good and important that you precisely put the finger in it. It was an axis of weakness. It is the same today. It's not just an axis of evil and immorality. It is an axis of weakness, which we see having been loosely formed between the Russian Federation, Iran, China, and the likes. It's not even an axis with South Africa and Brazil. That's just a loose connotation. But it is an axis of weakness. They fail to have the capacity to win. They're all susceptible to pressure. They are all exposed to sanction capabilities, and they have no means of winning. Therefore, they're trying to mitigate losses and try to put a spanner in the works. And we can eradicate their pain inflicted upon the rest of the world in the same way as the United States of America led, together with Britain, the rest of the world to do in the Second World War.
Fully agree, Axel. Fully agree. And that's, again, why we have these stories of freedom. But absolutely, it is an axis of weakness.
Clyde.
Can't remember where I read it, somewhere several months ago. I thought that the actual Lend-Lease, the current legislation, that was kind of in the administration's back pocket, and they were using the other monies that had been passed by Congress, and Lend-Lease was going to be fully taken advantage of if Congress wasn't forthcoming with more, they had this backup. Is there any truth to that they sort of have this big pot of backup by using Lend-Lease that they could still use much more than they're using now?
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Doman, you want to describe that a bit more?
Yeah, I think that's the logic of it, really, Clyde. Right? For as long as the presidential drawdown works, there's no need to use the other tool because for as long as whatever the administration wants to send, it can send. Where I'm kind of lost, and where I think we need some additional advice, is what happens in terms of maybe greater volumes of more capital assets that would genuinely be lent as opposed to given, as opposed to donated to Ukraine. I think that's a more complicated question, and that frankly is beyond me because I don't understand the legal aspects of what happens in the US well enough to be able to comment well. Peter, do you know anyone who's really in this?
What is a capital asset, Doman, before you go there? What is probably,
I don't know, 200 tanks, 1,000 Bradleys, 300 fighter
that's nothing.
jets.
A tank is nothing. Look at proper
hundreds of tanks.
What is the cost of a Patriot system? What is the cost of a proper fourth generation?
Yeah, a dozen
airplane?
of those, maybe. Yeah,
exactly. The Lend-Lease should cover those assets. Ground-based, anti-air. Oh God, somebody said something about this in recent 48 hours. And it should cover planes. Oh, nobody talked about it yet. These are the capital assets which are costly. That's where you will use the land lease for. And don't forget, the land lease is only applicable to assets which have US manufacturing content and are licensed by the US. There's your pressure on the Europeans.
I mean, Axel, I can look at F-16s in the inventories of America's allies around the world, and I can think to myself, well, if these F-16s go to Ukraine for their defense, those inventories are going to need to be replaced with new fighters. And I would love to see American industry backfilling that gap that is created by transferring F-16s to Ukraine. Now, there are lots of voices who say, whoa, we can't send F-16s to Ukraine because some of them could get shot down, and there would be a propaganda campaign by Russia to show how they can shoot our F-16s down. But, you know, I can understand the contours of this debate, but from a manufacturing economic power perspective, I see a lot of advantages here, and advantages clearly to the Ukrainians because they're asking for F-16s specifically.
Yes, and as Dan Hammond and Jeff Fisher, and by the way, Hop have also said, we don't worry about the F-16s being shot down. The Israelis have proven that the S-300, S-400 matter nothing. You always lose a few planes, but that is irrelevant. The F-16s will prove themselves in combat, as would the F-18s if they were given. They will prove themselves in combat, and they have just an impact on those who lobby too much for the F-35. But the land lease, and that's the clever part of the land lease can solve that, because that, shall we say, replenishment may require some development financing. And whether you book it as a support for the distribution and allocation of more F-35s to other nations who have previously donated originally US manufactured kit to Ukraine, that doesn't really matter. Left pocket, right pocket, same process, same liquidity.
Can I ask another question, then I'll step down? What about, how could this legislation be applied to the latest talk about F-18s from Australia that apparently are sitting there
US
in storage,
manufactured
ready to go,
assets.
doing absolutely
US manufactured assets. You can even simplify it if you do what was originally planned for. You take a US domiciled SPV, purchasing them for $1 and sending them on to Ukraine, and Australia doesn't even have to deal with it. Otherwise, the US can, under the land lease, accommodate US manufactured assets anyway. So it really, this is just a matter of booking, accounting, and the likes. As Jeff said, you need to find a SPO, but that requires political will. Somebody in the White House in Pennsylvania Avenue has to say, give me, at the end of day today, a plan as to how we can get assets into theater in the next 30 days. And the assets will be in theater. We are the West. We can do this. This is so silly. The constant projected, artificial limitations and constraints. If we want it, we can do it. And by the way, Peter has said this right from.
Uh-oh, did we lose Axel? He was about to pay me a compliment.
I think he got a phone call. Obviously, somebody didn't want to hear that coming from Axel. No, stopped him right in his tracks. Right,
Claude, great question. We'll look into it also during my next conversations with some of the really wonky folks who run these issues for a living. I'll raise that question. I'll get a clarification, and I'll bring what I learned back to the MriyaReport and share. Does that sound fair, Clyde?
We need the wonkiest of wonks here, I think, Peter. We need the wonkiest of wonks. Let's go on to Clyde Ready Drop. Let's go on to Laughing Tommy, and then we have Luca and Shaggy. Laughing Tommy.
Yes, hello everybody. Hello, Peter. First of all, I'd like to thank you because President Roosevelt is my favorite president of the US ever, and the story of Lend-Lease is one of the greatest things that has happened in history, in my opinion. But I actually have clarification from the Congressional Research Service. There's a report on US security assistance to Ukraine, and it's last updated to this 27th of February this year. And so basically, the misunderstanding comes from a Russian narrative where Lend-Lease was implemented by the US in order to enslave Ukraine with loans, so that, and there was even people on Joe Rogan and etc. going about how every shell that was being fired was debt that Ukraine had to pay the US, and so this was the way for the military-industrial complex of America to enslave Ukraine. Now, officially, as of today, or as of the 27th of February, we haven't, the West and the US in particular hasn't transferred a single piece of equipment under Lend-Lease. What has been done is the majority of the assets that have been transferred via the Presidential Drawdown Authority, which is the US president allowing the DoD to recoup costs incurred to replenish inventory that has been supplied to Ukraine. Then there's the from industry, then there's the USAI, which is the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which basically is the instrument under which the DoD recoups costs for training of Ukrainian personnel, intelligence provision, salaries and stipends of the logistical support, etc. And then there's the foreign military financing packages, which is providing Ukraine money to basically purchase defense articles that are not currently in US stockpiles from the US or United States partners. And this can function as a loan or as a grant. For Ukraine, it functions as a grant. So the US has thus far not required a single dime from Ukraine officially as it pertains to military assets.
Exactly, which is why I said the Lend-Lease is perfect for the future deliveries of high-value capital assets, including planes and ground-based air defense.
Yes, Axel, precisely, and it also, as was mentioned, serves as a backstop in case the current rate of packages decreases below what